volume, so they might, I don't know.
Now our mics are turned on. And also...
Nice.
Hello!
Sound check.
Hello!
Armor Doggo!
Armor Doggo!
Hi, Armor Doggo! The speaker said, hi, Armor Doggo.
I totally forgot about that. Do we sound bonita?
Do we sound glorious? Wonderful?
Ooh,
Fantastic.
We do sound bonita.
Bonita?
Hello, yes.
Oh.
Yep. Okay. Coolio. So, to start off, we are Dungeons and Divergence, if you've not been here before, which is
Are
not...
we doing an intro now?
Trying to. We're trying to become more professional. Whether that happens or not, whether the stream deck decides it wants to work or not, is completely up to chance, honestly. But we are Dungeons and Divergence. We are a live streaming D&D group. We also put our VODs on YouTube, and we also have Spotify. So whatever you want to consider us, we are a Dungeons and Dragons group. And we are now affiliated.
For all the neuro-spicy people.
Affiliate.
For all the spicy people.
The neuro-spicy people.
So we are affiliated on Twitch. So this is how we make our profit to invest in ourselves. If you are interested in watching without ads, obviously you subscribe. If you don't want to miss anything because of the ads, we do periodically get pop-up ads. We randomly at whenever Twitch wants to do it, because for some reason it works on some things but doesn't work on others. And then when it says there's going to be an ad, it doesn't happen for another 5 minutes. So I don't know. But whenever an ad pops up, you can actually skip that if you subscribe. We do. I don't know. Oh no.
Did you upload the...
I did, but nobody can get them because we don't have any subscribers. But if you want to also get the 2 new emotes that I have created,
we have emotes
and
now.
the animated emote,
Oh, I can see them.
You might be able to use them.
But they're locked. But yeah, we can see them.
Can you not use them even though you're a mod?
No.
That sucks.
I know. That's what I was checking.
I was gonna put them
I was gonna put them in the chat.
Emotes?
Yeah, emotes. Oh no, I can't use them
Emotes.
either, and I literally
The
own this
emotes.
thing.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
But they're cute. We got
Yeah.
a little grumpy Aymer. We got a blushing Tyrall.
We got
a
an
little
angry Aymer.
little
We got
potion bottle.
We got a blushing Tyrall. We have an animated potion bottle. Let me actually see if I
and
can...
more emotes incoming.
And we have tons more emotes
Ooh.
coming.
Do we want to announce the new thing
I don't know what that new thing is.
that we use?
Oh, I can use them. So here's Angry Aymer.
Oh, you can.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, you should be able to.
I literally own it, so yeah, I should. There's Angry Aymer.
He's so
we also
cute.
have badges as
Yeah, we
well.
have badges now.
We've
been doing a lot of work this week, guys.
Yeah, we have badges as well. So there's Angry Aymer. Here's Blushing Tyrall.
Oh.
With a little eye patch.
Yeah, with his new little eye patch. And
cute.
here's the animated potion bottle.
Oh, it's so dope.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have those right now. We also have badges. So when you subscribe and you have certain tiers, you get badges. So yeah, we have a lot of cool stuff going
The
on.
longer you stay, the higher badge you get.
And they get more colorful and pretty as
They
you
sure
go up.
do.
And we'll be coming out with new emotes as well. But
But another thing we use the potion bottles for.
oh yeah, our Patreon.
So guys, we have a Patreon now. We have 4 different tiers that you can pick from. It's not that much. I think we priced it from like $1 to $10, the highest tier. So you have access to like in progress art that we're doing. Any polls that we do, you can vote in the polls. You can get access to our Q&A VODs. You can get monster sheets or character art. And at the highest tier, once the campaign is done, you can get our character sheets. And you can get NPC character sheets.
Yes.
Whenever we decide to upload those.
Monsters.
So there's some pretty cool stuff.
Monsters.
And
Full
like,
character art.
Yes, I will need to send you my list of
Yeah.
created characters.
yeah,
Random
and whenever
character
we get everything
Work
like
in
actually
progress.
finalized in an organized fashion instead of what we have now, you can get things like Cyrus's subclass for
And
download.
Tyrall's subclass, because there are specific things that
They're
I've made
special.
for Tyrall's subclass as well.
The subclasses our DM makes.
Yeah, they're pretty. They're pretty
All you
solid.
gotta do is look at Cyrus's stuff. It's
They're
epic.
pretty solid.
Well,
Which-
thanks.
They don't know most of the stuff that I can do still, so it's pretty cool.
And you
I've
know
done one thing.
You know pretty much all of what Tyrall can do, and
Yeah,
it's
we
really
sure do.
scary.
We're very intimate with that,
it's
aren't we?
very scary.
That
If
was
you
all
wanna, Listen, if you want to Bifrost cleanse your friends, sign up for our Patreon, and you'll get all the stats for the Bifrost cleansing, which is terrifying.
Yes.
But yeah,
it is.
that's a thing that we have now that we set up like this week. So if you wanna find another way to support us, Patreon's there, and it's all in our link tree. So if you go to the,
It is not. We need to
link
add
tree on
the.
here.
Yeah, we need to add the link tree.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll do that later.
but yeah.
Maybe when they're on the break or something.
And if you stay watching, even if you're not subscribed to our Twitch, if you stay watching, you still pay us because we get paid by the ads. So just don't click off the ads.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You can get Brock, Armadaga, right. You can get Brock.
You can't
Because the character sheet will be up there after the campaign finishes. But we'll add different character art, maybe just some sketches that I make, some random things that we don't necessarily want to upload or sell or anything. We just kind of drew it and just kind of want to put it out there.
Yeah, Patreon is going to be... Everything we post on Patreon is going to be Patreon exclusive. So if you want extra, like, little bonus stuff from us...
how did you... Are you... Wait, is
Did
that...
you just...
How did... Hold on. Did I do this wrong? Is that a tier... Hold on. Did I put...
No,
I didn't put that in the free
no,
one.
because it's locked for me. We put that on paid tiers. Did you just subscribe?
Armadaga, wait!
Wait, but the thing didn't pop up.
It didn't pop up.
I thought we had a thing to note.
I did. Look, I'll test the widgets right now. I'll do it.
You
Oh,
have points.
See, okay,
Ho.
good. See, I was about to
Ho.
say.
There it goes.
What
See,
are
I was about to
points?
say, and it popped up.
Okay.
Yes, channel points.
You
channel
scared us.
points. Channel
Yeah,
points are very
so-
weird. I don't know how they.
Yeah, channel points are new.
I don't know how they
So on
work.
the
They're
left-
definitely new for me.
Left
Yeah.
here, like right
Yeah.
there. That's how many points
Can
you
we
have,
unlock
and
choose an emote to
that'll
unlock?
turn into a green
Oh yeah.
little treasure chest.
Yeah. So now I
looking
have
thing,
now I
Thank
have
Jonas.
these unlocked.
like this,
Oh.
and then when you click on it, it'll be
Cool.
like, hey, you earned 50 points for
Oh.
watching. And
Yeah, for interaction
My
and stuff
face
like that.
is
Yeah.
literally on Twitch, and I have no idea what this thing does.
I didn't either.
You got the little angry Aymer.
Yep. Angry Aymer.
Yeah, but
He's
the
real
animated,
cute.
we can't buy the animated one. I just looked.
Good, because that took a lot.
Yeah, I know.
But all right,
That's cool.
that's just.
He's so grumpy.
We were freaking out, but yeah, I was about to say if my
Yeah, I thought it wasn't working.
alerts aren't working, because I worked hard.
But yeah, anyway, back to Patreon. So everything we post on Patreon is going to be Patreon exclusive. So if you want extra little bonus stuff from us, feel free to donate to Patreon.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other things in the works at the moment, but those will not be revealed just yet. But do expect
we have a lot of cool stuff
more,
coming, guys.
More cool things to be
Yeah, a lot of cool things.
to be a happening. All right.
happening. Mm-hmm.
So now
Bonus stuff.
on to the recap that I never have planned.
Yeah. Do you want my notes?
Do I ever want your notes?
Sometimes you do.
No.
Okay.
So
I promise we like each other, guys.
They really do.
yeah. So what happened last time was the party was traveling to the border, and when they were traveling to the border, they decided, well, Brock decided that he wanted to spar with the
On
worst person to
guard.
spar with.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the only time in history that I've known Patrick and played D&D with Patrick, he rolled really well to actually hit something.
Yeah.
Which
His
was painful.
own party member.
And it was
Yeah.
his own party member. As I had stated last time, I literally gave you a sword of vengeance, and you still sucked.
Yeah, that was funny.
Because
Yeah.
as soon as they
That's a funny
didn't,
clip.
as soon as they weren't a part of your party, that's when you decided you couldn't hit them.
I even had a plus 15 at that time and still couldn't hit them.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Sure
Uh-huh.
did.
It was bad.
So yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I said you still sucked.
Hey.
If Larcius didn't catch Cardamom, you wouldn't have been able to hit him.
I am bad at Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know why they keep me.
It's for the role play.
It's because I'm in love with
Yeah,
Tyrall.
'cause I'm terrible for everything else.
But yeah, it was ridiculous. But so you all sparred. You wailed on Brock. Brock decided, yeah, I'm gonna sit aside for this. You, Tyrall and Cyrus, sparred for a little bit. After that, Cyrus took first watch, and the interesting, weird curse spirit thing that follows you around
Yeah.
visited you again.
Yeah, that happened.
That was
Yeah.
spooky.
Yeah. And told you a couple of hurtful things, as it does tend to
As
do.
it normally does, yes.
And then, yeah, after that, it was all pretty much normal. Your travel was fine until you got to the border. When you got to the border, you were visited by you visited a town named Dwellin, and it was a really big border city. And you all found a cleric for your eye, who gave you a little eye patch and said...
A real doctor.
A
A
real
doctor.
doctor.
With nurses.
Like a nurse. Like an actual doctor. But they told you, yeah, you're going to need something permanent for that, because you don't want it to get bad. And also, he realized that you blew up the train. And you were said, it's a
He said,
strong
"Eee."
possibility, but you're welcome. So you were doing that while these
He did.
two chuckleheads went
Oh.
to the
Yeah, we got
messenger.
robbed is what happened.
You went to Messengers Guild. And
Proud of that.
Robbed by a bunch of birds.
Sure did.
I got
God.
a map.
yeah, got a large 150 gold map.
Looking at you, Eric.
And you
That was
sent
so
off
expensive.
you sent off the stuff to who you said was the scholar of Artiarna, which we know to be the Viscount. And then
He gave us
the
very
doctor gave
specific
you a
instructions.
reference to a guy named Arminius Sombermark to find a prosthetic or whatever you wanted. So you went there, walked in, met a really sweet, cute guy named Nico, who you later found out was a
Nico.
Dunamancy wizard. And Doot, who is the most important. The most important.
The
to
only thing that
remember.
mattered from that session.
Yep.
Which also, if you want to see art of Doot, it might be up on the Patreon. We'll have to see.
Oh.
So,
Cute.
but
This is news to me too.
Well,
I know this.
yeah, remember we said we were gonna draw him, but,
Yeah, but we didn't. I didn't think it was a Patreon thing. But
no,
that'd be
we
a
should,
good
put it on, we should put it on
thing.
Patreon. That's right, Armor Doggo, Doot. So, you met Nico and Doot, and then he said, "Oh, you're here to see the Vinnick for your eye. Let me go talk to him." He talked to him, came out, and he said, "Yeah, he can go see you. He's grumpy though. Watch out." And you did indeed find out he was grumpy. He said he would make
Grumpy's an
you an
understatement.
yeah. He said he would make you an eye patch. He is a drow man with vitiligo and prosthetic fingers.
Pretty.
Oh man, I was
Yeah.
warned about that in the temple.
Yeah, he's very pretty.
Brows are pretty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did visit the temple as well, and they said, "Oh, you're gonna go see that guy, the unholy spawn. Good luck. If you need to cleanse him, let us know." and Cyrus said, "No." Actually,
Well, I've had enough of that, actually.
my favorite part of that entire session was when Brock was like, "This is a nice shop. Too bad we're gonna have to kill him." And then Cyrus said, "No." And,
Yeah.
and Tyrall said, "It is a shame that we're gonna have to kill him." And you said, "We're not going
No.
to cleanse
Yeah,
him."
just wait until he learns that Brock stole from the
Stop
That is
it!
that is
Yeah.
also another thing. Brock did steal the tithing from the Allfather. But you met Arminius Sombermark, whose title is Teslar Finnick. And you learned that he was a scholar from the Anchorbend Academy. And he did give you a patch for your eye, a platinum patch for your eye.
a nice permanent one.
A nice permanent one that is screwed into your bones, just like his little fingies. And then he said, as payment, I'll travel with you because you're going in the exact direction that I need to get something from. So, and you all said, "Oh,
Oh, just like that.
oh," but you were like, "Oh, okay." So then you started traveling, and he immediately picked off that Brock was a vampire because Brock was not giving. He was not. He noticed immediately, "You're really weird," and he talked with you guys a little bit. Said that your scythe was flashy. Him and Cyrus do not really get along.
Well, I mean, he stole Cyrus's book.
No,
Yeah, he sure did. No. He stole my book. He honestly just ruined the interaction right from the start.
No,
He
no,
squandered
No,
everything.
he took the book back on behalf of the Academy that was
No.
stolen and given to you.
No.
Yes. He
No.
is a part.
stole my book.
He's a part of the Academy. Saw that you had it. you don't deserve it because you're not a part of the academy, took it away from you, and said it is only afforded to the Ganassi scholars, which, oddly enough, you're not a Ganassi nor a scholar. So...
That's a bit presumptuous of you.
Is it?
Is
Is it?
That doesn't mean I don't like it.
But, yeah, he talked to you about how flashy your scythe was, which Cyrus said...
Punch me in the face.
And you blew up my train. Thanks for that. And other than that, you all took a long rest where Brock was trying to set up a fire, and he said, "Oh, you're doing it wrong." And Nimcolis. But yeah, you took a long rest, and that was pretty much where we ended it. Was the long rest.
Well, we ended it with Arminius and Tyrall are both awake. One's punching a tree, and one's working on the cart, and Cyrus is going, "Shut up."
Yeah, because
shut up.
Yeah, because he just pushes his ears down because Arminius is a drow, so he trances as well.
Yeah.
Trans boys.
Yeah, so they only sleep for 4 to 5 hours, and past that, and Arminius can't keep his hands still, so he has to be tinkering on something. So he's tinkering on the cart that they didn't, because he complained because they didn't implement his designs, right, Brock? As you heard him complaining. Mm-hmm. And that is where we are right now.
I'm not getting any sleep.
So, it is the morning. Cyrus, what time are you going to wake up? Did you
later.
Sleep? Okay.
Yeah.
So later, Arminius is still tinkering on the cart, which if anybody comes around, you notice that he's completely changed some of the wheels. Like, just completely out of nowhere. There's gears everywhere on the ground. Like,
we're not
weird
getting our deposit back.
metal plates and doohickeys that you all don't know what it is. But he's in the zone. He's got some of the magnifying things, magnifying arms flipped down in his glasses, and he's zoned in. Doot is kind of floating around him. Again, Doot, which we've noticed, it's a very specific metal sheet that goes whoop 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 whoop, and that's what Doot sounds like.
Oh yeah, I'll show you guys the video later.
But it's the whoop 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 whoop.
I put that on our drive so that
I saw that.
we can use the sound effect.
But so he just kind of makes that sound when he floats around and kind of makes his little mechanical noises when he speaks.
So much.
It's a language that only seems like only Arminius and Nico can understand. But Brock, what are you doing? It's probably early in the morning. I would say like 8, 9 in the morning. It's early.
9. Brock will wake up.
Brock.
Roll up his blankie.
Roll up his blankie.
And he'll see that Tyrall's awake, and I mean, pretty much everybody's awake.
Cyrus has his head shoved in a pillow.
And
Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to make breakfast, or should we scout around?
Make breakfast.
Well, Brock, I know that I can't satisfy all your needs for food. So if you'd like to go see if you can find anything for you to satisfy one of your 2 hungers whenever you come back, I'll have stuff ready.
Okay.
So remember, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. 20 minutes we come find you because we'll start to get worried.
Yes.
Brock's eventually gonna learn what that means.
Yeah. Tyrall, where are you at? Are you by the cart?
Tyrall,
Are you...
I've probably, if it's early morning, Tyrall has probably already finished his morning prayers and hymns. He probably went a little bit outside of camp to do that as not to be even more disturbing than he already is. So by this time, he's probably back around the campfire, getting ready to go food and just make a bunch of food appear.
Ciao, Vienna sausages.
Because we can now put that on the cart and take it with us.
Yeah.
Sure can.
So he's
That's what Brock
probably
eats it all.
going around, gathering up everybody's water skins, any of them that are empty, opening them up to put water in them. And then, he's just going to go, as soon as Brock leaves, he's going to cast his create food and water.
As soon as Brock leaves, it's like like not even really a full minute that Brock's gone, that while he's still tinkering on the cart, not looking at you or anything, he just says, "You know, it's very dangerous to allow a vampire out to hunt without supervision."
We know it's dangerous, but I'm going to be completely honest with you, Vinnick. None of us can keep up with him whenever he hunts.
And he's quiet for a couple minutes, and then he's like, he kind of sets his tools down and just barely looks over his shoulder at you, and he's like, "What does that look like? I'm curious."
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, on 2 separate occasions. The first one when he went into a lust-during battle and attacked me. It was so fast that me, with 200 years of war experience, could not keep him from getting to my neck. On the second occasion, we were fighting these weird small dragons that ate people's blood and digested these children. He literally chased them down by himself.
Well, no, Cyrus was keeping up.
Yeah, but you stopped, so I just saw Brock keep on
yeah.
going.
Yeah, because he was trailing. He's like,
And then
you're still going.
there was another time where he skittered up the side of this cliff face. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen.
And you can tell that he's just from the side view, he's just very intrigued by what you're saying.
Calculating.
So he can run on all fours, is what you're saying?
I've only seen him climb on all fours.
And he's what? 5'10" or so?
He's a little less than me.
So, essentially, a 6-foot creature running on all fours with bloodlust, and you let it run amok in the forest by itself.
What we've found is if we let him go hunt in the forest, he satisfies himself on the small creatures of the forest, and then we have no issues with him. At this point, it's more out of respect for our old companion Aymer until he gets back.
Ah, yes. And as he says that, he turns right back to the cart and he says, "The drug lord, right."
Yes, the drug lord, the duke, the person we found in the forest that has then tailed along with us since then until his kidnapping.
Oh. That's so tough.
He was kidnapped.
Yeah.
Yes, he kind of was.
But me and Cyrus do
I
have
think that counts as kidnapping, considering
contingencies.
he did not want to go.
Contingencies. Explain those to me.
If he attacks a member of our group again, or any innocents that we are around, it is immediate exorcism.
And he, again, sets his tools down. And this time he actually kind of stands up and he, dusts himself off and he turns around to you and he fixes his glasses. "You understand that he is a servant and nothing more. Why do you not just rid him of this world if he is suffering so much?"
He doesn't seem to be suffering, in my opinion, and it is a fate that he did not choose for himself. And to be completely transparent with you, it is 90% respect for Aymer that we have not done it.
And he walks up to you, and he's not, super close, but he's close enough to where he kind of has to look up at you, because he's just a smidgen bit shorter than you. "That's a lot more kindness and gentleness than I've ever seen afforded by the priests of Odin."
I've already had one terrible experience out here, and I don't need to have another one. The last time that I acted on what is my duty, I now have the entire hells coming after me by word of Hela herself. When you get threatened by a deity, you tend to be more calculated with your decisions.
Interesting.
So if it makes you feel any better, by blowing up your train.
And you can, when you say that, he winces a little bit, and he closes his eyes.
By blowing up your train and killing the daughter of Hela, I have been personally threatened by Hela. So you should know that by traveling in my proximity, I can't guarantee what will happen to us.
I'm not personally afraid of any of the gods, though. And you can actually tell, like, when he's speaking about them, he has a look on his face that doesn't seem to be one of respect. Not necessarily that he's against any of them in particular, but when he says the gods, he, like, it's like a distaste in his mouth. So I'm not worried for what they may do to me or anyone else.
I don't know if they do anything to you if you don't do anything whenever they arrive, because they should only be coming for me. So if you don't want to be involved, then all you have to do is simply stand back and they might leave you alone.
And he looks like he wants to ask a question, but then he kind of stops. So, explain to me why. And he kind of, like, looks you up and down, all of your armor and everything. You are so invested in a god. Explain that to me. I don't understand.
Well, it was not my first choice of life, but being the third child of a better-known family in my hometown, they had no use for me. So, at the ripe young age of 50, they shipped me off. And since they couldn't use me for marriage or the gain of the town or the business that my father has, they thought the priesthood was best. And once you're there, it's hard to get out, so I embraced it. I took the doctrine and applied it to my life and became who they wanted me to be, because I saw that I could do good in the world through it.
So do you truly believe the doctrine, or do you just follow it because that's all you've ever known? Do you truly trust Odin?
He's never failed me before. He's healed me. He's provided backup for whenever I need it in great times of need. He's allowed me to do wondrous miracles. He's allowed me to heal. He's allowed me to cleanse the earth of those that would destroy it. He's allowed me to pass judgment in courts of law to better protect societies. I see no reason why I would not follow the doctrine full-heartedly.
And you don't think that it is just because you're narrow-minded on the subject, because you were brainwashed into believing it?
Well, to be fair, any type of monastery is brainwashing to some degree. It just so happens to be that I've lived my life by it, and so far, I have no complaints.
Interesting. I have no further questions for you. And he just turns around and goes right back to tinkering on the cart.
Tyrall's just kind of look at him, kind of confused. Vinnick,
Yes.
what did the gods do to you?
And he's kind of using some of his tools, and when you say that, it kind of goes tinking, and he's like... The gods did nothing specifically. I don't trust all of them but one, and even then, they unsettle me. They have too much power, and don't do anything with it. I do not trust them. The people are the ones who make Siobhana, not the gods. And you can tell he's got a lot of disdain in his voice when like it's actually coming from an actual place of conviction when he's saying this.
Well, Vinnick, there is only one god to trust full-heartedly, and the rest are minor inconveniences.
Minor inconvenience. Lord.
But I understand that something may have happened in your past that's gotten you here, but as far as I'm concerned, you've obviously been blessed with a great mind, and the things that you've done for these people are worthy to stay on this plane of existence and continue your work. So as long as that one god that you show respect for is the proper one, I have no issue.
To your standards, it would not be. And you may do as you please, and I shall not dissuade you from your choices, but the Allfather is the lowest on my list. And he's not looking at you when he's saying this. He's just tinkering away.
Venick,
Yes.
please understand to never speak such blasphemies to me again. May I remind you what happened to your train?
Oh, I know very well what happened to my train.
Good. Then that conversation will no longer be had, correct?
I suppose we shall see. And he's just not purposefully trying to offend you, but just not interested in the conversation.
Well, that means the conversation's ended, so Tyrall's happy.
That's really funny. He said, I won, I'm done.
Yep.
But yep, he just tinkers away on his little cart. And there are improvements made to it. Just so everyone is aware, it will go over any terrain now without problem. It will also go a little bit faster than before.
Oh.
So instead of it maybe taking you like a week to get somewhere, it might take you, instead of 7 days, it'll take you
5 days.
5 days, 4 or 5 days, depending. And it's not going to be, like I said, held up by specific terrain or anything like that. It will just,
Pretty cool.
and there's no more bumpiness. It's very smooth. The horses don't, it's going to be easier on the horses as well, so the horses will be able to go longer.
Yeah, we're not getting the deposit back though.
They might pay us for this upgrade.
I don't know.
That guy did not like Arminius. So
No, that's what I'm saying.
I don't
No.
think anybody
I don't
did.
think we're getting that deposit back.
No, if it wasn't clear, almost no one likes
He
Arminius.
said, "Bring it back how you found it." And we said, "Okay." Changes it in a day.
And then the next day, you're like, ah. you all didn't pay for it anyway, so it's not like it matters.
Who cares?
Arminius paid for it, and then he was like, I hate this thing, I'm changing it. I paid for it, I'm changing it.
Yeah.
It's mine. Fine.
So once that conversation is done, Tyrall will start packing up the rations that he just made appear out of nowhere. And as he's putting them
By
Well,
blessings of Odin.
You
in the cart,
turn around to go get the rations, and you see that Cyrus is wake up. He's up and sitting down eating the rations, which is listening to you all talk.
I wouldn't expect anything different.
Just sitting
So-
there quietly munching, eating you
munching
talk.
on a
Listening to you
freeze dried
talk.
fruit.
Yeah.
So Tyrall, as he goes over and picks up kind of like the first bit of rations, Cyrus,
He
why
looks
is it
tired.
every person we meet has something negative about the Allfather? It drives me nuts.
Well, I mean, people do have their own perspectives on life, and not everyone is going to follow the same God as you.
I understand that, but at least some modicum of respect.
I showed you plenty of respect, actually. I merely disagreed with you.
Venick,
Oh.
you showed me plenty of respect. That's no doubt. You've shown me respect, but I
am
don't know.
afforded no respect to Odin if I do not respect him. I respect you as an individual and your choices. As well, it should be afforded to everyone.
Venick, how about we just agree that I hit things in the face with hammers and you make our lives easier with your inventions?
Absolutely.
Is there a special space in here now for food, or do I just need to set it down how I normally set it down?
And he, again, you can tell that he has, like a leather piece of, it's just a really nice piece of leather that's set on the ground where he sets all of his tools. And they're in a very specific order. And when you say that, he sets them down, he stands up. Do you want something to put the food in? Or would you rather just set it on the cart?
Honestly, Venick, I've never seen a cart with a special place for food, other than just throwing barrels into it. So I don't even know what it would look like if we had a special place.
He looks so tired when you say that. He's like,
You are the one that's been making modifications to the cart.
would that be something that interests you?
Actually, yes, it would.
I don't necessarily care either way.
Give me a moment. And he just turns right back around and goes to the other side and hops inside of it, and you just hear tinkering, and you hear Duke going, boop, beep, 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 and he's like,
I love you.
and you can hear there, actually, make a perception check, you two. Cyrus with advantage. Actually, both of you. Yeah, just a regular roll. Cause
Huh?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Having to think. There are thoughts that happen in my brain.
Thinking
25.
the thunks.
17.
The thonks. Thinking the thonks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm writing that down.
Oh.
Thinking
Like what you did.
the thonks. That's so funny. Anyway, like stonk and chonks.
Yeah, she
Anyway.
almost killed me the other day.
So what you got a 25?
25.
What'd you get?
17.
Okay, so you hear it a little bit quieter, so you might not make out everything, but you hear Cyrus, you hear Duke going weep 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 weep, and you just hear Arminius go, "No, dude, I'm not doing it because I care. I'm doing it because it's helpful." He's like, "Go get out of my sight." He's like, "Wee, wee, 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 wee." Like he just floats right out of the cart, and he actually kind of does a little circle around you, Tyrall, and then goes right over to you, Cyrus. And just kind of, boop, right there on your shoulder.
Just starts petting
I'm
it.
so sorry. I hit the mic, I'm so sorry. I literally went, wonk.
Oh, good job. Just
So-
starts petting Doot.
As Arminius is making his modifications, Tyrall's just going to bring the food over and just kind of set it down next to the cart.
And are you sitting next to the cart? Are you sitting at the end of the cart where Arminius is inside? Like, where are you at?
Just at the back of the cart,
Okay.
where like you would just get into the cart. That's
Yeah.
where he's setting the food down.
So you can see on the inside, Arminius is working on a new contraption, pretty much. And when he's doing it, it's like a mist of like maroonish, dark purple magic that kind of, it's like a misty aura around him as he's working, and his eyes kind of glaze over like a specific maroon color when he's doing it. So,
Religion check.
okay, go ahead.
I literally just clicked off of D&D Beyond. Now I need to go back.
It's really funny.
That's why you don't do that.
That's why you should use paper.
Absolutely
Jonas,
not.
no, we're not. We're
Absolutely
not
not.
having this conversation.
That
Actually,
is a 19.
I like being able to find my things.
he said paper
and
We're-
read my things.
As much as I love retro things, the modern day has made my dyslexia and ADHD so much better. So no. But yeah, you notice that the magic is not Hela, not wow, the
Not
All-Mother, not the
divine.
All-Father. It is actually, it's a little bit of Heimdall magic, but mostly it's Segan.
2? Oh.
Segan, which I believe is what I said. She's the goddess of compassion. That's what compassion and something. It's okay. I know my own lore. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
You can have all the
Goddess of
minutes.
mercy and compassion. Yes,
Mercy and compassion.
indeed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's a little bit of, but it's a little. That's the reason why it kind of has the little bit of weird, purpley, rainbow effect, because it's also a little bit
How do you
of
spell her name again?
Sigyn. Segan.
Close.
I think that's how you pronounce it anyway. That's how I pronounced it. So.
That's how I pronounce it, yeah.
Segan. But that's the
I'm
reason
sure it's
why
wrong,
it has a
but-
little bit of rainbow purpley magic mixed in with it because of Heimdall. Oh,
Mercy and
I'm
compassion. Interesting.
Yeah.
So as I'm looking at it, so Vinnick,
Damn, that would have been cool.
compassion and mercy, are we?
And
He's like, oh, I could add.
sorry, I thought Pocket Bar turned off, my bad. But when you say that, he actually kind of jumps a little and he's like, you know, it's not very kind to walk up on someone when they're focusing.
Oh, I just happened to notice while bringing the food over here.
Jonas,
Jonas.
my camera.
That was me.
It's okay, you're good.
Jonas.
It's just
Jonas.
the ghosts.
Those
The
things.
gremlins.
The ghosts from
The
last
gremlins.
time.
But
You were saying?
I will have to say, compassion and mercy. It's very admirable of you. So, carry on. I won't disturb you again.
How kind of you.
So I have more room over here
Yeah, if you didn't use paper, then you wouldn't have had that issue.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, well, shots don't need to be
Oh.
fired.
Oh.
We beat up Brock last time. We don't need to beat him up this time. But yeah, when you say that, he's like, "How kind of you," and just continues going on.
Brock, you catch anything?
Yeah, broccoli. What are you doing?
I've had like
I'm
6
hunting.
pop-up ads.
I'm a hunting. What?
I've had like 6 pop-up ads.
Cool.
Just in the times that I've been
Money.
watching.
And then...
Thanks, Daddy Bezos.
Daddy Bezos.
I am actually... Brock will also look for the blue flowers
Oh, the little purpley.
and kind of just flowers in general.
Okay. Make a survival check for me.
Come on. Should I use the new Brock
You should
dice?
use the new Brock dice.
Yes,
Yeah.
but also be
Yes.
careful because they're
They
bounce
rubber.
balls.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
not gonna be able to roll them in the tray.
I don't know.
Jonas, I swear to Odin.
Wow, a convert.
Hey, you
If you
annoy
get him to roll better, I'll
You're
do
doing
it.
good. Let's see.
I will let you
9.
roll it again because the way you rolled it made me nervous because you didn't put enough.
Oh, I
So-
can't.
Oh.
It'll go to boot, boot, boot.
Well,
Well, I
I'll
mean,
catch.
it's fine.
that's really
Well,
good.
I got a 15.
Well, it's not bad.
It's because he got a 6 on his D6. So.
Anyway,
Unless you roll 7.
Yeah,
Um,
7 on the die.
Stop it.
so
You stress me out.
what did you get? You got a 15, you said?
15.
So you definitely are able to find, again, not something super big like you did last time, but you're able to find something at least sufficient enough to fill you up. Maybe you find like 3 or 4 squirrels or something like that. So you just,
Hey, go.
You
Little
know.
juice pouch.
yeah,
Get
you do your
the-
little smoothie.
Get the beer hat, straw.
2 squirrels on the side.
2 swirls stuffed in there.
Oh no, that's awful.
Let's go, Odin.
Oh no.
God, that's amazing.
Back to fantasy MMA.
Oh my
Odin v.
god,
Balder.
that's so funny.
Brought to you in
give us
accordance
a
with
roll.
Valhalla.
Drinking up some squirrels. And,
You're looking for, you find definitely different types of flowers. You find like little dandelions and maybe a couple of other what people consider weeds.
Dandelions are not weeds. They're medicine. I promise.
They're not
Ooh,
weeds,
ooh,
but people
ooh.
consider them weeds. Maybe the little violets and stuff. Just a little cute, little tiny, little cute
Aw.
off the side of the road flowers. Nothing super fancy.
Also edible flowers. They're really tasty.
But you
Brock just hum.
he's like. it's the shag meme that Brock. But yeah, you do find a couple of different smaller flowers, and when you're looking for the little zappy flower, you notice that you can't, like, it's hard to find, but you do find like maybe one off the beaten path or something like that after checking for so long. But it's pretty difficult to find.
Ah, stomp, stomp, rip.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah, when you go to pick it, it does zap you, and you're like,
I guess
yeah,
that's
that's
where
it.
you go.
That's the right flower.
And then I'll hold on to that one to bring it back to be like, guys.
That makes me think of something.
Ooh.
So, since we're traveling eastward,
Mhm.
and there was some in Delilah's farm,
Mhm.
was there more in the forest than there was in Delilah's farm?
You didn't look, so you don't know.
The forest that we were in, that we started in?
Oh, at the very beginning?
Yeah.
They were everywhere in that forest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
no.
like Fimk, right? Like carpet, basically?
Yeah, there was one specific section that was Thimk with them. There was scattered out through the forest, but that one specific area, yes, had a lot
Does
of
it
them.
seem like...
And then Delilah's, it was scattered throughout Delilah's farm, not a lot. It was just like, for the width and the depth of the farm, it was enough to be like, that's weird, but not enough to be like alarming, just enough to be like, oh, weird. And then it, like I said, patches, like here and there. It looked natural.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of bled off into the forest.
As we've been traveling eastward, have we been seeing less and less flowers?
You haven't asked. You haven't looked. I'm not just going to give you that information. You have to be like, oh, I have to consciously think. I want to look for those flowers.
Fine.
So you do not know. Brock is the only one that has seen one since you all have been looking.
Tyrall's too distracted by traveling with the drow.
Yeah.
Relax. God.
That is correct, though. He would be. He would be on edge, especially after Lily. Because you see tieflings. Tieflings are worse, but drow are second. And so after what happened with Lily, you're like, do I have to worry about this guy too? So.
It's not making me feel warm and fuzzy. I can tell you that for sure.
I definitely don't want to bed down with the man, but
Really funny.
don't worry. He doesn't really care about any of you, really.
No.
So don't worry about it.
No, he cares about making fun of us, and that's it.
He doesn't make fun of you. He cares about. Well, he does. He did kind of enjoy saying that your scythe was flashy because he noticed that it bothered you, and it was really funny. But I mean, platinum scythe that shoots fire, it is flashy. That's just a fact.
Very much
Sorry,
so.
Cyrus. It's just a fact.
Very much so.
It's sweet.
It's pretty cool.
It's flashy.
That's pretty cool.
Maybe not so much as Tyrall's armor, but it is definitely flashy.
Kind of dip the whole thing in black paint now.
That's so funny. But yeah, so you do find your flowers and you come back.
Come back.
And as soon as you kind of like reach the cusp of the tree line, Duke, it looks like Duke recognizes you and goes whoop, 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 and just kind of goes right in front of you and just kind of, and then sits right here, right on the top of your little
Right
noggin.
on his snoot.
Yeah, right on the little top of his noggin.
Oh, good morning to you too.
We need so much artwork of that.
I
Yeah, we
know,
sure
there's.
do. Please, if there's an artist watching, please.
I can't do it all myself. I
We
have
want
so
fan art
much
so
happening.
bad.
I need Doot on Brock now.
Oh,
Now.
Tyrall said now.
Oh. And
Looking
then
at you, audience.
they'll come in.
From Mordago, you better pick up a pencil.
But what were you saying, Brock, as you were interrupted multiple times?
He comes in, sees that Arminius is still working on the cart.
He's actually on the inside now, but yeah, you can tell that since he's gone, he's probably working on it. And you can hear the tinkering, like you can hear
Yeah.
the sounds.
And I see that there's some stuff loaded up in the cart, so I'm like, oh, we're getting ready to go. And I'll come up and be like, before we go, I found this. And
Is it flour?
And then I'll hold out Zappy,
Thank you, Brock.
and I stepped on it, and
I
ripped
can
it.
tell. I can tell. Yes.
I also found these.
I didn't know if you were. Oh. I didn't know if you were laughing or sneezing.
Well, those are just regular flowers, Brock.
Yes, they pretty.
But Brock, how many of the other flowers did you see out there?
Just this one.
Just that one.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably take better care to keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
Although, with where we're going, I'd be interested to see if they're in the Underdark as well.
That would be a good thing to see, yes. That also will tell us if they're capable of growing underground or not. They might just be a surface flower.
I know they definitely have crops in the
Oh.
Underdark. How else would they sustain themselves?
It's true. Well, the roots can spread down that far. I'm talking about specifically the actual flowers.
Well, if it's in the Underdark, then we know what we're dealing with is on a much larger and more terrible scale than what we originally thought. So if it can permeate from the surface to the Underdark, then these seeds spread farther than we could have ever imagined.
Oh.
Which means we are going to have to go in the Underdark.
Well, that is the capital city. We are going to have to anyway.
I don't think you understand. I'm not welcome there.
In a capital city.
We're very frowned upon in this entire country.
And as you're saying that, you just hear a punk from the corner, from the back of the cart, and Arminius fixes his glasses. He's like, no, the priests of Odin are violent in this area.
Why?
Because many of the wars we fight are from people of this area.
Oh.
Do you notice how there is nobody up here but us?
I see.
This is a known war ground, spanning generations.
The closer we get around these cities, the more and more symbols of Odin you will see burned into the ground.
Quite a spectacle, honestly.
He kind of like plays with one of his little lip rings. Perhaps you should keep yourself hidden then.
Oh,
I don't hide myself.
there's no hiding him.
Everybody's going to see me and know, with or without the armor. With or without anything. It's one of the uncanny natures of the people that live here. It's like they sense us.
And you can tell, like, just the smallest little gremlin grin on Arminius' face. He's like, I'm sure Hela noticed as soon as you crossed the border.
That's what I'm afraid of, Arminius.
Yes, I'm
Wait,
sure.
is
Well-
the Underdark where Hela lives?
No, but it is closer to her domain than we are. Currently.
Then why should we shouldn't go there?
Brock, we have a duty to our newfound traveling companion to take him where he wants to go.
Where
We
is
also
it
have
that we
a
are headed?
duty to the Viscount.
We are headed to the capital.
Okay.
Windsor has someone I need to see.
Alright. So, then what needs to happen? You're going to have to keep your head low. We are just passing through, and we are not going to cause trouble.
Is that something you are capable of, priest?
Please
All that I can
don't
promise
antagonize him.
I will not
was not
start
antagonizing?
anything, but I will defend myself.
I was not antagonizing. It was a genuine question. And he looks genuinely confused as to why you said antagonizing. It was a genuine question. Is that something that you're
No, my
capable
apologies.
of doing?
I understand your concern, Cyrus. But no,
We have to get to Lofesk.
that I will not start anything, but I will finish something if it happens.
You need to let me diffuse before things get violent.
Or perhaps, since I am one of these people, everyone could shut up, and I could speak.
Sadly, Cyrus, this is his people.
I don't mind not talking.
We are here for me. Anyway,
If he's willing to speak on my behalf to get us through here safely, I will let him speak.
As long as it gets us through this territory unharmed.
speaking on others' behalves is not my forte, but I will speak on my own behalf. Though
And I will stand behind you and shut up.
you can keep your mouth shut, yes. That is what you all can do, and they won't say anything about you.
I suppose once we depart from you, I will speak for us when necessary.
It's probably best, because I don't know how long we will have this great diffuser of problems.
And hopefully Aymer will find us soon.
Did you call me a diffuser of problems?
Well, for here,
And he looks genuinely confused. He's like, I diffuse the problems now?
You
Weird.
are the most apt to diffuse the problems here, yes.
do you
Well,
really
here,
think I'm going to be
maybe.
capable of diffusing problems here?
No, I couldn't honestly see you diffusing many issues without violence.
And I would feel more comfortable if I understood your all's culture a bit more.
It might not be one you're fond of, though you do seem to be less feely than. And he kind of looks Tyrall up and down. That one.
Some people.
Though I must say you are uncomfortable with my bluntness, such as calling Brock a servant when that is just what he is.
Well, that's not a matter of respect.
It is what he is.
It is, yes.
It is just a term.
You also have to understand, the way that we treat our servants where I'm from is different than you do here.
I'm just saying, the culture might upset you a little bit more than I think you're expecting it to.
It's just different.
All right.
Well, I guess we might as well keep on traveling towards this city.
And you know to keep your head down and don't run off very far.
Ah, yes.
You will more than likely just be ignored if you stay by Tyrall.
They'll be too busy mean-mugging me to notice.
Okay.
Well,
Do you think that they would potentially harm Brock because he's connected to you?
no.
No.
Alright.
I'd be more
Again.
worried about him being stolen away.
They're not going to even speak to him. The fact that I speak to him is beyond measure itself. They're not going to acknowledge his presence.
So is the city full of more drow, or is it a mixed culture like the border city was?
Drow at the beginning, and then as you get lower, tieflings. It's a hierarchy.
I see.
That's why we try not to come here.
Then we should leave rather quickly.
Yes, we need to get in, do our investigation, let the Vinnick do whatever he needs to do, and get out of there as fast as possible.
Yes.
Does the capital grow their own crops, or do they source locally?
And when you say that, he looks a little confused. He's like, well, I was not entirely raised there, so from what I remember and the research I've done, they grow their own crops, but it's very specific. It's not the same kind of crops you have on land.
I assume it would be more apt to being grown in cave settings.
Indeed. Mushrooms, a couple of other fungus, that sort of thing.
Root vegetables, I'm assuming.
You will not find wheat or anything down there that needs sunlight. So,
I will say, their food is decently good, if you're into mushrooms. Although, we did get a hold of a bad batch one time after raids.
Mm-hmm.
We had some priests lose their minds.
Oh.
But, for the most part, the majority of them taste pretty good.
Well, if we're able to gather information on their resources, that of course would be beneficial, but if we have to move on from this city without getting information from them, we might just have to accept that.
As long as we get out of here in one piece and don't cause any harm, I'll be happy.
Me as well.
Vinnick,
yes.
are we ready to move on?
He fiddles with the little Aymer pendant.
Yes.
Alright. Brock,
Yes.
gather up the food that you want.
Ooh.
And then Tyrall will go back to start loading things into the compartment that Arminius has made.
It's more in the middle of the cart. So when you go to kind of pick things up and go to put it in, Arminius actually jumps back up into the cart. And you actually notice he's pretty dexterous. Like, he just kind of whip, he's a very quick boy. And when you start trying to put stuff in, he actually takes it from you, and you kind of work together to kind of put it in because it's in the middle of the cart. So.
Oh, it's like we have a little bar in the middle of the cart. That's pretty dope.
Yep, and it is. It's like a box with a countertop, and it's a pretty decent size. I mean, the cart is probably 6-7 feet long, and so it is approximately. It's 6. I would say it's 7 feet long. So I would say the little box thing that he made is about 4.5 feet long. So it's a pretty good size. Maybe like 2 feet tall. And then maybe 2 or 3 feet wide. So it's good enough that you all can fit a lot of crap in it. It's kind of like the back
Good, 'cause
ends
I made
of,
45 pounds of food.
the little cabinets at the back of a truck. It's kind of like that, with a little countertop on it.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
I like you.
And then since this is the same shirt, Brock will take some of the flowers and put it in the hole.
Stop it!
And
The holes are already there.
the hole is already there.
It's not like he
and-
made new holes.
And he kind of wedges in a couple more than usual, so it might
Like, so
That's
that weird,
really
might
funny.
make
bomb.
it a little bigger hole.
That's
Oh.
so funny.
But now he has this little dandelion.
Yeah, a little bouquet right on
Bouquet.
his chest.
Yes.
All right. Vinnick,
Yes.
would you mind driving for us since you're more familiar with this area?
Yes, that's fine. And he just crawls through the other side, and yeah, we'll go about
So my
doing
job
it.
has been taken.
Well, he does know where we're going better than us.
Yes.
What are the seating arrangements? What are we doing?
Cyrus is in the cart.
You're in the cart?
Yep.
Tyrall's in the cart.
Thanks. So, are you in the cart?
No, he's on the cart.
Yes. In
Okay.
the cart.
All right. And everybody said, "Yeah, you go drive. We're gonna sit back here and ignore you."
You think normally Cyrus would sit up there. You even gonna sit there with Arminius? No.
No,
No.
I don't think anybody would.
No.
No.
No, Brock's only, sat up there once?
And
Yeah. With Aymer, probably.
Tyrall, the deeper and deeper we get into this territory, the more and more like on edge.
Well, I can
you
also
all can see
imagine-
him being.
I can also imagine that you're heavily in prayer almost the whole time.
Yeah.
Even if you're speaking to yourself, you're not like bowing your head or anything. You are consistently in prayer.
And he's just fiddling with his
And if
rosary
you're
the
muttering the
entire
whole time, Cyrus is going to. Oh yeah, the dragon. Cyrus is gonna lose his shit.
And you can also see as you get closer and closer, and you would feel it, and you would know because you're used to it. But you two would see that the letters of Odin is actually starting to kind of glow like a golden light, sort of. It's starting to kind of emanate a golden light.
Weird. You should do. You should give me the dragon.
Yeah, we found the dragon earlier. It's right up there by the two potion bottles.
Yeah. So yeah, Tyrall is going to be messing with his rosary for the entire time. Not muttering under his breath now at the
My
start,
boy.
but definitely praying to himself.
Yeah.
And he is constantly scanning all around. Just constantly scanning all the surroundings.
It's a covered wagon. So
So he's constantly peeking out the back.
correct. Yeah. Just to let you all know. How long have you been traveling? Did I say last time how long you had been traveling?
It took us like 2 weeks to get from Delilah's to the
Yeah, I'm
border
talking about
city.
from the border
Yeah,
city.
we hit the 3-week mark.
Yeah. It's been at least like what? At
talking-
least 4 weeks, if not like 5 at this
Yes,
point.
that. Yeah, it's been at least a month and a little over.
Yeah.
I'm talking about from the border city. Did I say how long you all
You
were
did
traveling?
not.
Okay.
No, you did not say how long we had
So then
been.
we'll just kind of, unless again anybody wants to roleplay, you're more than welcome
You
to stop me.
did not.
But just for the sake of time, I'm just going to drop us there.
Yeah, because Tyrall's not going to have anything to do other than just violently pray to himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh.
like right before you all get there, you all have very few interactions, I'm
Emotions.
assuming, with Arminius, unless he specifically asks you and he is actually a very inquisitive person. He does seek you all out for questions sometimes.
But Cyrus will like occasionally like open the flaps so he can watch where they're going.
Well, I'm also talking about because we're just going to go straight there. It's going
Yeah,
to
no.
take you like a week or two to get there.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, Aymer's been gone for so long.
He sure has been. It's been about 2 months now that he's been gone.
We need to find someone who can scry on him.
But when you're in camp and you're like taking the night or whatever, which it does get super chilly at night. What?
I actually do have something I want to do.
Okay, go ahead.
That I just thought of. Tyrall,
Yes, Cyrus.
I believe I saw when we were back in.
So let me just set the scene real quick. You're at camp, probably later at night, not late night, like not before you all go to bed and do watches and stuff, but you two, I guess, would be sitting wherever you want to sit. Arminius is working on something, but you all can't tell what he's working on. And again, he's sitting on a blueprint.
I think it's in the car, my guy.
Yeah, he's got to cover himself with a blanket, but because it's cold. Brock, what are you doing? Just so I know. Because if we're stopping, I need to know what everyone's doing.
Yes. Brock We'll read.
Okay. Give him the book.
That look.
And Doot is right on your little head. Doot likes to spend time with you all as well, which is really funny. Even around Arminius, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna choose you guys.
That's really funny.
But go ahead.
I believe I saw back in the cavern that Aymer showed us. You and Brock were messing with something, and I think you shoved something in your bag. What was that?
Tyrall will bring his backpack around, open it up, and start pulling out bloody strips of paper.
Ah.
This was with the clothes that Brock found. I have not taken the time to attempt to piece them back together or decipher what they say.
Does it look like like strips of a piece of paper?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it like actual multiple pieces of paper?
It's multiple pieces of paper, and it's parchment. It's very thick pieces of paper, but yeah.
Okay. But it's like shredded up.
It looks very similar to what is in Aymer's journal. So that kind of parchment.
No, this is
He's gonna immediately
what I found.
like sweeping towards them and just start trying to put them together.
I'm glad you're doing that, because I wouldn't have
He
the
said, "Ooh, a
patience
puzzle?
for it."
Give me."
Cyrus, you keep those.
So, where did you find these?
Brock sniffed them out behind a little rock alcove inside of the grotto.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't pay much attention to them. He was more happy about the bloody clothes that he found, so I figured might
Bloody
as well take
clothes?
these. Yeah, the clothes that he washed in the river were with these.
Ah,
I don't know
like a new RDM.
what it says.
It's not anything specific. It definitely looks like Aymer's handwriting, though. It's not anything specific.
Oh,
It's probably
wow.
like one of his joking...
A ripped out page.
Yeah.
Oh! Wow, that was
What timing?
serendipitous.
What timing? In actual
Shut up.
life. That's wild. But yeah, so it's probably... That actually probably really does happen. And yeah, it's nothing particular. It does have blood all over it, but it probably is like a stupid joke or maybe a song that he wrote or something like that. It's not anything in particular, but it is definitely, you recognize his handwriting.
So nothing.
It's nothing in particular, no.
No murder.
It's a
murder
very
log.
No, it's a very that's really funny. No, it's a very overly bloodied page though, like most of it, and you can see that some of the ink is actually smeared from some of the blood. It looked like maybe he had tried to wash the page and it just wasn't working, so he tore it out. But like, yeah, it's an overly bloodied page. You can make out like some like half of what was written, and it does maybe look like song lyrics or something that he wrote. And then as it goes, because of almost all of the page is covered in blood, you can tell that he just started to bleed, and so then he just probably
Ripped it
tore
out.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seem to be anything particularly interesting, necessarily.
I need to check something real quick.
Do you tell him that it's Aymer's? Because I'm sure you won't. I mean, unless Tyrall inferred that, because you're inferring from what
Yeah.
you know that it's Aymer. I don't know if they know that it's Aymer. Tyrall, would you infer that it was Aymer, or would you?
I would assume it's Aymer since it was
Homie, he's
in
on
his
the.
grotto.
He's laying it on the ground and doing it. I'm
But that
assuming he's
doesn't mean that he
Made the
assumes
connection,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I have told you, so Cyrus may get that information, but that does not mean over the table wise. You know, that doesn't mean they know. Cyrus or Tyrall and Brock.
What are you
I don't
doing?
have it. I was seeing if I had, like, detect
Mending?
magic
Oh.
or something like that. Something that I could check the pages with, but I'm not that type of cleric.
No, you're not. You are specifically not.
Seems
So-
Aymer didn't want these extremely bloody pages in his notebook.
Well, he probably didn't want them to infect the rest of the notebook now, did he? He's very particular about that thing.
Even though it's already looks over at Brock reading, coated in blood.
Well,
He'll just gather up little scraps.
with
and
his track record, who knows
shove 'em in his
what
pocket,
you
I
have
guess.
to look forward to.
One
But-
can only imagine. He just
Ah!
inserts himself whenever.
Oh.
Ooh,
Sorry.
that's some intense reading.
One can only imagine.
was some very-
How far is Brock
Which,
getting?
I mean, for Brock, yeah, it would be.
It would be
intense.
literally
Yeah.
just like that, yeah. What have you read so far, Brock? You wanna tell the class?
Yes. Hey. Do you all know where the Golden Plains are?
The Golden Plains.
You would know, yes.
Oh, yes, Brock, I do know where they're at.
They are
Oh,
right here.
Ooh.
And Tyrall, you would understand that the Golden Plains are met by a lavender field of orchids, like really beautiful, tall. I say orchids because it's the closest thing that I can think of, but they're like 6-7 foot tall purple flower
Hey,
fields.
yo.
And then the Golden Plains are actually a field of wheat, like a huge, massive field of wheat that is used by Grander and South Sunseft for crops and stuff like that.
Yes, Brock, I do know what the Golden Plains are.
Oh. Can we go there someday?
Someday, Brock, when we figure out how to make the food better. Because I imagine that the Golden Plains may not be so golden right now, with what we know what's going on.
what are the Golden Plains?
It's probably one of the largest plots of land I've ever seen of just wheat.
Wheat and
It's
giant
very-
lavender flowers.
It's very beautiful.
It is extremely beautiful. But I'm worried now it's more of a golden pink plain.
Oh no.
I don't know for sure, but from what we've seen on the farm, it's my concern. In fact, if we don't find much up here, that's probably where we should go next. It is one of the largest food sources of wheat for that area. I imagine if somebody's causing this to happen, that'd be one of the places that they want to attack.
That would make
Oh.
sense. Where are these golden fields located?
They're down towards the border of Savrukian, Grander, and South Sunset, in that area where they all connect.
Sunseft.
Sunseft.
F.
Yeah, that's an F.
Yeah, there's North Sunset and South Sunset.
Yeah.
And South Sunset.
Sunset?
Sunset.
Hey.
Language hard.
Well,
Hard language
is hard
hard.
when they're words that you
Don't
as
know.
a person don't actually really know. Yeah.
Nope. I'm just reading things that Courtney has come up with.
Yes. They're just words I came up with pretty
That
much.
should have been North and South Dakota.
Oh.
I spit on myself. Yeah, North and South Sunseft.
And while we travel, we should be on the lookout for someone named Magnus.
Magnus?
From the sound of it, they were a best friend of Aymer, and so if we find him, we might be able to find Aymer too. But we can't. We
Does it seem
can't
like
let
they're-
others know where Magnus is. Magnus needs to hide.
How do we find somebody hiding? Possibly from an entire drug cartel.
If you know anything about the Wilhelm boys, you will know. They do not hide very well.
Well, if he's anything like Aymer, I can completely
The Wilhelm
understand
boys. So that's...
It's his twin brother.
Didn't... He told us about that, didn't he?
Oh
But he had
yes,
a
Yes, he
Aymer
did.
has a twin brother. Yes.
Others have said it too, specifically whenever we were in the capital buying things. There was a few people that found it odd that
Yeah.
he was not with his twin brother.
I do remember that, yes.
And so there was one lady very concerned that he was not
The,
with them.
the tailor, I believe.
Yes.
Interesting.
They...
Does it say that he's with the cartel that Aymer's with?
No, I
I
didn't hear anything about that.
Yes, didn't get that far, but it's something to go off of.
From my understanding, it seems that Magnus more prefers the drink than the drugs. And whoring around.
I see.
Sounds like a wild brother to have.
And
Aymer's
Aymer
not
isn't.
too much better.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That family is riddled with nightmares.
Literal or actual?
You choose.
I'll have to meet more of them.
They also have a younger sister.
That I did not know about.
She is preferred by their father, so she's still there. Unlike the brothers, specifically Magnus.
Vinnick, how do you know all of this about the Wilhelms?
Well, I know a lot about many of the governors. I have to get a lot of their approval to work on anything, unfortunately, because of the way Gunnar has the system set up. And you can tell he's very annoyed when he says it. But because of that, Arthur Wilhelm, their father, is the only one in possession of the Willow Steel refineries. And so any projects that I have to do, I have to go through him. And to go through him, you have to meet directly with him.
And that is what you made your fingers out of, correct?
Yes. And also, as you read, the spine of the prince from Rasmus.
Yes.
And I imagine the rails of your trains?
And the rails of my unblown up trains, yes. And some of the other things that we've created, so...
I bet that's a mighty pain.
Yes. And
Seems like
he
they've made
is,
quite a profit off of that.
unfortunately, greedy. So, to meet with him is the only way to convince him of anything. But he is not kind. And I have been around long enough to have dealt with him and seen the things that he has done to those poor boys. So,
Aymer did say one time that he got beat repeatedly.
yes.
Something tells me I'm not going to be a fan of this man.
No one is.
Did he say that?
He said he'd be better off with Tenzin than his dad. You can only
well,
assume.
Yeah, fair.
Magnus was more neglected and left. Aymer was the monkey, so to speak.
Understandable.
And you can tell by the way he acts, which he has not changed since his youth, that he is wont to be whimsical, and that is not a trait his father admires. So, you can only assume that he was not his father's favorite either, but more a favorite than not the younger brother, but the unwanted one.
Things are making much more sense now about why he is the way he is.
You pick something like drugs for a reason, and it isn't because it's fun.
Alright, well, I guess I'll take first watch tonight. Vinnick, we don't expect you to take watch, since you're just our guest on this journey.
And what do you expect me to do if something happens? Scare them with my tools?
No, you can... I'll leave that up to you. You do whatever you feel is appropriate.
My tools are specifically meant for creating things, not destroying them.
Oh, I'm sure the Viscount would be even more mad at us if we let something happen to you on these travels. So,
Depends
think
on
of
what
us-
grace I'm in at the moment with him.
Oh,
I do
no,
tend
he's-
to irritate him at times.
I think he likes you better more than us, so we'll do what we can to make sure that you're still around unharmed.
I do appreciate that.
Do you have magic, weapons, any means of defense?
I have some magic, but again, it's all for creating, not destroying.
So no.
I can defend myself if I need, but there has never been a need. So,
If there is a need.
I suppose we'll see when the time
Plans
comes.
to Tyrall, looks back.
In case there might be a need. I suppose we shall see when the time comes.
Well, do whatever you would like to do for the night. I'll be taking first watch. Cyrus normally takes the watch after me.
Alright. I only trance as you do, so I shall be up for a little bit longer.
All right. So Tyrell will get back up and just kind of pace around while everybody gets ready to go to bed.
What is everyone else doing?
Laying down the bedrolls, I guess.
Before you go to sleep, Brock will come over to Cyrus.
Doot is ever present on his little noggin.
Cyrus, before you go to bed,
Yes, Brock.
this is your first time here, right?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Am I sure this is the first time I've been to Drokar? Or Indigo North, whichever you're asking.
Yes.
Yes, Brock. This is my first time in both Drokar and Indigo North.
Okay. So it was not Cyrus, but it was a Cyrus.
Tabaxi?
Maybe?
He just like flicks his ear.
In Aymer's book, he talks about being in love with somebody, and then it sounds like a Cyrus swooped in and took her away.
Well,
And she loved him and not Aymer. And so,
I can assure you for multiple reasons that is not me.
okay.
What are you looking at, huh? You got something to say? Huh?
The secrets. You gave Brock the book, and now the secrets are out.
I
why,
was so.
why does Aymer hate cats? Love. Literally love. His
I
love was stolen by a cat.
That's a really weird sentence.
love that I put that all in a journal and somebody finally read it. I haven't given you all anything for Aymer because it was in the journal.
Yeah.
That's a good prop. Anyway, God, it's so
Brock.
good.
Okay.
For multiple reasons, that is not me.
That's good. But I think that explains why Aymer did not like you.
Doesn't like me, I see. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Okay. And sorry about your book. Brock will try to find you another one.
And when you say that, Arminius is like,
you don't need to
do
do
not.
that. You don't need to do that, Brock. It was a nice gift, and I very much so appreciated it. But
Don't eat the ravens. Don't steal the books.
Those books.
as much as I would like it,
And Arminius looks so serious because he's like, the funny thing is he doesn't really have proper posture when he's tinkering on things.
He's
so
just
he's
hunched.
like hunched over like his tools or whatever doing his thing, and when you say that, he looks up, but it's like just enough where his eyes are peeking over his glasses, and he's like, don't do that. Those books are afforded to the scholars of the Ankapent Academy, which he is not. So do not do that.
fucking no, you don't know anything
Please
about
and thank
dick.
you.
Oh, okay.
Fuck
Those-
you, what do you have to say? I can't write your fucking book.
Those people work very hard on those books, and so for you to steal it would be wrong. Please do not do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, don't steal
my
the
fucking
books.
book
Steal
back.
everything from Odin.
And then with that, Brock will then wander over to Arminius and
Didn't make the rounds tonight.
And now he's like, oh,
yeah, look what you did. Look at what you did, Dick.
I've made myself known. Dang.
is it okay that dude hangs out with Brock?
And he's tinkering, and when you say that, he's like, please, take Dude away from me. It is perfectly fine that he hangs out with you instead of me. I promise.
Okay. Come on, dude.
And when he says that, he's like, weep, 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 and he's like, I don't care. He looks right at him. Right at Dude.
It's like when the droids talk in Star Wars and they can understand, but no one watching understands what the fuck they're saying.
As Brock walks away to go lay down, he'll pet Dude and be like, "It's okay, Dude. Brock cares."
And Dude does the beep, 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 beep. It's real cute. And you can hear as you're walking away, everyone can hear him go, yes, yes, sure. Like, he's just real indignant about the whole thing.
It's really funny. You don't seem very fond of the creation you made.
Oh, I'm fond of it. The fact that I created it, the fact that it gained sentience along the way, is something
Sentience.
to be frustrated about.
So you did not create it in that manner.
I created it with mechanical
doing?
pieces.
Sorry. Oh, no, your phone.
I created it with mechanical pieces, and I used arcane magic to make sure that it could come to life. I did not, however, give it the sentience to talk back to me.
I
It
see.
somehow, along the way, and he looks over to Doot,
And they both just kind of go,
gained that itself. And it's like, beep, 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 beep. And, like, you can tell it's really, like, frustrated, and he's like, shut up, you stupid droid.
what?
Gain sentience. That's
Don't tell me you're gonna buy FrostCon's Duke now!
Oh, that's
What do you mean?
It
That's
gained
a-
sentience.
that's a
R.I.P.
perversion
dude.
of life.
No! Stop it!
He said it
You don't have to cleanse everything!
My entire existence is to cleanse.
Maybe chill the fuck out then!
Cleanse Doot.
No!
Ooh.
That's a war crime!
It's Odin. He is a war crime.
Oh.
That's so freaking funny. And
Oh.
it gained
That's not a good thing.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
No! Don't cleanse Dude! God!
Tyrall's just looking like
Are you just
It's
looking at it like, I'm gonna kill this thing?
sentient.
Stop it!
Now that, we can both agree, deserves to be killed. What? And he just, like, looks at Dude and he's like, it's like, I
Vinnick.
don't care. Yes.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you right now.
Which is all I would require of any of you.
I'm having some very big moral conflictions with that thing being sentient.
Dude is harmless.
Yes,
An
Duke
annoyance.
is cool.
An annoyance. A great inconvenience at times. And an annoying little... but... harmless, nevertheless.
Why not keep him with Nico then?
He's useful when he wishes to be. He just seems to not wish to be for me most of the time. And Dude's like, pew, 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 pew. And the little arcane wings go, wee, 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 wee.
I love him so much. I'm actually in pain.
So it's okay, so's Arminius.
Is this the only thing you've ever imbued with magic that's become
Sentient.
sentient?
Yes.
Joints hurt.
And you have no idea how.
No, I'm...
He highlighted a message and said, "Yay, war crimes."
That's really funny.
Who said that?
Armor
Oh,
Doggo.
yeah.
He literally
spent channel points.
He redeemed 100 channel points to put that highlighted as well. That's so great.
This is why we love him.
Screenshot.
Yes.
I love that we can do
Yes,
that
you
now.
can.
Yeah, we can.
I screenshotted that.
Yeah,
Underdoggo.
that's so-
That's
funny.
pretty good.
Yay, war crimes.
I'm more than understand
God, that's so.
why he gained sentience. When he gained his sentience, I'm not so sure of.
But it's not something you did.
Not personally, no.
So we'll chalk this one up to a divine intervention.
If you must, yes.
That's what makes sense to me.
Could Nika have his magic? Correct.
I don't understand his magic working in that way. But then again, they are secret, and the Circle only knows as much as they're allowed to know.
Which is very little. Nico could have the opportunity to do so. Though he doesn't usually act of his own accord without stutteringly telling me what it is he's doing.
I see. He's
He
quite
knows very well not to act without my permission.
Oh, well, he's been nothing but harmless, and he is good entertainment for Brock. So I see no reason to let him keep being Doot.
As I said, irritating, obnoxious, but harmless.
Well, I suggest everybody gets rested up before we get to the city tomorrow.
young. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go fervently pray
Oh.
because
No, the death in your eyes. Oh.
I'm greatly concerned just the reaction we'll have at the gate. So I want to go pray for a miracle.
Brock, would you like to train a bit more?
1,000-yard stairs unsettling.
Yes.
I'm
I
going to
think-
go pray.
Based off of our physicality, the way that I train you might be more beneficial to you than Tyrall's.
Probably.
He's very,
I
Broad.
don't know. Dodgerock was very effective.
broad.
very large.
Yeah, just, I think Aymer, what did Aymer call you? A giant muscly freak?
Yeah, that.
You large man, is exactly what he said.
Yep. Yep.
You're a big boy.
All right.
Dude, you stay here.
Armor Doggo said, yay,
I
war
know,
crimes,
I
my
know.
favorite activity. Oh! Dungeons and Divergence does not condone
Condone
the
war
use of
crimes.
war crimes,
Please, no.
War
go
crime
worse.
bad.
Well, it's not a war crime until they write it down after the fact.
That's so funny. Until there's documentation, it is not a war crime.
The Geneva Convention is just,
Oh!
what did Canada do in World War II? That's all it is.
Oh.
Oh. Anyway.
Oh, Canada.
Oh.
They're violent.
Brock, stand
Yes.
here. Repeat what I do. And he is
Okay.
going to... You watch Avatar, right?
Yes.
Of course.
Who hasn't?
He basically kind of
Actually, my husband hasn't.
leads you through some routines that are kind of a mix of waterbending and firebending. You know how those two styles look?
Mhm.
It's kind of like a mash between the two.
Okay.
It's
okay.
it's like core strength based, but it's also very fluid. You can definitely tell this is how he fights. This is how he's trained, and he teaches you how to center your gravity so you can like throw opponents off of you, so you can dart around them quicker, so you can find the soft spots faster with your dagger. He leads you through like a whole series of steps to increase your confidence with your mobility. Essentially.
And as you're doing that, dude is just flying around the two of you, kind of stopping every now and then when you all do.
It's like lands on one of our heads or a shoulder.
Yeah.
On
And-
Brock's snoot.
And as you're doing that, Arminius keeps looking up because he hears Duke flying around. He's like, stop bothering them.
He's no bother. As he flips Brock onto the ground.
Wow. Oh.
If you want to, you make a performance check.
Performance check.
Yeah.
One of those.
You make a perception check, actually.
Oh, it's not bad actually.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Wow.
Perception, you say?
Hey!
23.
What did you get?
18.
So you're able to train him well enough that he can understand dexterity and how to move himself a little bit better. I might actually look for an actual stat for that to give you. It might be
Like a
a
special
plus to your
feat.
dexterity or something like that. Or yeah, like a special feat or something just from learning a new fighting style from Cyrus.
And it's definitely,
Cool.
you can tell he's watched how you fight, and he figures, okay, I'm going to take how I fight and how you fight. What's the best compromise between the two? Like, he's thought about this, like how to train you.
Yes.
Especially after that.
That glorious moment.
He
That
got
was pretty
punted
great.
across the field by a golden fist. Yeah.
That's really cool.
He said, that's not working. We're going to try something different. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So you got that
Brock
cool
moves like
water bending,
this,
fire bending.
And Brock push you like this.
A little more with the elbow.
Elbow.
You want to use your forearm and not necessarily your hand.
Forearm. Brock only has 2 arms.
Ooh, that's so. And you just hear from the distance. Oh my.
All right. Let me explain. So you have your hand, your fingers, your hand,
And
your wrist,
his
your forearm.
forearm is only one.
Is this section of your arm.
Okay.
Oh no, his counting is gonna get so messed up now. Oh no.
Your elbow,
Elbow.
your upper arm,
Upper arm.
shoulder.
Shoulder.
There.
Cyrus,
Yes.
He's not going to retain any of that.
I know.
it
but-
may be better instead of forearm, lower arm. Just
I
for
suppose
him.
we can change it to that, yes. So your lower arm.
Lower arm.
Yes.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Toddlers.
I suppose you're right, yes.
I have
Geneva
experience.
Convention, more like Geneva suggestion.
I knew you were gonna say that. I was waiting. I knew someone was gonna say it. I knew it.
I love him so much more.
Oh, that's so funny.
Special guest star on next week's session, Armadoggo.
My new friend.
Anyway, moving away from that fast, quickly now.
So use your lower arm, so there's
Yes.
more strength behind it.
Okay. Elbow. Lower arm.
Good. Yes. And then
Yes.
you want to pivot like this. He shows you the 1, 2, 3 step sequence.
Pivot.
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 We're going to hear him in the next fight. And pivot.
And pivot.
Pivot.
Lower arm.
He yells to Aymer, Pivot, Aymer!
It's him fighting now. It's just going to be the pivot the couch. Pivot.
Yeah, from
He's
front.
been
Yeah.
muttering the whole fight.
Yep.
Pivot.
Pivot.
All right. I think you did well. That should be enough for tonight.
Yes, that was very effective.
That's a big word for you.
Yes, Brock is learning words.
I'm very proud of you. Let's go to bed.
Yes. Boop boop beep.
Boop boop beep.
And if you're looking, Arminius looks up like he's going to say something, and then he's like, never mind. And just goes right back to what he's doing.
When Brock makes the boop boop beeps, he motions to Doot to follow.
Yep. And Doot does. Doot does.
God, I love dudes so much.
Brock will go and lay down, pull out the blankie.
Yep. So Tyrall, you're
Sure does,
still
doesn't he?
doing your rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Cyrus, are you going to bed?
Going to speak.
Going to sleep. Okay. Okay. And Tyrall, if you want to make a perception check for me.
If there's any animators that want to animate that, I
Or
got a
just
song for you.
Animate everything we ever do. Yeah. I want an animation of Arminius with Doot.
Oh, you better be good.
Excuse me.
Okay. You don't die yet.
Dirty 20.
Oh, hey.
So
you only suck when we're fighting people.
So randomly, Tinsit. No, I'm just joking.
Oh.
That's so funny.
Myself. Not you, myself.
Doot, why didn't you say you work for Tinsin?
Oh, no. Dude's like,
That's so funny.
Beep boop beep boop.
Nothing happens. You do
We all
see
die.
that you would have thought that by now
I will also say he wrote down the coordinates in
Okay.
case Aymer showed up again.
you would have thought by now that Arminius would have gone to sleep, but he hasn't. He's actually working on something very specific, and it's starting to kind of come together, and you're noticing that it looks like a watch, but you can't exactly tell like what it is. And he's engrossed, and he does still kind of have the magic kind of going around he's doing it. And his eyes are, he has one of the biggest magnifying glass over his eyes.
Vinnick,
Yes.
that looks very interesting. What are you making?
And he's quiet for a long time. It is just a project I decided to pick up suddenly.
What's it gonna do?
It is a... And he looks like he's... Because since the month that you've been traveling with him, pretty much... Well, not the... It's... Well, I mean, pretty much...
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been close to a month.
Really?
It's been... Yeah, I mean, because you have traveled... You got there, you knew him for a few days, then you traveled, and it's close to a month. It's been about... Remember, traveling there, it's about 2 weeks. So, 2 weeks turns into 3 weeks, turns into 4 weeks. So, the couple of weeks you've known him, I can't give you the exact time limit, but the couple of weeks that you've known him, he's been very... He speaks slowly, but he's quick to answer, quick to ask questions, and always seems like when he speaks, he knows exactly what he's saying, and it's very calculated. This time, he's trying to come up with an answer that seems suitable enough to get you to shut up. And he's very uncomfortable with it. It is a source of entertainment.
Okay. I have no idea what anything that you are doing is, so I guess I'll see whenever you're done.
Perhaps, yes.
Alright, well, I'm going to expand my perimeter. There's something I want to look for while we're here. I would like to investigate for flowers.
Oh, well, okay.
Is that what you were gonna do?
God, we did it again! Motherfucker.
Go ahead.
Dice, where are you? Investigation, where are you? 6.
Good job.
Oh,
Good thing I was gonna do it anyway.
yeah. No. You don't really see anything. I'm assuming you're looking for the flowers, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, no, you don't really see anything.
Okay, cool. Then, probably the last 30 minutes of his watch, he's going to kind of sit down next to the fire and pull out his letters of Odin, and he's going to read for about 10 minutes. And then he's getting more and more, he's been getting more and more uncomfortable the longer that he's in this territory.
Yeah.
And he's just going to... Odin. I know I'm not traveling with the company you would prefer, or in the land that you would like me to be in, but please, by your grace, let this go smoothly so that way we can help the Viscount. And if it doesn't go smoothly, just let us get out of here as fast as we can. Oh, I need to go wake Cyrus up now. I'll just go get Cyrus. With Cyrus
Stop
up
on
for
sale,
his watch.
I threw up!
What now?
I threw up!
Mom, I threw up.
Arminius wasn't saying anything. He said he wouldn't clean up my throw up.
I don't
Mom,
want to go to
there.
school tomorrow.
My
I
tummy
did
hurts.
not throw up. I am just
Yet.
probably on the verge
Yeah.
Yeah, so yet.
of anxiety throwing up. Cyrus, it's time.
Alright. He just opens his eyes. Does not want to be awake. Alright. Dude, go. Lay down.
The Vinnick's still up, tinkering.
And just kind of, looks over at him.
Yeah, and he is. And you didn't see it before, but it's the Misty is kind of... And around his hands and the object he's working on, and his eyes are. You can still see his eyes, but they're definitely glazed over with a fine, glowing, like maroonish purple, and he has all of the magnifying glasses zoomed in on the thing that he's working on.
Interesting.
Again, hunched.
Tyrall?
Yes, Cyrus.
Do you think we're going against our orders by keeping Brock alive?
Our orders? Which orders? Those orders. I'm going to say.
He has an unusually
against-
serious look on his face.
It's not against my orders to keep him alive. But as far as his ailments go, that is not particularly my realm of expertise. I deal more with, and he'll with that,
Gesture, yeah.
but in more
Gesture towards
severe,
Arminius,
yeah,
who's
but in more
tinkering.
serious cases, I have slain Brock's type before.
They are
Only
used as
on it.
cannon fodder at times, yes.
Yep. They're not the most respected in Hellas courts. But no, the longer we are with him, the more concerned I get that something bad will happen. But I also can't assure you that I can keep him alive without somebody with Aymer's talents. Because as of right now, I could purify him, but I'd also be sending him to Valhalla.
He just kind of looks over to where Brock is sleeping.
With Doot on his shoulder.
I wish it
Something
hadn't
that
happened to him.
Something that conflicts me every night, because he did not choose it,
No, he didn't.
and
He's a good kid.
he's managing it well. He's only had one slip up since we've been around him.
Better than the others I've had to deal with.
Better than the ones I've had to deal with as well. All the ones I've dealt with have chosen it for themselves and embraced it full-heartedly, and never tried to satiate themselves in other ways.
No.
It's one thing to come across a farming village and everybody's been bled dry.
Mm-hmm.
It's another thing to see somebody actively try not to be that, even though they have that ailment. It conflicts me every day, Cyrus. Part of me says, we need to cleanse it. The other part of me says, this is the most I've ever seen anybody fight against it, and I want to see how well they can fight against it.
Same here.
But it still stands. The moment he slips, we can't allow it.
No. I just hope that day never comes.
And I will say, if we can find ourselves the right type of diamond, which...
The right type of diamond.
Yes, the right type of diamond. One large enough to be used as an offering.
Ah, I see.
Which, thankfully, we're going to a place that will have the best access to them besides a dwarven kingdom.
I suppose it would, wouldn't it?
Yes. But you thought their Kokras were expensive. That will be expensive.
It's better than us dying.
But if we have that, I can guarantee
How much
we
gold
can
do you
save
have?
him. As of right now, I still have about 1,800 gold left.
That's about how much I have. A little under you.
It'll be plenty to buy it, but it will
I
wipe us out.
do think if the only thing we do in that city is get diamonds, I think that is what we need to do.
If we can get at least 2, we can...
I would rather have the safeguard than nothing at all.
If we get 2, we can take care of Brock and one other party member if needed. If we only get one, then we have to choose, do we take care of Brock, or do we save it for an emergency?
At this current point in time, I feel as though I'm leaning more towards emergency.
I am too.
He seems to be able to satiate himself right now.
It's been months, and he only had to slip up in the first 4 days.
And I think that was more because he was scared than anything.
I think it was too.
Which is why I'm trying to train him. And not pelting him with rocks.
Sadly, Cyrus, I only know one way of training people, and it's
I'm
the way
aware.
I was trained.
I'm aware.
Obviously, I'm not the person for it.
I just think for him, he needs something a bit different.
Why do you think I haven't been training him?
I know.
He's never going to fight like me.
No.
He's never going
He's
to
never
learn
going to
how.
fight like me.
No, but the way you teach him was better suited for him.
He's just more nimble than you are.
Correct.
That is the way I was trained, so that is the way I know how to do.
Also, somebody just rolled a dice.
Yeah, she sure did, didn't she?
Yep.
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that. I'm just gonna pretend like it's for Arminius listening in on this conversation, and I'm not gonna imagine any other scenario. Oh, hey, Aymer came out of the forest.
Nope.
No.
But if we can acquire 2 diamonds, I will be happy.
As will I.
So I'm going to rest up, because tomorrow is going to be a very difficult day for me.
Understood.
So, if he doesn't sleep, I don't know what to do about that, but that's his ordeal. But
It's on him.
what he's making looks interesting.
Stop doing that. Stop it. What are you rolling? Stop. Stop. Stop making that face. What are you doing?
Roll one more.
Stop
Roll
it.
one more.
God, I hate this game.
Brock, join the dark side. Give in.
No.
Bits
No.
for Brock being
You
on
have to
the dark
survive
side.
until Aymer gets back.
Yeah, you don't want Aymer to come back and see that Brock
Absolutely
is
not.
gone. Good luck with that.
No.
If you subscribe, Brock will give in.
That's
No.
so
No.
Funny.
Stop it.
Darth Brock.
That's pretty funny.
But if you go check it out, he told me it's for entertainment purposes.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. I suggest you go look at it, but maybe from afar.
Where's
He didn't-
Where's Doot?
Doot is on Brock. Doot is
Is Doot speeping, or is Doot
technically,
just
yes.
chilling?
You can tell that Doot's wings are not moving and that he's not moving, so it looks like he's
Doot's
shut off.
speaking.
Yeah. And if you listen close enough, it goes "Broop," just like that little thing. Every now and then.
We found a use
That's the
for it.
funniest. Yeah.
Ooh, I love
But-
Doot.
Tyrall's gonna go prop himself up against a tree and trance it out.
Coolio.
After like 10 minutes, Arminius.
When you say his actual name, he's like,
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. I'm so used to calling him Arminius.
yeah.
No, he would say, Vinnick Sommermark.
Yes.
Do you know anyone, or are you capable of scrying on people?
No, that is not a capability of mine.
And do you know anyone who is?
I might. Why?
Oh, slower. That
What
flicks the little Aymer pendant.
And he raises his eyebrow. He's like, that
This is
helps me
what
not.
Aymer gave us, so that he was able to scry on us. But he should have found us by now. So, on my loose understanding of arcane magic, this could be used as a focus for him since it belongs to him, correct?
And he's, after the initial, him looking at you and looking at the necklace, he doesn't look at you when he's
That's fine.
speaking. But I'm not well adversed in arcane magic either.
Kind of looks at the magic he's doing then and is like, well, if it's not arcane, then what are you doing?
You said you looked at it? Him
Yeah,
him
like,
doodling
he's
on the
doing
little
his thing,
him doodling on his little thing.
Yeah, because he has the little glowy hands.
Mhm.
He figured it was arcane, so he kind of looks over like, oh, what are you doing then?
That would make sense for Cyrus not to know the
Yep.
difference.
And he really has no way to check.
And I mean, just because he can actually do arcane things doesn't mean he's casting arcane magic.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean that arcane magic's not going through him. It just
So,
he
with the
doesn't
way
know
he
what
said
he's
it,
really
he's like,
doing. He's just
Oh,
tinkering.
you're not doing arcane magic then. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's just kind of, huh?
Though, perhaps somebody that I know in the place that we're going might be able to help.
He kind of looks over to Tyrall. Would they be willing to help if Tyrall was not with us? More willing.
I don't know. They are not a tiefling or a drow.
I see. Well, what do you what do you mean? What do you?
They might be more apt to helping, considering what they are.
I see.
So, though I do not know if that is a power they possess, I've never needed to ask.
If you don't mind, I would greatly appreciate asking them.
I'm not fond of favors. And then he looks up and he looks so tired. But that's fine. And looks right back down and keeps doing his thing.
I appreciate it.
Flowers.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I was gonna do.
Hmm?
Flowers. 'Cause I had the thought, and then
yeah.
he said it.
Yeah.
Before I could. So we get up, do his little perimeter check, check for flowers while he's going around.
Oh, roll an investigation check. Darth Brock.
You. Not you.
Oh.
So it's 14.
I mean, you can see maybe one, but I mean, where you are is not in a forest, and they're just not. You're getting the sense that they're not
what kind of
as.
terrain are we in?
I told you it's just plain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just stretch of flat land pretty much, and it's getting colder, so there's not very many trees or anything. It's just pretty much flat land or hill, like rolling hills, that sort of stuff. But that's about it.
It shouldn't take us too long to get to the capital.
You forget that Savrukian is the size of Russia, so these places
I
are
know,
still big.
But you said that from Delilah's place to the border, you said that was 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
So that'd be, what, a couple days?
That's. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll say a week then. So, yeah. Yes. So about a week.
So I feel like 2 weeks from Delilah's to
Yes. I forgot that I had said that was 2 weeks.
the border is... I feel like that should be longer than 2 weeks, but you're the DM, so I don't really care.
So, it also depends. So, you also have to take into consideration travel time based on map and compass.
Yeah, I
You
know.
all were following a trail,
Yeah.
so it's easier to go straight when you know you're just going straight or turning or something like that. Versus being like, well, I remember it was kind of in this direction, and the
Yeah.
compass is saying this is north, so this should be the right way, you know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, especially with what he did. So yeah,
Yeah, and the cart mods.
yeah. So yeah, about a week. But neither here nor there at the moment. So you
Flowers.
you find maybe one and a half, maybe like
One and a half?
well, a flower and then like a bulb.
Oh,
You know, like
I guess what we have.
or maybe a flower and a dead flower. You know.
No, flower and half a flower.
Yeah, just cut directly in half.
Cut in half.
But yeah, you don't really see much. You're kind of getting the sense that while they're pretty much everywhere, they're definitely not as obvious on flat land, mostly in forest.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
But
Start.
once
I
you
didn't sleep at all last night.
Once you come back,
You heard me.
and that's so funny. Once you come back and you...
That wasn't by my choice, though. My joints hurt.
Okay.
Yes,
Can I try my conversation one more time?
No.
Yes.
Thank you. Once you come back and you sit down, Arminius doesn't really say anything for a minute, but then... So... What is it like following the Roshari car?
Kind of like... He's sitting, and he's getting comfortable, and he pauses.
He's like, huh?
And he goes...
And again, he's not looking up at you. He's just tinkering away on the little thing that he's working on. And you can tell that he's less tinkering now and more just kind of making sure it works.
Yeah.
But
How do you know that name?
I know a lot of things. Research is what I do.
Clearly.
And I'm curious. I've never met anyone from Ayakar that I know of. Other than, of course, Arthur and his family. But they don't embrace their heritage, so I'm curious. What is it like?
What in particular are you searching for?
You follow ancestors, you don't follow gods.
Not in the same way you do here, no.
And what I know of it, it's more of a lineage thing.
It is, yes.
Resembling that of the Githyanki, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So how does your powers work? Tyrall said that you were an exorcist.
He gets up and he goes over, takes off the scythe, he sets it down like in between him and Arminius.
And he's like he doesn't get excited, but he sees this thing and he's like, oh, and he like all of the little magnifying glasses come down and he's like hovering over this thing like, this is cool.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
And he actually like from like a pouch, like one of the little pouches he has, he actually pulls out these gloves and he puts them on before he starts touching it.
Oh, my scythe. Oh, I don't like you touching my scythe.
He put gloves on.
I know, I don't like people touching my scythe.
Well, he's touching
fine.
it.
It doesn't matter that much.
Called research.
Yeah, he's touching it. He's not like picking it up or anything, but he's just like, interesting.
Yep. And he'll tap the little icon, the holy symbol essentially, up at the top of the, like where the blade meets the actual staff portion. To put it simply, my abilities come from Sunalo, the golden tiger. Which is where my lineage comes from. Where the Tabaxi come from. She is essentially... we refer to as ancestors. By your terms, would be a goddess.
Yes. Just as the Githyanki, again. They call them ancestors, but it's just because... And he's saying this as he's, like, scanning this thing over. He is memorizing this boy.
He is fascinated.
Yeah.
I would be too, honestly.
That's just because they are the same race as them. So...
And he'll trail down over the tiger motifs carved into it, across the spiral pattern and towards the middle, where there's... So in the middle of his staff, there is a section between where he holds, that in the very center ring is some kind of... You know celestial, right? It's celestial, but it's a celestial you're not used to. It's from a different continent, from a whole different pantheon.
So it's still celestial, but it's a different dialect.
Yeah. It's like English in England versus English here and English other places.
In Canada.
Yeah. The same language, just
Different dialect, yeah.
Yeah. And it writes differently, too. And then there's a little space, and there is a gold band, a band of red, and then a band of some kind of, like, orangey, fiery-looking material. As he trails down, so this, and he taps the fire opal.
Yeah, he actually, as you're touching it, like as you go down to touch, he says, "Oh yes, the fire opal, right."
How much do you know
What do you mean?
about the Risharikar?
Only what is written. Which is the reason why I asked the priest the same question. I only know what is written. But we all know that writings and experiences are different.
Oh, okay.
So, I want to know what the experience is and how it actually works versus what's written about it. So I know everything here and what it is. I don't know how it actually works. Logically, I understand. Feeling, I don't.
So the fire opal, one of her main symbolistic materials. He moves down to the gold band. Basic gold. Serves as an offering, essentially. Then he moves to the middle red band. And these bands, he taps them both, are my blood worked into the scythe.
Interesting.
This is a weapon attuned to me.
Interesting. And so if anyone were to use it, say, the priest, would it work for him?
For him, it would be a normal scythe. The blade still functions, but the powers that channel through it will not work.
Interesting.
It comes from my connection to Sinalo, not from the scythe itself.
Interesting.
Just as his hammer works as a vessel, this works as a vessel for me.
I see. Does it feel the same as it would when he channels the Allfather?
To that degree, no. At least not that I have experienced. Though I can imagine
Curious.
the magic he wields, I would assume is the same, yes.
And you see he's looking at the scythe, and the magnifying arms go up. He stands up. He walks over to you, Tyrall, and he kneels down. Excuse me. I understand that you're sleeping. He doesn't even give you a minute to wake up. You're like, oh, and as you're opening your eyes, he's like, I understand that you're sleeping. I have research I must conduct. Please, with me.
Research, not.
Huh?
And
Axe.
he just stands right back up and walks back over to you, Cyrus.
Cyrus was just like, what actually are you doing?
Tyrall will walk over, see your scythe laying there.
Yeah, he's just like cross-legged in front of it and says like, what's happening?
Grab your weapons, please.
Just
Do you think that...
the hammer or everything?
Grab your weapons, please.
I don't think this...
And he
Tyrall
walks
goes.
a little bit away from camp, and he has like this purple journal open, and he's got a quill, and he actually writes with his left hand.
Fucking loser.
And especially with his prosthetics, yeah. So he writes with his left hand. And,
yeah.
And he's standing out there, his back to you all, expecting that you're just going to show up, like he said.
Tyrall
I
brings
don't...
And
the
he's
hammer,
writing some
the
stuff in it.
shield, the axe, and the crossbow.
I don't think this is the best time to be conducting
He walked away from camp, like he's
research.
far enough, like he's already walked away from camp and waiting for you all to follow him.
And Tyrall's just gonna bring everything over there.
Yeah. Vinnick, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't think this is the best time to be conducting this sort of research.
And he's not looking at me. So what I need you to do is... I'm curious what the feeling is for the both of you and what the difference is. So... And he sees that you brought all of your weapons, and he's like, forgive me, I must have not been clear enough for you. Just the one you use, primarily.
He just picks up the crossbow and the axe.
He drops the hammer, holds the crossbow.
He turns around, walks
Plot
about
twist.
10 feet back, sets him down, comes back.
You're a pretty decent way away from the camp that way, because he doesn't
He's
know
just
exactly what's
getting
going to
them
happen.
out of the way.
Yeah.
He leaves the hammer and the shield. This
And-
is what I go into combat with.
Which is what I
primarily.
need. Wield it, please.
He'll pick up the hammer and
And-
the shield.
He again, he's just writing something. He looks at you. Follow me, please. And he walks
What?
He walks like 10 feet
What
that.
are you doing?
He walks 10 feet to the left, and just stands there and waits for you. Are you following him?
Yeah, I'm following him.
I
and
fucking guess.
And he's writing. He's like, "Stand here, please." And then he just
What?
walks back to you, Cyrus. And he looks at you. Follow me, and walks that way.
He literally gives you a look. He's like, what?
Just-
What did I do?
And he walks 10 feet, so you guys are 20 feet apart.
Uh-huh.
And as you're standing there, he stands right in the middle. And he's actually a little bit more projected now. That way you all can hear him because you're 20 feet apart. All right, what I need you to do is channel your powers at the same time, please.
Which powers do you want? The ones
What-
that go through our weapons?
Yes. Well,
No.
I said yes, and then I realized, well, no.
Yeah.
No. And he said, no, don't do that here. I need you to channel your gods. I want to know what the feeling is, the experience you both have. I need to know the difference.
Why?
He doesn't answer.
Ah.
So,
We left Brock alone.
whether it be
Dude,
an attack. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
you're
no,
right,
Dude's
actually.
fine. Dude is actually a transformer. It turns into a giant mag. So, whether it be an attack or some holy divination you choose, I prefer to know what the experience is you're feeling, and I want to know detailed as you're doing it. At the same time, please.
Sorry. Are you
Tyrall just
Are we-
starts chanting
attacking?
in Celestial. He just starts chanting.
Stop
He's
it.
so cool. He's so cool.
We're trying to focus on something.
It's the chanting. I don't. It's so cool.
I'll add 17. I'm sorry. Are we... are you asking us to attack you? What is...
And he just kind of like he looks up from his book and he's like, "Why would I want you to? No,
Because it needs to be channeled
through you, through your weapon,
through an attack.
through an attack. That doesn't mean you have to hit me, does it?
No, I was just confused.
So just do the attack." And
He's like, what the
furiously
fuck?
scribbling something.
You
like,
notice, like, as
furiously.
you're all talking, Tyrall's voice goes from his voice to 2
He's so
to
cool.
4
He's so
to like 8.
cool.
Stop it!
He's so cool.
I'm picturing like holding
Yeah,
the hammer like
yeah,
right
whispering
in
to
front
it
of
a
him.
little
and
bit, and then yeah. God, I'm
Dude,
gonna.
I want you to smite me.
Thank you. Yeah.
Not Brock.
He's so cool.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
He's so cool. God.
As the voices alter and change behind him,
And as you're doing that, like as you start chanting and it starts getting louder and all that, Arminius immediately like he doesn't run, but he is quick walking right over to you, and he's like, Cyrus, if you're not entirely into it yet and you're still confused,
Yeah,
you
he's
can
like,
tell
what
he is like furiously writing, like he's real hyper focused on exactly what's
how
happening with
close
Tyrall.
is he to me?
Not super close, because he's very well aware of what you're capable of. He just walked in your direction so that he can, and he's walking in like a
Studying
very
you.
wide circle around you as you're doing it. So I would say, just to be safe, 20-foot radius, he's walking in a circle.
Okay. Because I assume you know what's about to happen.
Sure do.
Yep.
Bifrost.
Nope. Precursor to that.
Yeah, the good. He's
Yeah.
so cool. Oh, God.
So, as the voices go super apart from each other, they suddenly meld back together. Blinding flash.
Yeah.
Absolutely blinding
That's
flash.
not going to draw anything to us.
And Tyrall is now completely gold with the shining eyes,
Oh,
the
that.
shining whenever his mouth is moving, the lights coming out, the hammer's completely black, shield's completely black,
That animated.
black raven wings come out, and he's slowly just comes off the ground a little bit.
So freaking... Tyrall is so freaking cool, dude. Anyway.
So he's just gone into Crusader's stand.
And yeah, you can't see anything because you're doing that, but you see that Arminius is furiously writing something, and he's like talking to himself. This is so interesting. This is so, oh my god. Like he's like, yeah, he went Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
He's furiously writing every single detail that's happening.
So seeing that, so I was just gonna go. And he'll do, because it's kind of concentration, he'll do spend 2 key points to do Searing Slash.
Okay.
So that it stays active. It's not just like a one-time thing.
Yeah. And so,
So
when he sees that you're starting to do something, he's like,
will glow. The scythe goes.
yeah, and he's like, and he doesn't have to keep near as wide of a circle around you,
No.
but he still keeps a safe enough distance that he can watch what you're doing without accidentally getting dead.
Yeah. And unlike that, Cyrus can actually still like move around and do
Correct.
things. He's
Yeah.
just kind of concentrating on
Yeah.
it.
And he's furiously right, and he can tell that you're not in a whole,
And
whole
the-
trance. So he's like,
Yeah.
I need you to tell me exactly
And
what you're feeling
the
right now.
entire blade of the scythe goes
Yeah.
into flames.
And it's really cool too. Anyway,
So I did that one.
and since he can tell that you're, conscious, he's like, I need you to tell me exactly what you're feeling right now.
Define feeling. It.
Feeling. What is flowing through you? What are you feeling?
He kind of shakes the blade a little bit.
Is it fire in your veins? Is
Tsunala is a
it
goddess of fire.
is it through your veins? Is it through your heart? Is it through your muscles? What is happening to you?
He kind of like thinks about it because he's never really. It's just happened. He's never thought about it before. Yes.
Yes, what? All of them at once?
Yes.
Interesting. And he's like, quill on parchment. He is furiously
And
writing.
you know, like in anime when a character's eyes are glowing and like when they look around, it leaves like that little streak.
That's what it does for Tyrall.
Yeah, it's because his eyes are glowing like a bright blue.
Yeah,
So
that's
it
what
does the little streakies.
that's what Tyrall's does as well.
And his eyes go the little slits.
Yours don't do that when you're in Crusader's stand, because that's just blinding light coming
Yeah.
from your face.
Spotlight coming from your mouth.
But
But
like
when
mine-
you do anything else,
Yeah.
pretty much. Anytime you cast any other kind of magic, it does the golden light.
Yep.
That is so cool.
Yeah,
Anyway,
specifically,
he's
I'm sure specifically the symbol of Tsunala is probably pretty bright behind the fire.
Yeah, and you can, since you're still conscious, you can see that he's like, it looks like he's obsessing over this. Like he is full on, like, he can't even write
like,
as
see what
fast
he's
as
writing?
he. No, not because of the distance that he's keeping from you. But you can tell that it almost looks like he can't even keep up, like he's skipping pages or like
Like they
like
stick together, he
places.
just keeps going.
Yeah, like because he's just so furiously writing.
Probably just like, he's not doing anything. He'll probably just like go through his motions, flipping the scythe around, going through like his standard training steps. He's just kind
How
of
long does the
existing in
Crusader
it.
stance last? I think it's like an hour.
2 hours.
Oh my god.
Well, you have to think it's usually used for a battlefield.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
It's also used to KO yourself.
after like
No, Crusader stance is what keeps you from not dying immediately.
Yeah, that's
when
what
you do
let
it.
you KO yourself.
No.
Then you're gone for a little while.
No, the Bifrost is what does that.
Yeah, I know.
Crusader stance keeps you from imploding when it hits
Yeah.
you. It's
Yeah.
just more of like a, you know how like before this, I don't know why I'm using this as my instance, but you know how before you throw up, your mouth fills with saliva so you don't burn your mouth.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I
It's
know.
the saliva before the throw
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
That's all I
No.
can think.
But you don't usually use it unless you're doing the Bifrost, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
so it's
there's
but it's
other
keep him
stuff
from
that
exploding.
Crusader stand lets me do.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like all my attacks are now radiant.
It is real.
Hey, so if you want
be
subclass
honest
stuff,
with you-
Patreon.
Yeah.
I came up with that. I also came up with literally everything for Cyrus, actually.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
after like 3 minutes of me being in the trance, he'll set back down on the floor.
It would probably be a little bit longer than that just because he's studying you. He probably studies you particularly for about a good 20 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
so-
he's real interested in what you're doing because yours is more showy and he wants to know what's going on there.
I would be in a trance, but obviously aware of what's
Correct.
going on around me,
Yeah.
but not able to 100% communicate.
Yes, correct. Because you're chanting, and to keep it going, you have to do the chanting.
So
Oh yeah, we have bright light
after
too.
like the 20, 30 minutes,
Oh, it's 10 minutes.
I'd-
Okay.
go back down, the light would dissipate
Yeah.
as the wings come back in and the hammer regains its normal color along with the shield. And
And because he was speaking to you, so his with you was probably about 10, 15 minutes because he could actually speak with you.
Flame blade is concentration 10 minutes.
And he could actually speak with you about it.
Yeah.
And as soon as he's comfortable with that, and he sees that you're coming back out of it, he
Bum rushes
quickly,
you?
yeah, he quickly runs over to you, and he's like, "Tell me exactly what you were feeling in that moment, please."
when I start to chant the prayer for Crusader's Stand, as each voice mingles with mine, it is a trickle of Odin's power that comes into my being. And once all the voices are melded together is when I take the full brunt of Odin's presence onto myself.
And is that a feeling within your heart, your mind, your body, all of them?
It's a feeling of pure euphoria in my soul.
Interesting.
So we have fiery warmth and drugs.
Oh. Yeah, imagine if Aymer were here. I mean, sure, he would want to know what
Yeah.
Aymer's deal is. That would be
Probably.
that'd be really neat, too. Hey, can you take a line of Coke real quick so I can see what this is like?
No!
For science.
No!
It's for science.
No, leave the poor boy alone.
But yeah, and you also, Tyrall, you see that he is like furiously writing.
Like 6 pages of writing.
Yeah, I mean, probably more. I mean, he was going ham on them pages.
Yeah.
And then
Sure,
finally,
Cyrus is just doing him little thingy.
and finally, he's still writing next to you, Tyrall, and then he just kind of like steps back, keeps writing, and just walks back to camp. Yeah, he doesn't say a single word to you. All just walks right back to camp, plops right down on his blueprint, and just keeps.
On his blueprint.
Yep.
I'm going back to bed.
I don't know why he did that. Okay.
He's obviously enthralled by it, but I need sleep.
He is...
Different.
I thought Aymer was unpredictable.
No, that's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Good night again, Cyrus.
Good night, Tyrell.
I'm just gonna walk.
Yeah, they both just walk back in complete silence. Just go to their own respective spots.
Yep.
And he is still furiously scribbling when you come back. When you both come back, really.
Good night. I guess. Yep. Tyrell's back in his trance after not understanding it at all what happened.
Yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry, Cyrus is just as confused as Tyrell is. He's like, we were having a goodbye conversation.
Yeah, he just walks away. And will you make a perception check for me?
Yes.
Unless you're just actively watching him.
Actively watching Arminius?
Yeah. Or are you just like, weirdo? And just go back to your life?
Well, I mean, he's watching.
So then
He's also watching.
Then a perception check.
21.
Okay. You can tell, like, he's writing, and then all of a sudden he'll, like, do, like, a weird tick, and then he'll, like, shake his head and keep going, and then it'll happen again, and he, like, kind of, like, touches where his ear is, and he's, like, and, like, he's frustrated that it's happening, and then he just keeps writing. And it happens, like, a couple of times, and sometimes it gets a little bit more violent than others, and he, like... But it only happens, like, 2 or 3 times.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. And it just keeps going right back to writing.
Cyrus is so bad with social skills.
And then it's probably like 20 or so minutes, unless are you gonna talk to him about it?
He's sitting there with his mouth open, trying to,
Words.
and then just gives up.
It's like 20, 30 minutes that he's still furiously scribbling. You don't see any more of the ticks, and then he finally closes the book, lays it down.
You should probably get some rest.
I will. And then
Later.
he does. He lays down, and he trances.
Okay. This whole fucking party's whiplash.
Somebody needs an exorcism.
Somebody needs a cleansing.
Some god whispering in his ear. He has god magic, remember?
Somebody needs a Bifrost cleansing.
No, no more. I've had enough to last me a lifetime. We are not bathing you again.
Don't do that one.
Don't do that one.
Hey, if we're in the right
Don't that one.
situation, you all will thank me.
That is
It's
true.
gonna have to be a pretty bad situation in order for us to thank you.
You know, like a Tarrasque.
That's what it's made
That's
for.
that.
Bad situations.
Yeah, you know what? If we come across an ancient red dragon and you decide to Bifrost cleanse it, sure,
You're
then I'll
welcome.
thank you.
Or,
welcome.
you know,
Preemptively, you're welcome.
Aymer's dad.
You're
Aymer's
welcome.
dad.
Also, Aymer's dad.
You're welcome.
All of the Wilhelm entire manor just gets Bifrost cleansed.
That's so funny.
Oh,
Aymer's
it'd be a
like-
glorious sight.
They were
Hey,
like,
what happened over there?
yo, that's wild.
Anyway.
So what are we doing, guys?
Oh, renovations.
So tacos today?
Aw, man, Mom and Dad were in there. I'm hungry. Are you guys hungry? So funny. But yeah, so other than that, the night goes smoothly.
I gotta catch up on my notes. I'm so behind.
I wrote down Tyrall is dope, so you,
That doesn't help me at all.
No. That's the only note that needs to happen.
That actually doesn't help me at all, Jonas.
Arminius is crazy. Tyrall is dope.
I also,
That doesn't help me
I
either.
put down Cyrus Taijutsu training, so you're in there too. Don't worry.
Yeah, I already. Your notes. Everything about you stresses me out, Jonas. Your dice, your notes, your character sheet. God.
It is the next day, and Arminius is up. What is everyone else doing?
My notes.
Nope, and Tyrall is praying in a panic.
Cyrus is
'Cause he
eating
knows what
quietly because I have to
today
catch up
is.
on my notes.
Relax.
Yeah. Tyrall is violently praying.
Yep.
And just underneath the tree, head in the tree.
That's so funny.
No,
yeah, like against
Rosary
the tree.
just. Wait a minute, where is it?
Oh.
Oh, poor guy.
He's like, I am not ready for this
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be really weird. I bet it does feel very weird for you to go into enemy grounds with none of your brothers, just you. I can imagine that since you know that Drokar is like the war territory, and to never really go there unless you're in a flock of fools. Like you just, yeah, I'm sure it'd be very unsettling. What are you doing, Brock?
Brock gets up, sees Tyrall panic praying, and we'll go over and there. It's going to be okay.
Thank you, Brock.
You have Odin on your side, and Baldur is pretty awesome too, and so together we will be extra protected.
He said, oh.
He said, yes, Odin is on my...
Thank you, Brock.
You're welcome.
That's gonna be a good one.
I know.
It's all of Patrick's faces.
I know.
It's all of the...
Yeah. Or the.
Yeah.
Since you are busy praying, Brock can go find foods for everyone.
Actually, Cyrus is also probably writing in his journal.
Yes,
There's a
Brock.
lot of
Crazy he is.
shit that's
Remember.
been happening.
Yeah.
20 minutes, bud.
Yes,
You've been doing really good.
20 minutes.
Actually, would you mind if I came along with you?
No.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
And he just he does his he has his book out, and again with his pen, and he's like, after you.
Okay.
And he just follows, and dude's like right behind him. All right. Are you getting food, are you getting food and food?
Not Brock food,
Dang.
but real people.
Everyone food.
Arminius is gonna be so upset. He's gonna be like, this isn't what I thought it'd be.
Bruh.
What the freak? You're wasting my time. Go ahead, roll a survival check for me.
Perfect.
What did you do?
No!
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's being watched by Arminius, and it's throwing off his rhythm. So that is 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Arminius comes up and he has his book, and he's like, what?
Oh, shh.
Shut up.
Are you struggling?
Yes.
Sorry. I suppose I shall leave you alone then. Seems like a waste of my time anyway. And he closes his book and starts walking away, and he's like, it's not what I wanted anyway. And just walks out of the forest.
Okay.
If you want to roll again now that nobody's watching you, you're more than welcome.
Please let it be good.
That would be so funny.
That'd be really funny.
It is better, but it's still in the Jonas realm.
Don't look at me.
So it's,
Don't. I can't
I'm
do anything about this.
So tired.
I let him roll again. I can only do so much.
I'm so
13.
tired.
Okay. You're able to find 13. Wow, all of the animals that have ever existed in God's earth has just
Rabbit.
gone.
I was thinking a hare too.
Yeah, okay, so another,
So, once again, brain length.
we'll do with a 14,
needs to
we'll
stop.
do, you got like,
That's
a
dangerous.
nice size rabbit, and then like maybe a small little baby rabbit.
Okay.
Not like a baby, but like a small rabbit.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful.
There's so much food on those.
Don't char it again.
Sacrifice.
No!
That's so funny.
Well, no, you shot and grassed the other one.
I did.
You ozoned it.
And when Brock gets back, he'll be like, Brock
Joints hurt so
didn't
much."
find much, but Cyrus, Brock found these.
All right.
This
thank you,
one's
Brock.
real nice, this one's not so.
Yes. Thank you, Brock. And I'll just take them, prep them, throw them on the fire. And we have more rations from Tyrall anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, that 45 pounds probably lasted us a while.
Yeah.
It lasts, I think, up to 24 hours before it disintegrates.
Oh,
into
does it
nothing.
disappear?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh,
It is not permanent.
Indeed.
Wow.
So you probably just go in there and you're like, oh, man.
Oh yeah, it's in spoils if uneaten after 24 hours.
I didn't know that.
That's why we
You've been
all
handing
eat
food
here.
out to everyone.
Yep. So
Poor Delilah went out the next day and she's like, bruh.
Or Doug was like, can I use the help action? But yeah. So you bring back those, you start to cook them up. And it's probably about 10 or so minutes that you've come back that Arminius, I have something for you.
For Brock?
A knife. No.
Yes, for you. And he looks a little uncomfortable, but he's like, and he pulls it out.
Wait. The puzzle piece is connected in my brain.
Oh. Yeah. And he hands you what looks to be a little bit bigger than what you had before that you stole off that man. A watch.
Mm-hmm.
And it is artificially infused. So now you can entertain yourself, and it actually plays back with you. So now you
Wow.
actually have a pocket watch game.
That
That's
makes
dope.
me. That makes me want to
That's
punch myself in the
dope.
face.
What?
That makes me want to punch myself in the face.
Yeah, and it has like buttons on it, and it has sounds that it makes, and it actually it has a voice as well. It's very quiet, but you can hear it when you're playing with it.
Dang, you got that new DS?
It's literally like a Simon
You get that
Says
Game
or
Boy
like a what is it? The bop it, pull it, twist
Oh
it.
yeah.
Pop
The bop it,
twist
yeah.
it, pull it,
Yeah.
load it, cock it.
Pretty
Wow.
much.
Throw it into the fire.
Yeah, it's literally, and it will entertain Brock now.
At least it's not a Furby.
You made this for Brock?
Well, there's no need to get so.
Please tell me we're there. Please tell me we're watching.
I mean,
this
yeah,
happen.
it's at the camp, right?
They
York-
could have just left. I don't know.
No, it's at the camp. That he came back to the camp while he was still.
Okay.
When he was still, that's so funny. He came back to Arminius came back to the camp when he realized he's not doing the Brock thing that he wanted to see.
Yeah.
And then Brock came back with the rabbits, gave them to you, and then he was like, I have something for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure you would see it. It's not that. Oh. So you just hug him?
Oh, when Brock goes in for a hug, you see Tyrall go,
It's actually she goes, nope.
And Arminius is like, and he's not hugging, he's just, his arms are right by his side. He's like, well, there's no, it was just a gift, that's all.
Brock didn't think you liked Brock. But you are a nice guy.
Well, I suppose you. Thank you.
No,
have-
thank you.
I believe you're the only one that may think that, but I appreciate it nevertheless. And he just kind of detaches himself from you. It should keep you entertained for as long as possible. So,
Come on, dude. Let's go
And
try
Duke's
out
like-
the new
he's like,
game.
also, just to make it even better, you can only, at his level right now, he can only artificially infuse 4 things. He had to uninfuse something to infuse that one. Just so everyone knows.
He is a sweetie pie.
Yeah,
Oh.
he-
so
is a real
just
cute.
some random thing in the workshop just
Just
stopped.
stops.
It's everything on him.
You
can only
I was thinking,
infuse
like,
4 things.
He
It's
goes
his-
in there messing with something, and he goes,
He
"Huh?"
has his glasses
broken.
artificially infused. He has his pouches artificially infused, which means he can just stick his hand in and something comes out. Which is why
So-
he has so many pouches.
pocket bag holding.
Yeah, I think it's called mini pouches or something like that. And then he also had his spanner infused, and then he had something else. I can't remember what it was.
The hand.
Oh, his hand. No, I can't remember what it was. Hold on.
His
I
hand-
literally
his
have
hand's
it. I
mechanical.
have it in my notes.
So which one doesn't work anymore?
That's a
Dude.
homunculus or something like that. So that's different.
Oh yeah. No, dude.
Yeah, dude just randomly just falls from the
Everyone,
sky.
goes, everyone immediately goes, oh.
Oh, yeah. So it's his glasses, his it's called many-handed pouch is what it's called. He has his tool belt, his messenger bag, his pouches, and his glasses. So he took it away from his messenger bag. So that he could artificially infuse that, and it will last for as long as he is alive and 5 days after.
That's very specific.
I know, but yeah, 5 days after.
Weird.
It will last for 5 more days after he's dead.
I'm like, we know that if it stops working, he died 5 days ago.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, now Brock has a little
Or he just
actual-
decided to take it away.
Yeah, or
Because he was working on
or he
something else.
uninfuses it after he leaves the party, and then we all freak out.
That'd be awful.
You're like, ah!
And we'll never know.
Yeah, he specifically waits 5 days just to make us freak out.
It's really funny. He's like, I know exactly how this works. But yeah, it is now yours. And it is literally a game. Now Brock can be thoroughly entertained. But yeah. And then he just looks around, sees if ever is anybody looking at him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh. So he's
Yeah.
he kind of wipes his hands on his pants and
And
looks
we're
around
just-
and he Yes.
Last time he hugged me like that, didn't end well. I was concerned.
He really only hugs Aymer like that. No, sweet. And he just goes back to writing.
Are we leaving anytime soon?
Whenever you're ready.
Then we're leaving now. And he just walks to the cart and hops up in the cart.
Everybody in the cart, get your stuff.
Brock, come on.
Don't forget your toy, Brock.
With your old DS color, or not the DS, the Game Boy Color.
Yeah. With your little
Little PSP.
yeah, your little hand bop it, your handheld bop it. Yeah, and you guys can tell when do any of you sit up front with him, or do you all sit in the back again?
I don't want it back.
Okay.
Tyrall will sit up front with him.
Okay.
You're
So
gonna sit
then-
up front here?
Gotta face your fears.
Okay.
He'd rather see it coming so he can Bifrost cleanse it before it gets here.
Oh.
But you're able to hear Cyrus. You hear it like speaking every now and then to Brock, like
He's probably
"Good
watching it,
job,"
honestly.
or- yeah.
He was writing, and then it kept making noise, and he's like, what? What?
Yeah, and it's like, good job, Brock. Like it says his name
that
and
makes
everything.
Oh, that is.
So he's gonna kill himself.
Oh, that's so much thought.
Sure is.
You know what? Arminius is just misunderstood.
Yeah, that's what we've been getting at this whole time. You're like, bye, Frost Guns.
That's so funny.
He's still a spawn of hello.
Oh.
I mean, he's not wrong. That is literally
You
where he
just
came from.
wait until I get the shirt.
That's so
So,
funny.
the shirt.
Stupid spawns of hello.
Oh!
But it probably takes you the rest of the day to get there. But you all, at least for Arminius, he woke up earlier so that he could finish the Brock toy,
So he's a little tired.
the Bop It, yeah. But so he woke up pretty early, so it was probably about maybe 7 or so that he woke up. And I'm sure you all set out about 10. So it's probably about 5:10 p.m. Wow, 6 p.m. by the time you all get there, ish. And when he starts to slow down, he's like, "It should be up here." There it is. And as you kind of get closer, you can tell this really. You would miss it if you weren't looking for it. Obviously, you know what it looks like, but it's a open cavern that looks like it kind of goes down, kind of almost similar to what Aymer took you all down into.
When Tyrall
It's
sees
an opening
it,
in the ground, but it's like opening into a hill, sort of.
when Tyrall sees it, he violently shudders.
Would it help you to understand that I am going to speak with an ASMR man?
It's not who you're here for. I'm just worried about me being here. Obviously, I'm not liked. And I'm just worried how that will affect us. I am here on the Viscount's orders, not the Circle's orders, but I do not know how much weight that will carry.
I suppose we shall see.
Quick question, DM. Between when Arminius was studying us, and when we left for the morning, could you consider that a long rest? Or not a long rest, a short rest for Cyrus doing watch? Okay, because I want to get those key points back.
Yeah, short rest, you don't have to actually be asleep. Short rest
Yeah,
is
I
just your big chillin'.
Yeah,
No.
chilling for at least an hour.
Yeah.
Doing
I just want...
Non-physical activities, pretty much.
Yeah, I just want my...
If you were having sex
key
during the
points
time,
back.
no. But if you were just chilling, yeah.
Very specific.
It's happened before.
Yeah, that's the reason why. It has happened before, and somebody asked me, would that be No, you were doing physical activity. I don't know what to tell you. But yes.
That's why it pays to only take 30 seconds.
It's so funny.
My
But,
hands hurt.
and you, when he stops the cart, it is like the opening to this place is set in a hill, so it kind of, the hill is pretty tall, so the opening itself is about 20-30 feet. It's pretty big. And there are 2 drow guards on the outside, and they're dressed in all black, and it looks less like armor, more like kind of like the vest that he wears that looks sturdy, and kind of like in our terms Kevlar, it looks very thick, weighted, and used to keep them protected, but enough to give them dexterity as well. And
Very
one
good light armor.
Yeah, one has like a lance, a really pretty, like steel alloy, platinum lance with gold linings on it and stuff. And maybe some like purple wrappings or vines on it. And the other one has like a spear. So kind of similar. They look very similar. But one has a lance and one has a spear. And you can't see their faces. They're covered. You just see their eyes.
It's not intimidating at all.
No. And they are stationed right outside the opening, and they don't say anything. They're just standing there. That's really funny. So, I suppose I shall do the talking.
Please.
Is everyone else ready to go?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And he looks at both the guards. They're with me. And then he just keeps going, and they don't say anything.
Dope.
Tyrall's like,
Good day.
Day?
bidet? Milady?
Milady?
takes his helmet off. Milady? It's back on.
The full
Yeah. And as
Welcome
you...
to Lyle. Milady.
So funny. As soon as you walk in, it's like the air pretty much stops. Like it is now,
Cave.
yeah, crisp Underdark air.
I bet it feels like that. Whoa. God, that nice crisp air.
Yeah, just like it did in the,
Yeah. I love cave air.
the
Something-
cave.
It's so good.
Oh, rock. Oh, rock. Oh, rock. Anyway,
It's cute, but it also makes me sad.
I'll describe it and then we'll go to break because we've been streaming for 3 hours, so.
Ooh.
But
Oh,
you notice that when you walk in, it is unlike the cavern that Aymer took you to. It's actually stairs. The walls are carved nicely. Looks like slate, and you can see light emanating from wherever at the bottom coming up, and it is a red light, like more of like a firelight. And you can hear voices, and it kind of echoes, and it's definitely, you can tell this is a colony. It is more of a city. What?
Did he say he was going to speak with an ASMR man?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure I wrote that down right.
And there are stairs that have kind of like the dancing lights sort of thing. They just kind of float next to the stairs. And they're wide. Like this is a wide cavern. And he's just walking down the stairs, and it's a pretty good set of stairs, and it rotates, but not enough that you can see the bottom, just enough for, it's not a straight stairwell. And then he gets to the bottom, and at the bottom is not the bottom of the cavern, but the bottom of the stairs. Because you can tell the stairs keep going, and they now shoot off. You can actually tell that this is more of a city now. And I say city, that's a big word. It's just because there's a lot of people, a lot of drow. But it's very
Pretty drow.
relaxed. There's not like city lights or storefronts or anything. It's a colony. It's just a colony of drow, like ants, but drow.
Can we tell how far down it goes, or does it just kind of? Is it like built at an angle? Or?
It's built at an angle.
Okay.
It's not like a boop 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 boop. It's built at an angle. So like.
So we're continuously going down the further we go.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Like kind of like a colony. It's more like this than just straight down. And at this platform that he's at, and like I said, the ground itself is very slate rock black. The only lights are coming from dancing lights that are around you, or bioluminescent plant life.
That's so pretty.
And he stops, and when you all stop with him at this platform, it is a steel forge area, and you see this Aymer man. And he has the golden wings, he has the pale golden skin.
Oh, he has the whole.
He's a
whole shebang.
Whole Aymer. Full Aymer. This dude is an angelic being.
He's more planetar than like a normal Aymer.
Aymer, planetar, mixture. It's definitely an angelic being.
He's got something weird going on.
He's got long white hair pulled back out of his face. and he's wearing robes, but they're tied tightly around him so that they don't get into the steel forge, and it looks like he would have long billowy sleeves, but they're tied up around his shoulders with like a golden knot, and he's wearing sandals on his feet. Like, this guy is ready, and he's angelic as all get out, and he's working on what looks like to be a sword at the moment. And you see around you on the cavern walls are different swords, lances, all martial weapons. There's not anything ranged, no wizard staffs, just martial weapons. And they're all kind of lined against the wall. And you notice that their hilts are very different. They're very odd. But until you get a closer look, you don't really know. And he turns around and says, "Hello, my friends. I am so happy to see you again, Arminius." He's like, "Uriah, I'm here for my..."
Spell that.
Uriah?
You don't like Jariah, but Uriah?
I have it written down because I want to make sure how I spelled it, but give me a moment. Oh, my butt's hurting from the seat. Yeah, I was right. Uriah. Uriah. And his last name is...
Uriah.
Uriah. His last name is Ambershot. I am here for my metals, as usual. It's like, "Yes, my friend, give me just a moment." And he turns around and walks kind of in this specific area where you see some metals and all that.
Is he the one that creates the willow steel for you?
He doesn't create it. He makes it accessible for me when I need it. But that is where we're going to take our break.
Bro.
Whoa!
Yep.
Underdark!
The Underdark!
What's the
So
word?
uncomfortable.
He looks very, and Uriah looks real out of place for
Yeah.
this place.
So he's not actually blending the alloy. He's just kind of like a third party person.
pretty
for
much,
him.
yeah. Like, he works with it as well. Well, he works with the willow steel and the platinum and the alloy and all of this, so he has all of it, and he gets a good source of it, so that he can then give some of it to Arminius. But that is where we're gonna take our break, so that I can go eat, because I'm hungry.
Yeah, me
And
too.
I need a pee-pee.
Just like Brock. All right, we'll be back in about 45 minutes.
Bye. We'll be back.
All right. And we're back.
Back.
Yeah.
Oh no, I put that over there.
What did you do?
Momentary.
He's getting his backpack.
Oh, his shit.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So before the break, we went to the Underdark.
Yeah.
I bet this city looks so pretty.
It is. It's very pretty.
Oh, it's probably
It's very
Bioluminescent
pretty.
and glowing and in a
It's
cave.
very
It's so
pretty,
pretty.
but also very. I don't want to use the word rudimentary because it's not that. It's ramshackled. It's still a city, but it looks again more like a colony where they just kind of piece things together.
And especially if they're building it out of the rock. It's a lot hard to go in and retcon what you just did.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get one shot.
And it's made out of that, and maybe the thing is too is because there's not a lot of trees in Drokar, you have to go supply wood from somewhere else, and they're not really people that deal outside of themselves.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Arminius is in society is wild. It is so rare. Like drow and tieflings more often come out because they're not straight from Hela all of the time, but yeah, like drow are not seen in society. So
They
for
like
him
their
to
cozy
be
spot.
yeah, so for him to be a scholar and out in the wild, weird.
Yep.
But yeah, we met before the break. We met Uriah Ambershot, who is an ASMR Planetar looking man.
It's by the way, dope name.
What?
It's a dope name.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw all of these weird weapons that he had, all martial weapons, like I said, nothing ranged or arcane in any really that you know of nature, so no like wizard staffs, quarter staffs, that sort of stuff. It's all martial weapons. And he has a giant steel forge behind him, and it, like the one that you saw that Arminius had was half the size of this one. This one's huge. And he has like a workshop table and everything that he's working at. And Arminius had said, "I'm here for my medal, gimme." And he was currently going to do that. So, what are you all doing?
I want to go take a closer look at these weapons on the
Stop.
wall.
This?
I opened my mouth to say it, and then you said it.
Cyrus,
Yes.
you want to go
Yes.
check these things? Oh,
These are called. Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're called just yet. But I worked. These came to me in a dream.
Oh, great.
oh my.
These are amazing.
Her dream things are either really, really cool or really, really scary.
So when you approach these weapons, and there's, like I said, there's different ones: swords, long swords, short swords.
Are these the thing? Oh, okay.
They're
I don't know
really cool.
details. I just know that she had that.
Long swords, short swords, like I said, everything martial, lance, spear,
Wait, I do know what these are. Okay.
and scythes, everything. Like you have all of
Hammers?
Yep, all of the martial weapons you would have. Axes, great axes, hand axes, what are they called? Things that Raphael has.
Size?
Are those also scythes? Interesting.
With the, it looks like a little trident with a long one.
Yeah,
size.
those tridents, short tridents, the long tridents, everything martial that you can think of.
That's so cool.
And specifically with the swords, it varies based on like if it's a lance or if it's a scythe, or like Cyrus's scythe, or the tridents. It just varies. But specifically when you walk up, you see the section for swords. And in the swords, in the hilt, it's like this beautiful alloy that's wrapped around what you notice is glass. And as you take a closer look, they all have semi-different colors in the hilts. So the hilts are made out of this ornate alloy wrapped around thick glass. And when you get closer to look at the goo that's inside of it, it actually starts morphing and moving almost like a lava lamp. And it starts kind of looking like it's showing you a picture. And all of a sudden, like in small detail, because it's at the hilt of a sword, you see that it shows you a person. You can't tell what it is. It shows you in this goo form a person wielding this exact sword and like fighting and cutting down maybe somebody else in front of him. And then it kind of goes away and kind of comes back and it's a different thing. And you can tell that this time it's a tiefling that's now wielding the sword and fighting with it. It's
cool.
And it just kind of changes different images every now and then as soon as you walk away, it just kind of goes right back to looking like this weird lava lamp substance, gooey.
He walked away, right?
Who? Uriah?
Yeah.
He was walking away a little bit, yeah. He's still in the area because it's just, it's not really a shop that he's at. It's on a slate platform, this slate onyx,
Like a little
rock that you guys walked down's platform.
what's the word I'm thinking of? Like one of those little like side of the road shops.
Yeah, but it's like this is his platform pretty much. So it's a big area.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Would Cyrus be kind of used to this setup?
not really. I mean, not
A
really.
little bit? A kind of weird version of it?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Just because of the Underdark.
Okay.
It's not like a bazaar where he has multiple things for sale and then there's a guy next to him. This is literally
No,
just
but like
his platform.
having set stations, like the same person goes back to the same spot.
I mean,
but
you
it's,
can
like,
say that about any
strips
shop.
of-
But see, so no, because it's not strips. It's literally,
just
there's
him.
nobody else around. It's just him on this platform. And then you can shoot off and go into different areas to go into the actual city or colony.
Domicile.
Domicile? Oh no. Why would you say that to me?
Because it's funny.
Anyway. But yeah, so he walked away from his current station at the Steel Forge to go get the metal that Arminius asked for.
Okay.
And like I said, all of these have different ornate alloys wrapped around this pretty thick glass, and all of the gooey substance on the inside is different colors, just depending.
Vinnick,
What happens if you, like, bring your hand near it? Not, like, touch it, but, like...
If you, like, kind of put your hand near it like you're going to touch it, excuse me, it...
Like, does it have, like, a reaction?
Not really. What it does is when you, like, kind of put your hand up to it, it just kind of more shows, basically, a little story. It's showing you a little story of the sword, basically. And it just changes every now and then. And when you try to go to grab, or not grab it, but it looks like you're about to touch it, it does that until you get to a certain point, and then the lava just kind of, like, the gooey substance just kind of, like, pushes away from your hand, so it's, like, pushing up against, like, the opposite side of the glass.
Weird.
And you do have a weird feeling of, like, that's not mine, I shouldn't touch that.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Vinnick,
Yes.
these weapons are exquisitely beautiful.
Yes, they are.
Does your friend make all of these?
Yes.
I've never seen craftsmanship like this.
They are quite wonderful, yes. He does create these swords and martial weapons himself.
Is it the hilt that has the glass or the pommel?
The whole hilt.
Okay.
So like where you put your hand, everything.
Yeah,
else.
and then, like I said, it's different for each place. So, like, maybe on the lance or something, it's kind of where you would hold the lance or whatever. But it's just different depending on the weapon.
So.
But it's the same on each weapon that's similar. So, like a sword, it would be the whole hilt, you know.
So your Aymer friend Uriah.
Yes.
This is the only thing that he does?
This is all he does, yes.
No wonder all the stuff you make is beautiful if you get your supplies from him.
Indeed, yes. I get all of my metal from him. It does help that he's not very well known, but he's known enough that he can get a decent amount of willow steel from the Viscount. And then that way I don't have to travel all through Sevrukian and through the rest of the kingdoms, all the way to North Sunseft to get that medal from Arthur himself. It makes it easier for me.
I'm gonna go look at the hammers.
Okay. Yep, there are different ones. Obviously, there's ones that look like yours. There are ones that are just like the hand ones, but then there are the really long ones, war hammers like yours, different shapes, and they're all so pretty. Like, this guy takes his time to do this.
Just wanna.
Yeah, are you also kind of, like, testing them?
I'm gonna go to the one that looks the most like mine and just.
Yours is nice. Yours is very nice. Yours is a very nice hammer, Tyrall. It's a very nice hammer. It's not that. And there's like 10, 11, 12, 20 sometimes of these very specific swords or hammers, depending on what it is, like just different, and again, different designs. So they're all swords, but you can tell that each single one is vastly unique. The way it looks, the way it's designed, the color of the goo on the inside, everything.
The goo.
The life on the inside. And you actually kind of are when you're kind of sticking your hand out to touch one, you're like, and you actually are drawn. Your hand feels like it's being pulled to very one specific one.
Ooh.
Just grab it.
And before you grab it, like when you're going to grab it, because you kind of wrap your hand around it, right? So like when you go to grab it, you actually see that the life on the inside kind of like comes to life more, and kind of, whereas before when you go to touch one and it kind of pulls away from you, this actually gravitates towards you, and it starts to show what it looks like, you in your armor fighting with it itself. So,
Dude.
and,
That was pretty cool.
Yep. You're just able to pick it right up.
What does it look like?
Good question.
Thor's hammer.
Huh?
Thor's hammer.
No, it does. It's very similar to yours, but it has yours kind of goes down in an arc.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit more stylized, but it has because warhammers don't really have hilts like swords do. It's more in the middle where if you double wielded it, where the handle is at handle, and it's actually a golden life is what we call it, basically, on the inside. And you can feel when you grab it that this thing, it's meant for you. It's yours. Like it's just a knowledge when you hold it, it's yours. And you can feel that it kind of speaks to your soul in a way. Like when you grab it, it feels like you have a spiritual connection with this specific weapon.
Tyrall, do you want to see how much that one is? It's very pretty.
Brock,
Yes.
And it's made of platinum with gold lining on the ends. It is beautiful.
Brock, go look at the daggers. See if there's any that you can touch.
Okay.
Were you able to grab one?
Just
This
hold
one!
it up.
This one's mine.
It's like, yeah.
What is the goo doing?
The goo.
The goo.
I mean, you'd have to get pretty close to look at
yeah,
it.
he's
but
going to look
but
at it.
you can see that it's not like details where you can see the face and stuff.
Mhm.
It's literally the goo, the life on the inside is shaping things with itself. And
Is
you
it
can see
like,
that it's Tyrall because of the armor.
Symbiote-esque?
Yes, it's very
Okay.
symbiotic for sure. It's very
Interesting.
venom.
Mm.
It's very symbiotic, and it's you can tell that it's showing Tyrall fighting with this hammer.
Let's see. Axes, hammers, spears, daggers.
Daggers. You looking for one, Brock?
Yes.
All right. So how do you look for one? Are you just looking at them? Are you trying to grab some of them?
So he told me to see if I could touch one. So whenever I see him, I go, huh? Huh?
It's really funny. And you're not unable to touch it. It's just you get a weird
Kickback.
feeling inside of you that's like, that's not mine. I can't touch that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's almost like if a parent or if somebody or if Aymer was next to you and was like, "Don't touch that. That's not yours. You can't touch that." It's almost like that, but nobody's saying that to you. It's a feeling.
Yeah.
And it takes you a little bit. There's a lot of daggers, like hundreds of daggers probably. And you do actually at one point feel gravitation to one specific one. And when you go to grab it, it actually has purple on the inside, a purple goo on the inside, purple life symbiote on the inside.
Yes.
And you kind of pick it up, and it has a weird whoop, 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 little,
Snicky.
blade
Snickers.
with more. Yours is very Morgul blade, sort of, where it has the wavies and stuff.
Fancy.
But the hilt is so pretty, and yours is less platinum, more onyx blade.
Ooh.
with the
Pretty.
purple symbiote on the inside, and you go and pick that one up, and you look closer, and it has your little tail and your little flappy boys that you have, and it has your hunch and everything, and it's kind of doing this weird pattern of stabbing at things through the symbiote material, and then you feel I'm not complete yet. It's like a feeling.
Oh.
And as you're looking at this one, your hand reaches out and grabs another one.
Oh.
And
Cyrus is
it's
just watching, fascinated.
this one is also an onyx, but it is not the weird patterning. It is just a straight bladed dagger, but again, still very ornate. And the hilt of it matches the same as the other one. And this actually has a red symbiote.
Ooh.
And now you're like, yeah, these is mine.
Yes.
Yep.
Tyrall, both of these like Brock.
So cute.
Cyrus. Have you checked the scythes?
No, I mean, I suppose I could, but
I'd go check the scythes.
Yeah, he'll go check him.
It's really funny. He's like, this is mine!
Dual wielding hammers.
Oh gosh.
Joke's on you, have the dual wielding feet.
Dun, dun,
It's really funny.
He'll start messing with them, but he's talking as he's doing it. I mean, I can check them, but I mean, my scythe was designed specifically for me, so I already have a connection to that one. He's just
Right in the camera. He's just hand right in camera.
Yeah.
This one's mine. Nope, Cyrus, you do not get anything.
I figured, yeah. I don't need one. I already have it.
I mean, I had a holy blessed hammer, but here we are.
Yeah, but Cyrus' scythe it has his blood in it. It was made for him.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
That is
it was
true.
made for him.
You bled for that.
Literally.
Yeah, literally.
There was a poor kid that bled to make this scythe.
Yep. But,
Hmm.
yep. So, yep, you two now have new weapons, which I will give you the
They're
stats for.
pretty tasty, though. I wouldn't mind having one.
I will give you the stats for those later, because they're different based on you all. So,
Okay.
Wait, we're getting these?
well, I would assume that since they chose you, yes.
How do they work?
But don't we have to pay you? You told Brock not to steal things.
You told me not to steal.
This is stealing. I don't know if you knew that.
The ASMR comes back and he's like, no, these are yours. I created them for you, and I was waiting for you to come and get them.
Uriah.
Oh.
You made
Yes, Brock.
for Brock?
That is right.
How do you make them for us if you don't know who we are?
But I do know who you are. You are Tyrall, and that is your hammer.
Uriah, who are you?
Hearing that, Cyrus is gonna go back to the wall. Aymer uses a dagger, right?
Mhm.
He's gonna look at the daggers. Now that he's made the connection of goo equal who belong to, and he's gonna look for
Who equal who belong
yeah,
to?
he's gonna look and see if any of the visages of the symbiote match Aymer.
Make a perception check for me. What were you saying, Tyrell?
Uriah, who are you?
That's cocked. That's cool.
What do you mean?
How do you know who we are, our names? You make weapons that only we're drawn to?
For you. They are yours, which is the reason why your friend Cyrus does not have one.
And here goes, huh? As he's looking.
The ear, huh?
Yeah, just the ear.
Oh, why did you leave out Cyrus?
His was already made for him.
I already have one, Brock.
Oh.
Only,
Just not this.
only some people get these, not everyone.
That is a dirty 20, DM.
You don't see anything in the daggers, no?
I don't know what else he would use. You know names.
Question, if you don't mind me asking.
Yes.
Do you have a weapon for Aymer Wilhelm?
Yes, I believe I do. And he hands because Arminius is like, can you please stop talking so I can get my medal? I want my medal. You're holding it right here in front of me. I want it. Give me my medal. That's why I'm here. Finally, Uriah just kind of hands it to him. He's like, thank you, Jesus. But he walks over to actually the short swords.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And this one is as obvious, very flashy.
I bet it is,
very
yeah.
flashy
The
and
most
ornate.
flashy one there.
It looks like it's
Yes.
actually made out of marble.
Out of marble?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it's made, the whole, like, the sword itself looks like it's made out of marble. And the hilt is a platinum alloy that's really super ornate and pretty. And on the inside, it's actually an orange symbiote. It's like orange mixed with a little bit of teal. This one is his, but he doesn't pick it up.
Are we allowed to take that for him? He
Yeah.
was unfortunately separated from our group.
Unfortunately, no.
He has to come and collect it.
It will not allow you to hold it.
Well, at least we know that it's here for him. We can come back.
Oh, that means we have to come back.
I think he would like to have it, yes.
That is true.
The
If it was made for him.
The Vimus is very particular about itself.
The what?
The what?
The Vimus. Vaimus.
What is the Vimus?
Can't write.
The Eliad Vimus is what it's called. The swords. E-L-E-V-A-D.
Oh my god, there's so many. There's wait. Okay.
E-L-E?
E-L-E. Elivad Vimus.
Okay, so the
E-L-E-V-A-D. Elivad. Elivad.
A-D.
Vimus.
It's V-I-M
U.S.
U-S. And that's the name of the goo.
It's the name of the it is literally what the translation is for him, like for the swords, or weapons is.
for Aymer's sword.
No, just for
That
the
was for the thing.
for the swords,
thing.
the weapons themselves
Yes,
with the
yes,
symbiotic
yes.
life. It is living spirit animal.
Ooh.
Interesting.
A living spirit animal.
How do you make these, if I could ask?
It just kind of, and he just like holds his hand up, and when he does, it's like the symbiote kind of like comes out of his hand almost. It just kind of comes to me. And then I place it into
That's
the
so
swords.
cool.
Or
So cool.
spears, or whatever it may be. The
How-
gods have given me the knowledge to make these weapons for their people.
How long do these sit here before they're claimed?
Sometimes they are never claimed. Some people do not realize that they are heroes in need until it is too late. Some people do not claim their powers.
That's a dark thought.
I'm curious. Do the different colors... Is there a difference between them?
Not necessarily, no. But he looks over them and he's like, hundreds of these have gone unclaimed, and they will continue to go unclaimed.
So what happens with a weapon when it's not claimed?
It sits here,
Forever?
yes. It is a living being. I cannot very well kill it. It is And he looks at these things like they're actual creatures, and he doesn't touch them, but he kind of puts his hand over them. They are special. And to be respected. As any creature should be.
And you only know the people that you make them for?
Yes.
Have you tried
Well, he knew my name.
sensing
Somehow.
other people? Oh, that's true. You knew Cyrus's name.
I knew he already had one, they told me.
Oh, okay.
I felt the need long ago to make one for you, but they said that you were already having one made.
Ugh, getting cold chills here. How... You said that the gods have you make these for their heroes.
I said gods. The maker. The one. And when he does that, I hit my mic. Sorry.
Stop doing that.
It's really close because I'm talking quietly.
I know.
But he gestures like this when he says the one.
History check or religion
You're
check?
more than welcome.
That,
I don't know if your tiny
Aymer's-
little Norse brain can handle that, but sure, go ahead.
Aymer's said maker an occasion.
Sure has.
Not a good roll, bud.
15.
That's a good roll.
You have heard way distantly, because it is almost such heresy that you can't even imagine it, but you have heard distantly that maybe, possibly, the gods were created by one thing. But that's all you really know. And it is referred to as the Maker. And you have heard Aymer refer to the Maker. He doesn't, he sometimes says gods or oh my gods or something like that, but most of the time it's Maker.
I was trying to write animal and you said Aymer, and so I started writing Aymer.
That's really funny.
I wrote down the maker ? Heretical.
Yeah, that's such a, because that would be referring to the fact that Odin was made by something, which means there's something higher than Odin. That's just not even not true. But you're more than welcome to try to entertain that thought if you'd like. That's the reason why I said I don't know if your little Norse brain can handle it. But it is it's so heretical almost that you just don't even, the circle doesn't even talk about it. It's just not even a thought. Whereas you're taught the other gods are blasphemous for thinking that they could be gods when Odin literally made them. You don't even hear anything about the Maker. It's just not.
We're gonna leave that one alone. I'm in enemy territory.
Also, this creature, ASMR Planetar, looks so... It's just innate in him. You don't feel any reason to believe that he would be lying about anything. I mean, you've never seen a creature like him other than the Valkyries. So, you're if you're saying a Maker, and I've only distantly heard about that,
So let me get this straight. The maker as in somebody higher
the one, yes.
than Odin.
Yes.
How do you know there's something higher than Odin, the Allfather?
And he just kind of gestures to all of these weapons, and he's who else would tell me about this?
So this
Odin.
thing,
Odin doesn't know your friend here.
so this thing made for me is not of Odin.
No. And I'm sure that you will put it back. But I would reconsider if I were you. You may not truly claim your true destiny, your full destiny, if you put it back. But it was made with the knowledge that you might put it back.
Is the Maker something that Cyrus has heard about at all?
Not really.
Completely different continent, different structure.
Not really.
So, okay. So this is new to him too.
Yeah. But again, you've heard Aymer mention it as well.
Yeah, but outside of that.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Tyrall's gonna put it in his hammer strap. But he's not setting down his other hammer.
Yeah, no, or Uriah doesn't say anything about it. When you put it back, when you put it like in the strap, he just and moves on. Very gracious about it.
Uriah, can you scry people?
I can try. It has been a long time since I have done so.
Would a focus help you?
Let me see. Who is it that I am? And as you take that off and you hand it to him and it hits his palm, he's like, oh. And it hits, like, as soon as it hits his palm, as he's asking, he's like, Aymer. A moment, please. And he turns around and he actually puts his hand over the short sword that he said was Aymer's, and he closes his eyes. And Arminius walks up. I didn't think that you would actually do it.
Honestly, I don't know what's going on right now. But he's helping, so I'm not going to question it. But also, we should probably look at where they grow their food before we leave.
We also need the diamonds.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes. Yes, we also need the diamonds, if possible. Do you think he could help us with that?
Diamonds.
Yes. For resurrections.
No, I don't believe he would be able to help us. But that doesn't mean that we can't go further into the colony and see.
It is something we really do need.
I'm not certain that they're going to have something like that here.
Well, we have to go further anyways to check their food storage and where they grow the food, correct?
Yes.
And we might as well go.
All right, well,
But
now
we
as
should
good a
wait.
time as any. Well, we don't know how long it's going to take him to scry. And he looks like he is. Like, his eyes are kind of, like, glazed over with a white light, and he's just going about his business.
And Brock is glued to him, like with anticipation, like standing there like,
Aymer, Aymer,
on,
Aymer,
come
Aymer.
on.
So, if you want to go, we should go now. That way we do not waste any of his time. And then he, like, looks at the medal, looks back at you, or mine.
Brock,
Yes.
we don't know how long this will take. We need to go check the farms and then come back.
Okay.
It'll be fine. The answer is not going to change whether we wait here or whether we go.
Okay.
To the farms!
Okay. And Arminius kind of, like, puts the medal into his bag, and he opens it, he unclips it, and goes to put it in his bag, and he realizes that it's not going anywhere, and he looks at Brock, and he's like,
Oh, free!
right. And he clips it back, and he just puts it right under his arm and keeps walking.
Poor guy screwed himself.
Yeah. Yep, he absolutely forgot about it.
Oh, man.
But before leaving, you said that there was like a counter, right? Like a
Oh, yes,
like
yes,
a
yeah.
checkout
Yeah.
counter, essentially.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are countertops, and whatever Brock infers from that, yes.
Yes, so Brock will go over to it and
The what?
then he'll put 100 gold there,
And Arminius sees you doing that as he's putting the medal under his arm. He's like, I don't think you understand. He doesn't charge you for it. It's yours.
This
There'd be no reason to charge you.
situation is special, Brock.
It's a gift.
You're doing good, but this situation is special. It's alright.
Brock wants to say thank you for making it for Brock.
If you insist on leaving the gold, I am sure he will use it. Though, and he's like, I'm not entirely sure how to handle this. Your thank you should be good enough for him. As I gave you the gift I made for you, and you hugged me and said thank you. Don't hug him. But once you speak with him again, you tell him thank you, and I'm sure that will be sufficient enough for him.
Oh, okay. And Brock will look at it.
And if you really need to...
He'll take just half.
Yeah, if you really need to, you may leave a singular gold piece. I am sure he will be happy with that.
No, these are more beautiful than a gold piece. He should get all the world's gold pieces.
That's so cute.
But this is what Brock can give.
Arminius looks at the coins, looks at you. That is thoughtful of you. We should go. Just turns around and keeps walking.
Gonna follow.
Mm-hmm.
Brock, while leaving, Brock kind of looks at Uriah and does like a little bow, like a walking away, like, oh, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as you go down more into the colony, you can tell that it is definitely a colony. There are drow everywhere. There's a tiefling sprinkled here and there. And they, oddly enough, they like interact, but they don't really interact. Like,
Everyone's kind of going about their own business.
they're very quiet. They don't really talk to each other. Every now and then they may stop and speak to one another if they have to. But most of the talking comes from more interactions that are necessary. And you can kind of tell that's why you're the way you are. For Arminius. Because it's just a natural inclination. They just don't speak, really. And when they do, they're very... You can tell just by when you walk past them, they're like, I need this. And they're like, all right, here you go. Like, they're very blunt. They're very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
They almost sound a little passive-aggressive and rude when they speak to one another. But it's
They're
literally...
New Yorkers.
It's literally like, hey, I said I needed this. You said you'd give it to me yesterday. It's today. I need it now. And they're like, you're right. I did say that. Here you go. Like, like they don't have any sweet, soft interactions. And I mean, it's just kind of, yeah, it's just, you can tell that he's the exact same. He's just quiet. Like, they seem a little bit more forward with their speaking. They project way more than he does. So, you know, it's still, and he looks very different than some of these drow. Like, they're very dark complected. They all have one skin tone. They're either a really dark purple, they're an ash gray purple, and with his patterning, with his vitiligo, he stands out, really. And you can tell they're very much more martial people, very militant, and he's very academic, and you can tell the duality between the two is very obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can tell even he's not entirely comfortable down here.
Interesting.
And how are the smells?
That is a good question. It's very crisp, but I want to say more of a smoky, like, flavor to the tongue. Not super sweet, but you think it would taste more savory and smoky. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's not like I'm tired. I'm not getting enough oxygen to my brain.
Started earlier and now we're all infected.
No, we just yawn all day.
That is true.
It's
You all
just
don't
because I'm
sleep.
talking too much and I'm not getting enough oxygen to my brain. I'm slowly dying.
Please
But
don't. We need
yeah,
to.
it's very smoky.
Brock, are you alright?
Yes.
Their blood isn't super overwhelming smelling. It doesn't really make you uncomfortable or overwhelm you.
This place is very nice compared to the other city we were just in.
So no problems?
No. It is. It tastes good. But Brock is good. No
All right.
problemo.
Alright. If you need my scarf, just let me know.
Okay.
I believe, and he looks, again, a little uncomfortable down here. He's really good at hiding it, but he does look very uncomfortable. I believe, from what I can remember, the farms are this way. And he just keeps going. He doesn't ask anybody any questions. He's just walking. And you can tell that, because he's still wearing his scholarly robes and everything, and a lot of these people are wearing very militant clothing. It's either very civilian clothing for, like, the shopkeepers or something, and I say shopkeeps. It's really not even... Dang it! It's not even really shopkeeps. It's just, this looks a little bit more like what you're used to, where it's people walking by, grabbing things, or being like, this, I needed this, or, you know. They don't deal in money. They deal in, you told me you were going to give me this, I told you I was going to do something for you, and they do it based on word or bartering. And it's not even bartering as in, I'll give you this if you give me this, well, I'll give you this. It's literally, I give you this, you give me that, we're done. And they just agree to it. It's very short, sweet, and to the point all the time.
Well, it's one way to get things done, I guess.
Yeah. You can tell they're very good at, they don't have any arguments really, they just agree that they're doing it for the betterment of themselves, basically, as a people. And he takes you down and around a couple of winding paths or whatever, and you can tell you're going a little bit deeper, but you find a farm area. Again, it's not wheat or anything. Most of it is sorry. Most of it is like mushrooms and stuff. Or you can tell that there are definitely some some crops that aren't normal to you.
Do they have any of that cave fruit in them?
Yes.
Ooh.
The pomegranates.
Oh.
Yeah, the weird dragon fruit pomegranate seed things. Yeah, they've got a lot of fruits. They have a lot of weird amalgamation of like. Are you tapping something?
Oh,
because I can hear it, and I'm sure
my heels against.
Yeah, I'm
the
sure
chair.
the mic can hear it if I can hear it.
Sorry.
But they have a lot of weird amalgamation of like plants that you can't exactly tell, but obviously since it's down here, it's a part of the crops. So Arminius brings you down, and he shows you the area, and it's a pretty decent sized area. These are, as far as I know, the only crops that they have. Aside from, of course, the fish and other stuff that they get.
I'm going to
meat-wise.
assume you likely don't know, but have you heard word of anyone getting sick from eating their crops here?
I have not. But again, I do not know.
Is there any farmers around that we can distinguish?
Not necessarily that you can distinguish, but there are people just kind of standing around, and they are looking at you. Like when you, I think I was trying to say this earlier, and I kind of skipped past it because my brain stopped, but you can tell that when because he's still wearing his scholarly robes and stuff, and he just stands out like a sore thumb, that people, when you walk by, are like, what are you guys doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you? Also, why is he back? What is happening?
Why is he back?
That's great.
So, you can tell that people are watching you. I'm sure that sets you even more on edge, Tyrall.
Yep. Vinnick,
Yes.
is there any way you can
Quit.
ask some of
Sorry.
these people if anybody's been getting sick from the food?
You say that, he's like,
I think you and I have equal chances on getting that information, honestly.
We can try. But, and he like fixes his glasses, he's real nervous, he's like, no guarantees they will answer me.
You'd think they'd answer Cyrus better.
I'm not certain. I have not been down here in years, so...
How about you all go together?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Alright.
Brock,
I can speak first if you need me to.
let's sniff out some flowers.
Oh.
Please don't go too far.
We won't. We'll stay within eyesight.
Alright. That's
I
fine.
believe that somebody who tends to crops might be over here. And he walks in a certain direction, more maybe to the left or something. And, what the heck?
Stop doing that. It's making me yawn.
We're not allowed to yawn anymore. No more yawning when you
That-
come
You
in
like
here.
That's
some
not-
drink of energies?
That'll
Honestly,
put us to sleep.
I probably did need to get something though. But
Yeah, that'll just put us to sleep.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't give me energy.
But
Let's get an oxygen tank
Honestly,
in
yeah.
the room and just crank
Just crank it up.
Yeah, and then the incense will blow up and we'll all die.
It's really funny.
What a way to go.
but he walks to the
Ooh.
side.
Sorry. Something popped up.
He walks to the side and takes you with him, and he there's maybe a drow man standing there, a little older looking than him, because Arminius doesn't look old, but he looks older than Tyrall. Just if you looked at the two of them, he looks older than Tyrall.
Yep.
And I'm 250.
Yeah.
So,
You're 225.
250.
250.
Are you 250?
Yeah.
250. Yeah, I never corrected the...
He's 25 technically. Technically his age is 25, but he's 250.
I'm pretty sure we
I'm the
I'm
equivalent of
pretty
a
sure
25-year-old human.
Pretty sure we put 225
Yeah.
on your...
I never retconned it because you
No,
all
we didn't put
changed it.
225.
Okay.
We just did 25.
No, I changed it back.
On
Yeah.
the picture itself, it says
Yeah.
25.
I changed it back on whatever platform I
Yeah.
could. Either way, it
And they
doesn't matter.
put 225, and I'm like, yeah, they're close.
Oh,
You told me 225.
no, it's 250.
Whatever.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
Anyway.
We're doing this ourselves. It's fine.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, he's 250. And so if Arminius looks older than you, I mean, not by a whole lot, but enough that it's noticeable, and this guy looks older than Arminius, so I will kill you.
I'm trying not to.
I will literally kill you. I hate... Why? Why does that... Why?
I don't know.
I hate that.
don't know.
Mythbusters did it. They proved it happened. They never gave an explanation.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
no.
Thanks, Mythbusters.
That's cool. But he starts to walk up, he adjusts the metal under his arm, and he's like, "Excuse me." And the man turns around. What can I do for you?
So, my... What?
The Russian accent.
Oh. My companions and I have been traveling for a while, and we've been noticing in some places that people are getting sick from the food that they're eating. We were just wondering if the crops that you all are growing are safe for consumption, or if we should find places to eat elsewhere.
Well, you would not be eating our food, so you don't have to worry about that, do you?
Have you all been getting sick from it?
No? Well, some of us have, but we have been working to get rid of that, so...
Have you all found a proper way to do so? We do have information on the matter if you would like it.
And he, looks around, he's like, and why would you give me that information?
So that your people don't get sick and die?
But you are from up there, so why would you
Yes.
want to help us?
Why wouldn't I want to help you?
Why would you?
He looks back, looks at Arminius, looks back at the others. He looks back at the guy, he's real confused. I'm sorry, I'm not
And Arminius is like,
understanding.
honest, we are not trying to cause a stir here. We have information that may help. Can we speak to your leader so that we can tell her what is going on. And the drow man's like, fine. Give me a moment, and I will find her. And he walks away.
Did I say something wrong?
You do not understand how things work here. So,
No, I suppose not.
drow are not liked on the surface. At all.
They're not like, what?
Are not liked on the surface.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a whole religious sect dedicated to killing.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
That's crazy. Tyrall, that can't be you, could it?
Oh, you fool!
Yeah?
There's a strong possibility. We are not liked on the surface.
Why?
So you not being a drow and coming down here and saying that you have reason to believe that there is something that could harm them is unsettling. So,
But if there is something harming them, then why would they not want to solve the issue?
because they might not believe you. You're from the surface. Why would you care if they died?
Why wouldn't I? People are dying. That doesn't... Of course that's something that I would care about.
And he looks at you like you're stupid. He's like,
What do you mean?
I just said, they, us, are not liked on the surface.
I understand that.
If we
I don't
die,
understand why, but I understand
If
that
we-
you are saying that.
if we die, it is not a matter to them. And he just kind of like gestures to Tyrall in the distance, and not necessarily the priests of Odin. People on the surface, you are not a drow. So, therefore, if we were to die, you, consequently, would not care, is what I'm saying. You might not actually care, you might care, that's neither here nor there. You do not care, because you are a surface dweller, and we are seen as lesser than.
I feel as though people should care when other people are dying.
Just because they're supposed to doesn't mean they do.
No. But
So-
that doesn't make them good people.
No, but that's obviously what's happening here is what I'm telling you. You don't just get to not understand. When I'm explaining it to you, I'm telling you.
I understand what you're saying, I just don't understand the exact reasoning behind it.
Oh, well, that I cannot say. I don't know people's motives. I only know what they do. And he walks back to the group.
Oh, okay.
He said that he would convene with his leader.
I got a 14 on investigation.
Cool.
To look for flowers.
Ew.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, no, you don't really see any.
Is their leader still the woman?
Yes.
Patrick has a question.
What, Patrick?
Do I know who the leader is and how they view priests of Odin?
Uh-huh.
Is it bad? It's bad.
Oh, are you flipping in the tome? That's a tome flip.
Give me a minute, I'll get there.
Yeah, she's gotta find it. I'm sure
I
that's
keep
so
on-
loud on your mic.
Yeah.
I keep on
Oh.
forgetting
That's some
just
good ASMR right there.
how much Courtney has written and how long she's been writing.
And yeah,
this
we were actually
for.
talking about it this morning. Because I was like, "Are you gonna write in the tome anymore?" She's like, "Yeah, I have a lot more to write now. I just haven't done it yet."
Give it to me.
Oh,
So you would know that it is a drow woman. She's about, because they can live to be like 900 or so, 900 to 1,000. So she's about 500. She's older, 550, 600. A lot of people don't really exactly know, but we know that she is anywhere between 500 to 600 years old. Her name is Zyla.
Ooh, that's a
Zyla.
pretty name.
She is not given a last name.
Is she a governor?
Technically. Very technically.
I'll put
Because
governor in
Drokar is
quotations.
technically considered a free kingdom. Because they don't come on the surface at all. So the Viscount has just kind of let them as long as... And they've not really caused any problems. And anytime they do, your people kill them. So it's not like it would matter. But Zyla is technically the governor. They don't call her governor. She is more of a military leader. She is a militia leader because the Drow govern themselves. And Zyla just kind of makes sure that they're supervised, pretty much. She's the head, the leader of the colony, pretty much. And you know that she's been in many a war. She is a strong lady. But she is a Drow lady. You don't exactly know...
War lady.
You don't know exactly what she looks like. You've not actually seen her, but you have heard of her. So...
It's gonna be bad.
And she will know who you are.
Yes, she will.
She won't know Tyrall Backen, but she will know Priest of Odin.
Yep.
So...
Cool. Vinnick,
Yes.
I'm sure you're aware that she will not like me being here.
Perhaps not.
Where do you want me to stand? As far away as possible? In the back of the group? Or do you want me to go find a corner to hide in?
Well, there are a few options for you. You may join us and show that you are not just a priest of Odin. And he looks directly in your eyes when he says that. And show that you are here on behalf of the good of all people of Siovana. Or you may hide and show that there is no other facet to the priests of Odin but war and death. That is your choice.
I'll stand in the back with Brock.
Right. And you do feel kind of like the hammer beside you kind of stirs in a way. Yeah, you feel it stirring, like there's a spirit there, and it kind of stirs.
Put my hand on it.
I put my hand on it.
Put my hand on it.
Put my hand on it.
And it does actually make you feel a little bit more comforted. When you touch it, you're like, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. It'll be alright.
I'll just smite.
I'll just...
Oh.
just ping!
Okay.
Achoo.
That's so funny.
Cyrus,
Brock's the
Yes.
only one standing.
I didn't find any flowers. I don't know if Brock found any.
No.
Okay.
No, he was
I
with
don't-
you.
Yeah. So, as far as I can tell, this area is clear of the flowers.
Alright. They did mention to us, well, reading between the lines, he did mention that seemed like people were falling ill. Did not want to disclose very much information on the matter, but based off of the reaction, I feel like it's safe to assume.
I don't see any of the flowers, but that doesn't mean that it takes a different form here.
Well, there's also the roots.
And things are different in the Underdark than they are on the surface. This is, for lack of a better word, a different realm than the surface.
How far down are we?
Yes.
Like
You wouldn't
300
know.
feet, 800 feet?
I mean, you wouldn't really know.
It also depends on how Courtney
Can
has
we
the Underdark
see-
set up.
I guess it is kind of branching.
Yeah,
but-
it's like that's why I said called it a colony. It's because it's more of a
Okay.
branching. It does go
So,
down.
so we're not able to like see out.
I mean, yes, you can see, but all it is rock. You can't like see above you how. I mean, it because it comes at a slant. It would be the same thing as if you were walking down a slanted hill. Like you
Yeah,
can see
but I mean-
up this way, but you can't tell because of all of the rock. You can't tell because it gets so dark at some point because you can't really see the ceiling. The ceiling that you would think. Yeah, I mean you're pretty deep, you know that, but you don't know how deep. No. Nope. No.
Brock likes it down here.
Yeah.
Brock, this probably does feel more at home for you, doesn't it?
Yes.
Sadly, for some of us, this is not what we think of as home. But obviously, for many, this is home.
I know some who do.
And I know others who do not.
I'm not going to say it.
What do you think?
I've killed many from here.
Yeah, but you have, haven't you?
Uh-huh. The quote-unquote crops.
Mhm.
So we have the fruits that we've seen, all the mushrooms, and then those other weird plants that we
Yeah,
can't really...
the different obvious crop life.
Can I go investigate one of those weird plants that I have no idea what it is?
Mhm.
Do you want me to roll anything for it?
I mean, it depends on what are you doing. When you're saying investigating, are you going, that's a weird plant? What are you looking for?
Well, I go, that's a weird plant.
Oh, you want to go, that's a weird plant, and pull it out of the ground?
That seems like a bad idea.
You can do that. I'm asking, is that what you're doing?
I don't know, you asked me. I'm concerned now.
I just want to know exactly what you're doing.
I feel like it's safe if you don't touch anything here.
See, okay, but let's be honest
It feels
here.
like that was your original intention,
Yes.
was to pluck
Here's
it.
the thing.
So you're gonna
Here's
pluck
the
it, buddy,
thing.
and you're gonna like
Here-
it.
Here's the thing. I want to be very clear. Lycan likes to play it very safe, where the character doesn't die. The character doesn't die.
Until
They
I
don't do
got
anything interesting.
traumatized.
As soon as I say do something or are you doing this, they're like, never mind, I changed my mind. So you play.
I like living.
Jonas
thank you.
clearly is like, I'm gonna do it because I want something bad to happen. You play however you want. I'm asking you, what was your intention to do that?
I'm yanking it.
Okay.
Let's say,
so you
I
said,
used to do things
this is
nice
new,
and I
I've
got
never
beat.
seen this. Rip out of the ground. Correct? Okay.
Whoa.
Hella, no, I was just joking. Hella comes up and smites you. No.
She comes up, grab a hold of the roots of the
That's what
plant.
she did.
She pulls you out of the ground.
It's not coming
She pulls your head out of the stem, like, of your spine.
Spanish Inquisition? No one suspects the Spanish Inquisition.
That's when the Fire Nation attacked. Everything went bad. No. Order 66.
Dome Fire Nation.
No. You pull it out of the ground. Nothing immediately happens. But he hears it rip out of the ground, and Arminius is like... And he's never shown such emotion, but he looks like, what are you doing? He's... Why did you do that?
Okay, hear me out. The Underdark is different than the surface, correct?
I'm trying not to laugh because I'm not gonna imagine Tyrall going, wait, I want to put it back, yeah.
Mending.
Yes, it is.
So on the surface, what we have found in our travels and research
Yes.
for the Viscount, there's these pink flowers that their pollen gets on the crops, and that is what is making people sick.
So we think so far.
So far, that is our hypothesis. Well, things are different down here. I don't see any pink flowers, but reading between the lines...
You also forgot to mention that they zap you whenever you pick them.
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
So, these pink flowers, whenever we pull them up, they zap you. And if you wash the food that is grown that has their pink pollen on them, if you wash them and the pollen comes off, it seems that people are not getting sick. Since things are different in the Underdark, and I'm not finding the flowers, thought maybe they'd take a different form. So the only way to know for sure if it's the same is to pull it and see if I get zapped.
And did you?
Did I?
No.
No, I didn't.
And you pulled their crops out of their ground. And he looks at you like, are you stupid? As a priest of Odin.
Oh, you just started a fight. This is why. See, I got celestial AIDS when I decided to fuck with things. This is why I don't fuck with things anymore. I almost died. That's why I don't fuck with things anymore.
And he sticks his hand out. Give it to me right now. Oh!
Yep.
Walk away. And he stands exactly where you stood, holding the plant.
Should I go with him?
You don't leave all the way. He just said move, basically.
I'll just go back and stand next to Brock.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe if I stand close enough to the servant, they won't.
normal.
Maybe if I close. Wow. Maybe if I stand close enough to the servant, they'll ignore me too.
Act normal.
Just shrinks to Brock's level.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever done.
Brock scans for farming tools.
Yeah, did you yank the whole thing?
I just
He
pulled.
did.
He grabbed it by the root and pulled it up.
You dumbass.
And Arminius is now holding the whole thing, bulb and all. Like, he is just holding it. He's just standing there waiting for somebody to come back, and not too soon, or not too later after, the guy that you all spoke to
Are
comes
we
back.
going to try to rebury that?
There's no point. They're going to see. So there's no point. And as you all are having
When we
a
come back to
conversation,
the city, you're not coming back down here.
as you all are having that conversation, he's just holding this dead plant. The guy comes back and he's like, I talked to. What are you doing? And I mean, it's like,
Cyrus is letting him talk.
and he looks at you, looks at Brock. Forgive us. I wanted to see if this still tasted as good as I remember. And the guy's like, it's a flat frog, it looks like. And it says, squish. Squish.
No, it's blushing Tyrall.
Why is it squished?
What did you do to him?
How did you squish him?
What?
What?
How did you
He
squish?
squished blushing Tyrall. You look.
It looked like a frog.
Squeeze.
Squish. How did you squish
How
him?
did you do that?
Armor Dog is a
How?
wizard.
How did you squish?
Well, he's an artificer, but that's neither here nor there.
So is Arminius. Arminius is an artificer.
Where's Dupe? Where's Dupe been this whole time?
Dude's been on his shoulder the whole time.
Oh, I thought it was with Brock.
No, he knows to stay
only
close
in
to.
downtime.
Yeah, he knows to stay close to Arminius when he's being serious.
Oh, well.
He just said squish.
Squeeze.
I wanted to see if this tasted as good as I remember. And he looks like he's ready to get wailed on. And the drow that you all were speaking with, so you decided to pull up my crops. The crops that we all eat, and you decided to pull it up. Really. The leader will see you. Let's go. And he just grabs it, he yanks it out of Arminius' hand, and Arminius just kind of like, he's a little soft boy, so he was like, right. Let's go. And just keeps walking.
Did you learn anything when you pulled out the plant?
It's just a plant, and I should never touch anything down here again.
Oh, okay.
No, you shouldn't.
Maybe next time we leave me up top.
I think that might be for the best, yes.
Yeah.
And Arminius he's walking. He pulls the metal out from underneath his arm, turns around, and shoves it directly into your chest. As payment, you're holding these for me.
I feel like that's adequate payment.
And he turns back around and keeps walking.
I hold them in one hand because I've got a shield and my new hammer there and my other
And
hammer
the crappy thing is these aren't just blocks, these are like metal sheets, so good luck holding those. That's why he had it under his arm. It's because that was like the easiest way to hold it and also have his hands available.
Yeah, but your
I'd
hammer
have to
and
have
other
like
shield are in the
300
way.
pounds
Yeah.
on me right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like.
Metal sheets are really hard to hold,
They
especially
sure
when there's
are.
multiple because they like slip and fall.
They
and,
sure
yeah.
do.
Yep, so good luck with that. And then he stops and he turns around. Don't drop them, or I will drop you. Understand?
What am I adding?
Oh.
I would say dexterity, just because it's dexterity of the hands, holding everything else, not necessarily strength.
Cyrus is watching, and he is ready to catch them if he drops them.
8.
I'm catching them since he's dropping them.
Yeah, because there's like 5 of them.
I know.
So, yeah. You start. He hands them to you and kind of slams them into your
Like,
armor. Yeah, and you go to grab them, but you go to grab them.
Squeeze.
Oh my god! It like presses directly into your chest, and when you grab it, you try to hold it there, but it just kind of starts slipping because it's metal on metal, and you're like,
Cyrus catches them.
Because that's when he turns around and he's like, don't drop them.
Cyrus, hold these real quick. He's gonna take his shield off. Put his hammer back there so the hammers are crossing. Brock, the straps for the shield, just tie them around this hammer real fast.
Okay.
Broccoli, roll a dexterity check for me.
Broccoli.
Broccoli.
Looking like a hot mess down here.
I know.
Dexterity.
Why do we have them roll for anything?
I have
9.
found maximum squeesh, is what he said.
Maximum squish.
You said 9?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start walking with the sheets.
Yeah, so you go to do that, and when you're trying to tie it, what are you exactly trying to have him do? Tie the hammer?
The other hammer to where the shield normally goes.
Okay.
Your
so
first
he's
hammer?
doing that,
Yeah.
and he's like, drops it, because it's really heavy. Like, he can't do it. Like, he's a skimny boy, so
You're
when
like, I'm
you're
holding
holding it, and he's tying it, he's like, all right, let go. And then you let go, and the hammer goes kunk kunk onto the ground, and Arminius stops.
Dang.
It was my hammer.
I've got the sheets.
He's like,
We're okay. We're trying to get situated.
You just hear the metal inside, because he has a tongue piercing, the metal inside of his mouth clicking against his teeth because he's moving it back and forth because he's stressed.
can you please hurry up? Haven't you gotten me in enough trouble?
He's holding the shield. Cyrus put the metal on the shield.
Is there a strap on your shield?
Yeah,
Sh-
it's not that big.
No?
It's to go around my
Oh,
forearm.
well.
Yeah, so just lay it on there, and then sets it down, picks up the hammer, puts it over top.
So funny.
Let's go.
Roll a strength check for me, buddy.
I can't even see what that is.
23.
All right. There we go.
Beefy boy, push
Yeah.
us
So
matter.
stressed.
And once he sees that you're all together, he's like, thank you.
Sir, yes, sir.
Just keep walking. Don't make eye contact. Keep walking.
But you all follow down further into the Underdark, and you pass different drow who see the guy that you're walking with, and they nod to him, and he nods to them, and they just keep walking, and like they don't say anything to anyone. And it's a pretty decent walk. Yeah, it's maybe about 10 minutes that you all are walking, and you finally go off to this
Arms are
offshoot.
burning.
Huh?
I said his arms are burning.
His?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You've had intense physical training. That's why you're so broad.
I mean, I just carry this hammer around all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you're carrying
like,
the shield,
I'm sure
the shield with metal sheets and your hammer.
Yeah,
and
imagine-
you're holding it like this.
Imagine doing that and running like a marathon, and also through difficult terrain, not being able to drop it. I mean, it's literally military training. Like, you're doing that. Sometimes you have to put it in one arm and balance it and climb up something. Like, intense intense physical training. I'm sure his arms are not burning. This is why his forearms are the way they
guess,
are.
He's probably like,
Yeah.
getting my reps in.
It's really
Like
funny.
he's a military man. He's a big boy for a reason. None of you could lift him up for a reason.
The squeesh. Oh, you did the modify emote.
That's
He spent 900 channel points to modify the emote to squeeze you.
Tyrall.
I love you, Armor Doggo.
To squeeze
so
Tyrall.
much.
That's awesome.
That's so
I didn't even
funny.
know that was a thing that you could do.
I didn't either.
Looked like a frog. Looked like a
I
squished
remember
frog.
seeing it like in the thing. Like it's the most expensive thing you can do with channel
That's
points.
so funny. Anyway,
Nice.
so you all get to the
Like, you had to watch for a while to get that many.
the military room, basically, like the leader room. And when you're brought in, it's set up that there's like a little platform on the one side. I say platform, it's just like a little raised up part of the ground that spans the room. So it's like a step up and then just a little bit higher of a place in the room. And it has like a desk and maybe like a chair, fireplace sort of thing. More like a steel forge, but they use it as a fireplace. And there's a couple of other of the you would know them to be drow assassins, but they're used as guards. And you can just tell by the way she's dressed. She has very similar armor to everyone else. The leather, the thick leather material, but she has like shoulder pads that kind of come off to the sides, and she wears like maybe like a side skirt that's a little darker purple, where the rest everything is black. She wears like a side skirt thing. Side skirt, it's kind of more of like yours is a tabard in the front, hers is kind of more to the side, and it's very ragged, looks torn, and she has a long sword strapped to her side, and then a short sword strapped to her other side. And you can tell she actually has what Uriah made, the Vimus. She has a short sword version and a long sword version. And when she turns around, she is a dark ashen purple, and she has yellow eyes, and kind of an asymmetrical haircut. It's a lot shorter on the side and a lot longer on the right side. It's shorter and a lot longer on the left side, and it is a gray color. What?
I lost part of the description, but it's fine. Keep going. I'll just go back and watch it later.
And she's about 5'7". I mean, she's 5'7", 5'8". So she's a little bit taller, but not by much. And what does a priest of Odin want from me? Like, she looks at everybody, sees Arminius, doesn't see you, because
So
she doesn't pay attention to you. She sees you, but she...
So I'm sure they probably walk in Arminius and Cyrus first, and then
Well,
those
that
two.
guy, then Arminius and
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
and then...
Yeah.
Yeah. And she sees Arminius, and she's like, oh yeah, you. And then looks at you and is like, interesting, you.
Zyla, I'm not here by the account of the circle. I'm here by the account of the Viscount.
And she has weird markings on her face, like dark black markings that kind of go over her cheekbones and kind of up to her temples. And then there's like the same thing kind of more under her eye, but it's like a red color. And it's just kind of like sharp under eyeliner pretty much. And she's really pretty, but she's not like somebody you want to mess with. She is scary. And she does look older, just not like she's real old, but older, middle-aged. 500 for 1,000 years old would be middle-aged. So you are here on behalf of the Viscount, and
Yes.
not Odin.
Odin didn't tell me not to do it.
But from my account, Hela wants you dead.
That is also true.
You specifically, whatever, she did not say your name, but she did give, and she looks you up and down, a very clear description of what you look like.
Yes. She does want me dead.
Interesting. And why have you come here? And she looks at everyone.
We were passing through and we were wondering if your crops were safe to eat, since a few places that we have been traveling through have been having issues with their citizens falling ill. And so we spoke to your farmer about it.
And he kind of like grabs Arminius by the forearm and kind of drags him forward, and this one decided to pull out my crops. And Arminius kind of winces a little. It was a momentary lapse. And you can tell his accent's kind of coming out every now and then. A momentary lapse of judgment. It will not happen again. And then he just kind of backs away and keeps his head down.
But we learned in a town nearby that there is potentially a flower, pink and purple variety, that when the pollen gets on your crops, that could be what is causing people to get sick. And we learned from a farmer that washing off the pollen, at least in her town, has prevented the sickness. So we wanted to share that information with you, so that you can keep your citizens from dying, if that helps at all.
Well, we have noticed that the flowers do pop up, and they pop up quite often in certain areas, but we just get rid of them. They seem to pop up more and more as we pull them, but we just thought that they were an invasive species and decided to keep pulling them.
I believe that those flowers in particular have a quite massive root structure.
Indeed they
So-
do. We've pulled up entire ground doing it before. So
Have you been able to pull up entire root fragments?
I mean, yes, we
Or
tear
does
up
it
the whole
keep going?
we tear up the whole ground. But they're all very connected, and then we have to cut off the root. So, because, of course, it keeps going down and down, and we cannot destroy everything, so. And then we burn the stupid flowers. That way they do not continue to release whatever nonsense they are. So,
Have your citizens been falling ill from it?
we've had some, yes. We've been able to manage, though.
That's good.
Have they been dying? If
Yes,
Not true.
we've had some die, but
have you had any get better?
no.
Okay.
No, it seems to be something that is terminal.
Were you aware of washing your crops before?
Yes.
All right.
Is that it? You came down here
Honestly, yes, that is all.
to just say that. And then she looks at Arminius and pull up crops that you haven't had since you've been on the surface, since you are now a surface dweller. And she looks very unhappy with him. And he just, this is the first time that you see him like, I'm going to just crawl in a hole and die. Like, he is not trying to, whereas before he's very know-it-all-y. Not around this lady. He just keeps his head down and doesn't say anything.
No, that's the gist of it.
We know that people have been falling ill and passing from it, so no sense in allowing that to continue to happen if the information that could prevent it can be spread.
What is happening?
No, I was very clear with the Viscount that we will handle it ourselves, and we do not need any surface dwellers' help. So thank you, but no.
Understood. We'll get out of your hair and
Yeah.
out of your territory.
That would be ideal for you. And as a thank you, I want to tell Hela you are here.
I feel like that's
Thank
actually
you very
fair enough
much.
payment. Yes.
He's like, thanks.
I will accept that.
But for your friend, dear. And she looks at Arminius. We do not deal very well with disrespecting other people's properties. So, he will need to be punished for a moment. and then he can go.
What kind of punishment?
The kind that we deal with as our people. Would you like to get in the middle of it?
He kind of looks over to Arminius like, what kind of punishment?
He's not moving. And she's like, come on, boy. Do not act like a child. Let's go. And she's very, very militant. And the guy beside him just kind of pushes him forward. He stumbles on himself. And she's like, I will let you remove these ridiculous clothes that you are wearing. The stupid, ridiculous robes. Remove them. And he kind of undoes the buttons in the back and pulls it off. Goes to set it down on the table. Thinks about it. Wants to set it on the ground. Thinks about it.
Cyrus holds his arm out like you can drape it on my arm if you want.
He does. Then he takes the little cloak off, lays it over your arm, and he's not looking at any of you.
Yeah.
And he steps forward, and she's like, remove the vest. It's not the proper punishment if it doesn't hurt. He's like,
I see this.
and he unties the side bindings on his vest and pulls it over his head and sets it over your arm, and then goes over to, he has to sit and think about it. And he doesn't want his shirt to get torn up because it's a nice shirt, so he takes his shirt off and does the same thing. And you can see that he has a couple of burn marks on his back and on his shoulders. And he walks over to this specific area that you thought was just like a weird archway. It's not just a weird archway. He leans up against it with his arms, and you can tell that he's tensed. And she gets this weird whip thing out, and when she cracks it, it actually lights on fire on the end.
Oh.
Stop.
Cyrus just looks at you.
Stop, Zyla.
You want to interrupt me punishing my people?
He didn't pull it.
Uh-huh.
I did.
You're not stupid enough.
No, actually, I am.
You're stupid enough to pull a drowse plant out of the ground in the Underdark.
I thought the flowers took a different form here, and I'd never seen it. So I pulled it to see if it was at me.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the honest truth.
And you would say that to protect this man. And she looks at, she nods her head towards Arminius, who is, you can actually tell his legs are shaking.
You mean to protect a man that is trying to protect me for being stupid?
He would not. And then she looks at him.
Cyrus just
Well, he might.
Cyrus just gives the slight little nod.
As she walks over to you, and the whip is still lit on fire at the end, and it's just kind of dragging along the ground as she walks over to you. So you're stupid enough to pull our crops, thinking that you know what they are, or don't know what they are, and also come down here and tell us to worry about something, and then protect a drow, the ones you kill for fun.
As I said, I'm not here with the Circle. I'm here for the Viscount.
Hmm.
No.
I will give you time to leave my colony. But after that, Hela will know where you are.
She'd find out eventually.
Now take your drow and leave. And Arminius is he's physically shaking. He walks over, kind of stumbles a little bit, walks over, grabs.
Cyrus is gonna help him put everything
He just
back on.
grabs his stuff. He doesn't try to put it back on. He grabs it from your arm and just starts to walk out. He doesn't look at anyone. He doesn't say anything. He just goes.
Following right behind him.
Right. And he makes his way past everyone, and he's not looking at anyone. His head is down, and Drow, that when you walk by, looks at him. They're like, oh, he got the punish. And they just he just walks up right back to where Uriah is, who is actually patiently waiting for you all. Do you all say anything on your way up there? Because it is It's a good walk.
Nope.
Probably not. No.
Brock?
We're all like, oh, fuck.
Well, during the whole thing, Brock is on the. He's choked up, panic attack.
It looks exactly like something you are used
He's
to.
been there. He knows.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Cyrus is watching him, Cyrus is watching him, Cyrus is watching him, Cyrus is watching him again, and then him again, and then that person over there, and then him again, and then that person over there.
On the way back, Brock will put a hand on Arminius' shoulder and be like, and he'll whisper to him, "You can put it back on now. Brock knows."
That's gonna make me cry. Oh God.
Nope.
Brock,
I've
Brock
done this to myself.
Understands.
Yeah, you did do that to yourself, didn't you?
It's all right. I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay.
And he doesn't look at you. He's just walking, head down.
Brock will continue to walk beside him.
Buddies. But then you all get.
So he's just there waiting for us?
Yep. He's gets back to you.
Give it back. Give it back. Ah, cool, I got it.
But yeah, he's sitting there waiting for you, and he's actually working on something. When you come back, he's like, "Hello, you are back."
Yes, and sadly we need to be quick about it.
Yes. Your friend, Aymer. He is alive, and he is relatively unharmed, but he looks to be deep-seated in what he is doing at the moment.
He's still with them.
Yes. I could not exactly tell where they were. I could only look for so long. And then I was forced away, so... He, from what I
You were
know...
forced away, or
Yes,
the spell ended?
forced away. From what I know... He is usually... more whimsical. He seemed... subdued.
Oh, he was subdued whenever he was taken away and not himself. So I imagine these people have sucked that side out of him.
Tenzin is very scary.
Yes. And he, when you say that name, he like looks over to the wall at a very specific weapon, and then right back to you all.
Ugh.
Would that be perception?
Yeah, sure.
To figure out which sword he's looking
Insight.
at? Insight. 21.
Yeah, there's a specific sword, and it is a very beautiful platinum sword with like a white symbiote on the inside. And it looks dusty. When I say dusty, as much dust as could collect on a sword that's just been
Yeah.
sitting there for a long time. But it's been there a long time is what I'm trying to say.
So he's supposed to be destined for great things, but instead he's a drug lord.
Yes.
That's a shame. I'd tell you that I'd drag him back down here, but I don't think I can come back down here.
No.
That's really funny. No. And also, you cannot make others live up to their destiny. They must choose that. And he looks at each one of you when he says that.
Well, I'm not going to have a destiny if I stay here much longer.
No. But know that your friend is safe, and you will meet up with him soon, I am sure. Now, go.
Bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye. And
And they
Arminius just...
dip.
Yep, Arminius just goes. He just leaves.
Did he put his clothes back
You
on?
hug Uriah.
Yes.
That's so funny. When you hug him, he's like... and
And he's really tall.
He's real tall, yeah.
So-
He's like,
so it's like waist.
yeah, he's real tall. So when you do it, he like wraps his arms around you and his wings wrap around you.
That's cute.
And he actually embraces you. He's like, I have not been hugged by a mortal in so long. And he just
by a mortal.
hugs you.
We didn't have time, but Brock has to ask. You have so many items for so many people. Do you perchance have one for Tanya?
That one has already been taken.
Oh.
I'm literally gonna cry. Wait, oh my god. Wait a minute. Wait. Ooh, I gotta come back from that one. Oh my
And,
god.
Yeah, the biggest, stupidest grin comes across Brock's face, and his eyes start to well up, and then he hugs him again.
That's so cute.
Thank you.
Of course. And he pats you on the head.
Get him before we all die.
Arminius is already walking out too, yeah.
I'm coming.
Yep. Cyrus takes a look at the sword for Aymer and dips.
Yep.
Where's our cart?
It's right outside.
Everybody in the cart!
And
Kick
actually
this
the
thing in high
drow are
gear.
by the cart now. They're just standing there waiting for you all to get in. And Arminius doesn't say anything and climbs into the back. He's like, I'm getting on, I'm leaving.
Set the metal down. Strap the hammer back, or the shield back to my back. Pull the other hammer out, and I'm sitting in the back. Let's go. Hammer's in my hand.
So Brock will sit up front.
So Cyrus, are you driving?
Yep.
Okay.
Is Arminius in the cart? Or up with
Arminius
me?
jumped right in the car. He was in the cart basically by the time you all got out
Okay.
there. He was. And
Yeah. And he's just going
he's going.
southeast.
He's just going.
He's going.
And Tyrall, he doesn't make a single move to speak to you. He just slowly starts putting his clothes on, and you can tell he's trying to muster whatever pride he still has left by making sure all of his buttons are buttoned, by making sure his sleeves are correct, by making sure his prosthetic is still on in the right spot, and he puts his vest back on and he ties it neatly, like he's trying to recover his dignity.
Vinnick.
What?
No man should suffer for another one in that way.
Well, it is water under the bridge now.
How long until we're out of this place?
It depends on which way your friend goes.
Can you please go tell him the fastest route?
Well, technically,
Out.
southeast is the fastest route.
Yeah, southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know that. You're just going.
No, but he does know that the train tracks go through each of the capitals, and he knows.
The train track goes to. They go south. It goes to.
The next capital.
Trinia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
trying to go to Lofesk.
Yeah. So if you're trying to,
And
unless you want to go to Trinia, you all
and
can go
Brock
to
is
Trinia,
up
but-
there with you. Brock has the large map.
The large
true.
map. He sure does.
That is true. All he knows is, okay, next capital, this direction. Don't know where else I'm going. I'm going where I know I can go.
That's fine.
So that's southeast. They're getting out of there.
He, when you say, can you tell him the fastest? He just kind of sits there for a minute. Cyrus. Please go more east than south. And that's it. He reaches for his scholar robes and then he doesn't. He just leaves them there on the ground, well, on the cart.
Alright, whatever we do
Don't stop.
for stopping has to be the quickest rest you've ever done. And then as soon as we get out of this territory,
We're only going to be resting when the horses need to be resting.
yes,
We will be sleeping periodically, and we will take shifts on who is driving.
but you need to understand, as soon as we get out of this territory, nothing is safe. I don't know where they'll come from or how they'll come, but they will come.
Brock holds up his 2 new daggers.
That's his fancy daggers.
And we are ready for them.
If only you've seen what I've seen, Brock. You wouldn't not say that.
You would have also noticed that he had the same burn marks on his chest as well when he went to button his shirt up.
On we ride!
Yeah, that
Southeast,
was
but more
great.
east.
Thanks, guys. Wow, Tyrall really had to go and pull that crop out, didn't he?
I was committed.
I was too. It's fine. It happens to us all.
At least you didn't get
And
celestial aids.
then we learn better.
At least you didn't
I'm
get
just gonna be-
celestial aids.
Hunted. Even more.
And almost have somebody that was kind of a friend get beat in front of you.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, he's a friend now. Not even kind of a friend.
I will
That doesn't.
call you Arminius now, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's why when you were like, Vinnick, he was like, I feel like you shouldn't call me that now. Actually, after seeing me undress and almost get beat, I feel like you shouldn't call me that. So yeah, that is up to you how far you push these horses.
Until they start to breathe heavy
Yeah.
and
it's-
pant. And
He's not gonna
thirsty.
like break them, but he's gonna push them maybe a little harder than they want.
Well, and with Arminius's modifications to the cart, it actually does go
Make
longer.
it faster, yeah.
And they can probably go.
'Cause it's gonna take us what, 2 weeks to get out of here? 3 weeks?
Yeah, where are you wanting to go? Are you wanting to go
I'm
to
assuming
Trinia?
he
Are you wanting to
directed
go
me-
to Sutaloon? Where are you wanting
I'm
to go?
assuming he directed me to the border
He
of
did.
Lufusk.
Right there. That,
he
right
said
there,
go
that's
through.
the
Actually,
one.
he said
Border.
actually go through the ocean.
Go to the water.
There.
Go
Yeah.
through the ocean straight in. We'll be
Yeah.
safer there.
We are not going over large bodies of water.
Why?
We're not
I mean, no, we
going
can't.
over
We can't, but why?
large bodies of water.
Why?
You rather that or Hellespawn? What do you want?
Large
I can
bodies
fight
of water.
Hellespawn.
I can't fight large bodies of
You
water.
can't fight the water.
I can't fight drowning.
It's really funny.
Oh, so then yeah, straight to that corner is where you're going. Yeah, it's probably gonna take about 2 weeks, which means it's been about another month almost since Aymer's been gone.
What are we at now? 2 months?
2 months.
That fucking liar's at 3 weeks.
So we got an Aymer update.
Yeah.
We did get an Aymer update.
He's at least not
Dead.
dead.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his soul, but not him.
His soul was already partially dead. Let's be honest here.
What was left of it?
He's just going to come back, instead of having half, he's going to come back with a quarter.
Oh.
And he's not going to be Aymer. He's going to be Aymer.
Oh, well, that's tough. It's not gonna be Aymer. He's gonna be Aymer. Yikes! Just like Arminius isn't Vinnick, Tesla Vinnick Arminius right now. He's just Arminius.
Arm.
No,
Y'all really know how to destroy someone, don't you? In this group.
Literally.
I do.
But yeah, so I would say the horses would be able to go a 24-hour span without stopping.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
that's probably pushing it.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, they slow
Got it.
down significantly.
Yeah, horses they'll just stop. If they say, that's it, they'll just stop.
Mhm.
So,
Or they just die.
Ooh.
that can happen, yes. But they'll just straight up stop before they'll run themselves to death. So,
Yeah, so after 24 hours, the cart just stops.
yeah, he goes until the horses tell him no more.
And then they need at least 8 hours of rest.
Yeah. I mean, we need 8 hours of rest. That's why it takes us 2 weeks.
Hope you all know, but by the end of this, Tyrall is so sleep deprived.
Yeah,
It's not even
you're gonna
funny.
take levels of exhaustion like Aymer did.
You have to sleep.
We
That's
all
what the
can't
watches are
trust
He's
for.
not
you,
going to
kid.
sleep good. He's not going to be.
No, you need to sleep to at least the point where you don't have levels of exhaustion.
Transenia. But that's up to you. It's up to Tyrall. Lycan.
I know that.
If Tyrall wants to do it, Tyrall will
But
do
see,
it.
the thing is, what I'm saying, Cyrus is also saying, he's like, don't be a fucking idiot.
And
You gotta sleep.
Tyrall's gonna be an idiot, then Tyrall's gonna be an idiot.
He's going to sleep enough not to take multiple levels, but he's probably going to rack up at least one level of exhaustion.
Understandable.
Because he still has this battle sense of, like, you still need to rest, just in case.
Exactly.
But also, internally, he's like, it's just me to handle this.
Why are you typing?
Something. You all roleplay real quick.
Oh.
Arminius is furiously working on the card.
I was gonna talk to Arminius, but you're typing, so.
I mean, you can.
Cyrus,
Yes.
how good are you at fighting the demonic?
I've never necessarily had to. I have fought a variety of different creatures.
What have you been told of the demonic?
We deal more with the undead side of things. So while I have notes on demonic creatures, tieflings, the hells, etc., I have not been trained necessarily to fight them in the way that you have. Doesn't mean I can't. I just have... I'm assuming less knowledge than you.
The short of it. Whatever attacks us for no reason at all, or specifically calls me out,
Mm-hmm.
if you feel inclined to get involved, anything that damages the undead that you're used to,
Mm-hmm.
just do that.
I feel that as though that is common sense.
But also, if anything is cast on you, do everything you can to avoid the area that they cast.
Why?
Because it doesn't just hurt. It affects everything about you.
As in...
Your skin will slop off.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's
You
not
won't be
quite what
able
it
to
was.
move how you should be. Your fighting will be sluggish. Your mind will be clouded.
I see.
Strike fast and stay at a distance when possible.
Distance isn't necessarily my strong suit, but I do have options, yes.
If you can, let me fight up close and use support from the back if you feel inclined.
I'm sure we can figure something out, yes.
If I say run, you all run.
He looks over to Brock. Looks over to Arminius.
Who is furiously working on the card.
Arminius, you heard that correct?
Yes, I'm well aware.
Good. Do not stop running until the obvious is done.
Ah.
Because sometimes that's the only way to deal with them. I don't know how many there will be. I don't know how often they will be there.
Try not to destroy the cart.
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask.
If you wanted to talk to Arminius now, I'm done doing my research.
No, I'm writing my own I'm writing my own shit now.
Research.
Yes.
Let me
I'm
research.
gonna die.
Yeah, you sure are.
Hey, remember what this one is supposed to say?
Yes, I'm reminded of it every time.
Yeah, I really need to go.
Hero Slayer, for those who don't know. It's called a Hero Slayer. Anyway.
Yes, Brock.
He got
is
like a
really good at running.
greater restoration for those horses so we can keep going.
Yes, actually.
Actually, I do.
So does Arminius.
Can we hit those horses with something? God. Because that takes away exhaustion, right? It'll revitalize them.
Butt cheek. I don't know.
What
do you-
Wow.
I don't know.
While,
Gotta look.
while we are stopped,
Yes.
I don't have
Brock
that prepared.
has both
Well, we've
of
had
his
days
new
prepared.
daggers, and he's doing, yeah,
And they feel
doing what
That's
Cyrus taught him,
I only have
doing
lesser
some
restoration.
almost like Tai Chi movements. Yeah.
Remember to keep your face guarded.
Oh, Yes, faith.
Do I
We're all
not
looking
have
at things.
greater
I
restoration?
have lesser restoration.
All I have is lesser restoration. I could have swore that I had greater
I
restoration.
mean, restoration gets rid of levels
Oh,
of
wait a
exhaustion,
minute.
right?
I'm not a real cleric.
You're not.
No, I'm not.
You're a war
You're a doctor.
priest.
With
Doctor.
the flavoring of cleric.
With the undertone of cleric.
Are you a doctor?
You're not
My
a, you're not
question,
a
though.
doctor. You're not a doctor.
Oh, DM.
Yeah,
What?
Instead of being sassy, okay.
What?
Lesser restoration gets rid of levels of exhaustion, right?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
I'm assuming that'll work on revitalizing the horses, correct?
Sure. Not as well as greater restoration.
No, obviously.
It'll
not,
get rid of
but
like maybe 1 point of exhaustion.
it can keep them going for a little bit longer, maybe.
They're gonna still need
I know
at
they
least
need.
4
I know
hours
they
of
need
rest.
actual rest. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But they'll have to get at least 4 hours rest.
Just to like
It'll take
speed up the process a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, lesser restoration. You touch a creature and can end either one disease or one condition afflicting it. The condition can be
Yeah, one of the
blinded, deafened,
conditions I
paralyzed,
will
or
say
poisoned.
could be
It is technically a condition, yes.
Yeah. But as you
Yes, as
as you
Cyrus
go
says.
over to do that,
No, we got 2 horses and I can only use it on one.
He has one. A boop. Boop the horse
Arminius,
snoot.
what?
Boop the horse snoot.
And
can
he's
you
going to town on this
help
card.
these horses out with me
No, why would I do that?
so we can get out of here?
To give them
Do
a little
not-
bit of a boost to keep
And
going.
he actually, this is the first time he's looked at you in 24 hours plus, and he looks at you. Why would I do that? Do you not see what I'm doing right now? And he looks like he thinks it should be obvious to you.
Arminius, I have no idea what you're doing.
I mean, I gotta be honest, I have
Let
no
me-
clue what the heck it is you're doing.
He's gonna go over and kind of like kneel down next to him. I know that this is probably how you process things. I understand. But we need to keep moving. And the only way we can keep moving is if the horses can keep moving. All we're asking is one spell and then you can go back to your work.
I'm making this better so that we can go faster
What are
without
you doing?
horses.
Without the horses?
Yep, yep.
I'm
what
sure
he
they both
said.
actually, they're like, huh?
That's what he said. Without
How much
horses.
longer do you need?
He's
Got an hour?
He's-
We got an hour.
he's
Got an hour?
working, and he's like, I need at least the rest of the night. If you quit jabbering in my ear, I'll have it done by the morning.
Everybody leave him alone. Let's go
Alright.
back over here.
Although Cyrus he's gonna watch for a little bit, because now he's like, without horses, now I'm curious on what you're doing.
Yep. And yeah, he still doesn't have his robes on. He left them in the cart, but you see that he has all of these pouches, even like around his legs, like on the back sides of his thighs and everything. And he is
Is do with Brock or with him?
dudes with Brock.
As he should be.
Cyrus,
But yeah, he's
are you fine to take watch for a little bit?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm going to attempt to actually sleep.
Please do.
Tyrall is not going to trance. He's going to sleep the sleep of the dead.
Oh, so you can actually like
that is
restore
so
more.
funny.
No, so that way I don't have to be exhausted.
Exactly, so you can restore more.
But yeah, and Arminius will keep quiet unless somebody speaks to him because he is focusing.
Oh, so yeah, Cyrus is definitely he's doing his watch, but he's also watching what he's doing because he's interested now.
Yeah, and he's taking the metal that he just got to put it into this cart. Like he's working to get this cart up and running. And what you notice that when he like grabs metal, he's able to just like tear it. Like his hands kind of turn that weird purpley mist color, and he's just able to
got
tear
it.
the
So
metal
it's
off.
not like a soft metal.
No,
like
it is a hard.
There
hard,
are some metals that we can just straight up tear.
No, it is a hard metal, and he just
Interesting.
tears it like it's paper.
Whoa.
And then he's
That's
able to
pretty cool.
like straighten it out and kind of bend it with like this magic, and then he's able to put it onto what he's working on, and it just kind of molds to it, and then he actually starts adding gears and bolts and stuff to it.
So how does this work?
What do you mean?
what you're building. How does it work?
Work for love.
Tyrall's like, God, shut up!
He is letting him work. He's not saying, hey, can you go chop down some fucking trees for me? He's saying, how does this work?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not... How is it going to replace the horses? What does it do?
It will respond to commands.
That didn't help at all. Does it make the wheels move?
I'm restoring this entire cart. If you give me a moment, you will see that. Because you can tell now, because before he had replaced the wheels, basically it looked like he had taken the wooden wheels off, threw those boys away, and put on metal wheels so that it would go faster, smoother. And now he's literally replacing parts of the cart with metal. And you can tell when he's doing that, he's infusing the cart itself with magic. And he's adding extra features like maybe like a box on the bottom to weight balance it better since it's not going to have horses or, whatever. Like he's rebuilding this cart pretty much.
Nice.
Sarah's just gonna watch him. And he's gonna try to figure out what he's doing, like, how does this piece move, and how does it make this other piece do this thing, and how does it affect that thing over there?
He's
trying to figure out how it's working, because asking him is getting him nowhere, apparently.
And at one point he's like underneath the cart and like using his tools and stuff on his back. And he's out the blueprint so he can lay on it. But I'm sure like after a couple of your questions, you're gonna ask questions because you're gonna get curious and you're gonna go. And he's at
like,
first
he's trying to shut up, but it's like burning in his throat. And he has to ask. He's like,
okay, but you gotta tell me, how does it do
so
that?
what does that do?
Yeah, and as soon as you ask, and he's like on his back, he's like, and he looked like he was gonna say something, and he stopped.
And then he just goes,
how it works is I build something, and if
that's
I'm
the thing.
if
Now
I'm now shut up. If I'm imbuing it with magic, it comes to life. That is what I do.
Kind of looks over to Duke.
And then he like, Dude is a different story. Like he's tired of Dude. But he just continues to work on it. It will be easier to show you
When it's finished.
when it's finished.
Alright.
Ask a question.
What does that do?
And he gets up and he shows you, this does this, that makes it do this. And he walks you one by one so that you can make 3.
He is eating this shit up.
It's
He doesn't
like-
get to be a nerd very
Is it
often.
like talking to our fathers?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Specifically,
Cyrus?
actually,
Except
well,
Cyrus likes it.
I was gonna say specifically your father, but my dad does it pretty bad too. But yeah, very much like this should just make sense to you, but it's not making sense to you, so let me kind of talk to you like you're a little stupid. But it does get easier for him to not talk to you like you're stupid once you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Then he's like,
That's supposed to happen?
that makes sense to you? In your tiny little rat brain? Weird.
Yeah, he's just never seen it before. He's gonna pick it up fast. He just doesn't know what the fuck it is.
But yeah, then the two nerds are nerding out.
Yeah, he is ecstatic.
Sounds
with
like
this whole thing.
somebody needs to take some time off and go to that college.
Yeah, that's what the fucking book was for, wasn't it?
You can look at me all you
The
want.
book's gone now.
Sure
He
is.
read it 4 times.
Yep.
It's like you gotta go to college and get your own.
Yep.
And
Good luck
maybe
getting
one day
accepted.
we'll call
Hard for them.
Cyrus Vinnick.
No.
And good luck getting accepted, since you're not a Ganassi.
There was a drow there.
Apparently.
Very special circumstances.
Yeah.
He's the only drow. Clearly he's not accepted by his own people.
No.
Imagine
Yeah.
a college background exorcist. And I make this machine that does exorcisms for
That's
you.
really funny.
And I sell them for a 900% markup.
Wow. He said, what's wrong with rat brains? That's funny. Nothing's wrong with rat brains. I have one, but for Arminius, there's tons of things wrong with rat brains. Isn't that right, Brock?
Yes.
Um,
They're very small and really chewy.
Ooh.
And
Like a
it's
raisin.
gross.
That's nasty.
But yeah, by morning, I don't know if you ever go to sleep, Cyrus, but Arminius does not.
Well, You're actually sleeping.
Yes,
You're a child.
Brock does go
And
to
Arminius is hyper focusing. Like he is not
Yeah.
doing anything. He doesn't eat. He doesn't drink. He doesn't sleep. He
Yeah,
just
Cyrus
does this.
is probably going to stay up.
Also, he very well said that he could not defend himself. Basically,
Yeah, Cyrus is gonna stay up. He'll take that point of exhaustion and then just sleep in the cart during the day.
that's what Arminius is gonna do,
I can lesser restoration you, if
True.
allowed.
That's true.
and he can lesser restoration himself.
Now we want to do on the fucking horses.
But yeah, by
Oh, those
morning,
are Delilah's horses.
if you
Well, we did pay her 500 gold
What are
for
we
them.
supposed to... It's the principle of the matter.
it's my girlfriend's horses, I can't just let them die.
Well, would you like death a la Hela or
Death a la Hela or death
or
a
letting
la,
horses
a la,
roam free that probably know how to get back home?
Death a la Hela or death a la Delilah?
I will...
Yeah, we literally
I
paid her
will
for those horses.
risk hella.
I can imagine. Regular human half-elven
What are
women.
we gonna do with them?
scary.
Hope they get back home.
Yeah, I mean,
By
they,
the
they
morning,
seem like they know where their home is.
by the morning, when you all wake up, when I say you all, I mean you two, Cyrus, you see that it's like 7, 8 in the morning. He finally finishes. The cart looks completely different other than the canvas top. And he walks over to the horses and starts unstrapping them. And he, like, kind of pets them on their side. Real awkward, like, other creature. You're kind of cute. Now you smell. Go away. And he just kind of shoos them off. And they run in the direction of Delilah's home.
Gotcha.
Back where they came from.
Yeah, a girl
Now
like
she's
that.
gonna think we're dead.
Well,
Because the horses came back without us.
I don't know about that.
She's gonna
but
move on to another man that she can actually have.
That's really
funny.
Yeah, a girl like that. Those horses know where they live.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep.
Get some
And
of the
when-
little stoots and send them on their way.
When you all wake up, the horses are gone, and the cart is completely renovated. He's removed the little stirrups or whatever that kind of attach to the horses or the little whatever they are. Like the extending bars that kind of keep them in.
What you're talking about, but the word escapes me. It's not stirrups though.
But he removes all the extra stuff that doesn't need to be on there, adds a couple of extra things on there to make sure that everything's comfortable and working. And he looks at you, Cyrus. He looks at you, Tyrall.
The bags under his eyes.
And then he looks at Brock. If you want to leave as quickly as you want, we need to get in the cart now and leave.
Homeboy just
in the
designed
cart.
Homeboy just designed a car overnight. I just realized that.
Yep, I'm in the cart.
Yep. I'm gonna sleep.
How is this going to move without the horses?
If you get in the cart, Brock, I will show you.
Oh, okay.
And everybody boop 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 piles in. And you're in the front because somebody has to be in the front
I'm in the
because
front.
Arminius is gonna go to sleep. He opens the canvas and kind of pins it back because he added little pins to pin the canvas back. And he pops his little noggin out and he's like, "Go forward," and it just goes and it moves up to 50 paces, like 50 spaces.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
It can, what is it? 50 feet. That's the movement speed it has.
That's pretty
Yeah,
fast.
that's pretty fast.
Yep. That's only like 5 feet faster than Cyrus. And probably you.
But yeah, it is totally.
15 feet faster?
15 feet faster? I thought.
50?
Oh, it's your rogue. You had the bonus action dash. That's what it was.
Yes.
But it has 50 feet of movement, and he tells you it is voice controlled. So if you want to stop or go to the left or whatever it is you'd like to do, you just tell it and it will do it. Now, if you do not mind, I'm going to rest.
You rest.
Cyrus is already laying
And
down.
he takes his glasses off, tink tink, lays them aside, puts his head on the messenger bag he has, and faces the wall of the cart.
We didn't even ask Arminius if he wanted to go this way or if he wanted to go back home.
Nope, he just knew you wanted to get out of there. He wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
That's the quickest way out of there.
And he said, this cart's not going to go fast enough for
Oh
you.
no, we could have gone back
So-
to
We
Sarukian very
could've.
fast.
I mean, it's only been a day. Like, we can just
Yeah, you can turn around.
turn.
It's up to you.
drop him
You
off.
can
go.
you can go back there. You can go back to Delilah and let her know that you're okay as well. He
We could
never
do that.
told you.
Either way, that will get us out of.
And
Actually, that's the fastest way out. If you want the fastest way out, that's the fastest way out.
He's also, you all have also been traveling for, what did I say, 2 months without Aymer. You don't know where he's at. He could, at this point,
And
you would assume he's probably not in Lofest.
Uriah didn't know where he was.
I
so.
could not tell you where he was.
I say to get us
That actually is the fastest
out
way
of
out.
here,
And then go the
we
long
go back
way.
towards Delilah's.
Okay. It's only been a day. It's not hard to pivot.
Cart,
Now, if we wait a week, then it's gonna be hard to pivot.
pivot 180.
Yeah, no, it does. It turns.
Cart, take me to Delilah.
Take me to my true love. It's like the compass from Jack Sparrow. It tells you, it goes exactly where you want it to go, right where your desires are. But yeah, and it will just truck on ahead.
At some point, we pass these horses.
Yeah, honestly, they go.
Huh?
What? It ain't a race, dang.
Since you two
they're
are
fine.
sleeping in the back, Brock will move up front with Tyrall.
Brock,
Yes.
I like this much better than the train. I don't get sick on this.
No, yes, this goes faster than the horses, but not so fast that you want to throw up.
Just imagine for me, Brock. Instead of your voice, what if you had little things for your feet? Like-
Yes.
Like the wheel on a ship,
Almost like a car.
and you can control it yourself with the movements.
But if it already goes on its own, why don't you just do that?
Because what's to keep me awake while we travel such a long distance? The input, like on a horse, would keep you awake.
Oh.
How's it gonna know to stop if I just?
You could wear a bell hat. So if you start to go to sleep, it ding ding.
I like the other idea better.
You should tell it to Arminius when he wakes up.
I'll wait till he's in a better mood. Because things got weird down there very fast.
Yes.
And it's my fault.
You did good in stepping forward.
I hope so, Brock. But let's go get some cookies.
Cookies.
I thought we're gonna come back and go and be like, "What are you doing?"
Hey, you picked up a new one. Look at that one.
Tip a new one. This thing doesn't have horses. Where are my horses?
No, her horses are gonna get back to because they left like an hour. I mean, honestly, like maybe an hour and a half before you all. So they're probably gonna get back like maybe a little. No, actually, maybe not because they have to take breaks.
They have to rest.
They sleepy.
They gotta eat. They gotta drink. They gotta sleep.
They're gonna be like 3
They-
days behind us.
They
Yeah.
sleepy, and she's gonna be like, "What the freak? Where are my horses?"
I'm like, they're coming. She's gonna be like, "Huh?"
And her niece is gonna be like, "What does it look like?" And Tyrall's gonna be like, "That's a woman. You don't speak to her that way. I'll beat you myself, boy."
She will beat you.
Yeah, she will actually.
Yeah, no. Brock,
Yes.
if anything weird happens, just do your best to stay alive.
Okay.
Tyrall is in doom mode. He's like, "If anything weird happens, go on without me. I will sacrifice
Honestly,
myself for us all. Tell Delilah I love
the
her."
horses, because that was only like what 5 days. So that's gonna take us what, like 3 days to get out of there. With
And then it's
these
gonna
new
take you
modifications.
about a week to get back to Delilah.
Tyrall, if anything weird happens, I want you to rip and tear.
Oh.
Cue the music. Fade to black.
Fade to black, fade to blood red.
But no. Tyrall, I do have
Yeah.
a question about Odin.
Yes, Brock.
Brock is a bit confused because when we were at the temple, all the pictures on the walls showed a very nice Odin, but you say Odin is very stab.
Brock. Odin being the father of the rest of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
There's many different sides of him. There are sides that are loving, giving, and charitable. But also in times of need and necessity, he wages war and kills and pillages and burns.
Oh.
The people in their masses need the loving and charity more than they need the war. But for us, the ones that protect his word, the ones that protect his interests, we need to understand the other aspect that is not charity and giving and goodness. In order to protect the citizens that need him to be good and loving, we must kill.
That makes sense. You have to have both sides.
It's the only way that Odin works. You have to have both. And sometimes one side is not as pleasant as the other. Unfortunately, I'm on the unpleasant side.
That is true. But you do it well.
Yes, the only problem is that the more and more we war, the closer and closer our aspects come to those that we war with. That's why everything looks so different. The Circle of Odin is not that nice. It is not as beautiful.
No, from how you've talked about it, it sounds very rough and hard.
It is, Brock. The temple that you saw is very much how I wish you to know Odin. And know that what I do is special circumstances.
Yes.
You good over there?
Yeah, I'm great.
We're just enjoying the show.
Just fine.
Did you see the game that Arminius made for Brock?
I didn't get to look at it.
When you're not steering, you can play it.
Yeah, I can't tell what the road looks like ahead of us because that's a solid 7.
Oh.
So, yeah, we'll wait till we swap out with them. And then I would love to see what it is. Because I only saw him halfway through making it.
Okay.
Oh crap, a rock left.
Brock makes me want to die. Yeah. I legitimately was almost immediately brought to tears when you comforted Arminius. I legitimately almost cried. But is there anything that anybody wants to in particularly do right now?
Sarah's sleeping.
Yeah, Arminius is dead.
Yeah, they stayed up all night. They're tired.
Yeah,
Especially after all that stress, they're tired.
Also all that stress and that physical labor that Arminius had to do.
No, that's that. Oh, that's got to be like 2 levels.
Yeah, dude, he's
tired.
Him gone. So, yeah.
He's gone.
Yep.
Brock
But we got a
is
dope
good.
cart, and we're going to have some interesting fun.
See that hill? Floor it.
I think we're already going top speed, buddy.
It's really funny.
If you woke Arminius up, I'm pretty sure he would tear apart the cart and beat you with it.
With each individual piece.
Yep.
He did say it still has the canopy, and that can act as the parachute. So he...
Ooh, boy. But if there's nothing else we want to do, then this is where we will end it.
Bro! No!
It is 7 o'clock.
I
Yeah.
don't care!
Well, we got
Look,
it.
it was stressful enough today, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, this is a
I'm
good
gonna
place.
need 3 weeks to mentally recover from this.
I don't! I want to get going!
So, if that is it, then we will end it here. And we will pick back up in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. What's the date for that?
That
Because
will
of
be...
the wonderful air show that goes on
Where's
our
my
normal
phone?
streaming day.
It is the 4th.
Thunder.
Yeah, I love imaginary. The 4th. May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're doing a Star Wars stream.
Got it.
I can throw
Dr.
together.
Brock.
I can throw
Hey, it's your
together a one
birthday the
shot.
week after that. Don't forget we have our Q&A the last Wednesday of the month. That'll
We
be the
do indeed.
24th.
Yeah.
So
Armor
if you
Doggo.
wanna-
Armor Doggo. Do you have any questions? You should
Yeah.
write all the questions down
Mhm. Yeah.
and
Um,
send them to us.
I will be making a post on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter a week beforehand so that you guys can submit any questions that you want for the Q&A. I already thought of a really good one or was it this morning?
Last night.
That sounds really good.
So yeah, it will not be until May 4th. That is our next session. Honestly, I might think about doing a one shot. It might be pretty cool. I don't know. I have a lot of feelings about Star Wars right now, so I probably need to get that out anyway. But we'll see.
Oh, what Armor Doggo say? Just pop something up.
I'm close to another squeesh.
That's really... Are you squeeshing Aymer?
Gotta squeesh.
Wow, there's so many squeesh!
So we just need to go long enough for him to get another squeesh.
Well, I do have to talk about the fact that we are affiliates. So, if you don't want to watch commercials,
Wow.
if you don't want to watch ads,
Affiliate.
you can subscribe,
Subscribe.
and you can avoid all of the commercials and the ads and stuff. You get all of our cool emotes, all of our cool animated emotes. You get a neat, nifty, cool old badge. You get a lot of different cool things.
No Darth Brock.
That's so funny. But we are also going to be uploading this on YouTube and Spotify, so it will be on there as well.
And don't forget
Squeesh.
Patreon and Discord.
Yep, we will have our Patreon set up. It is already set up, but we are adding stuff to it. And we will have cool information on there. Like we said earlier, work in progress portraits, drawings, doodles, character sheets of NPCs, character art of NPCs, just depending on what level you subscribe to. Depends on what you get. So,
Feel free to go take a look.
yeah. And
There's
feel
all
free to
cool
go take a look at all of our stuff, our TikTok, our Instagram, our Facebook, our Twitter,
Our Discord
our Discord, our YouTube, our Spotify, all of it. Get us monetized on all of it. We also have really funny shorts on YouTube and TikTok, so
They are hilarious.
they're
Yeah, they
really
really
funny.
They are
Also,
really
we don't
good.
really talk about it a whole lot, but also on our Spotify, we have character playlists. Like, if you guys want to hear the kind of
is
songs...
I don't know if it's separate from that, but
I
yes,
don't know. Yeah, we have character playlists.
we do indeed.
I feel like we mentioned that once and never talked about it again. But that's
Yep.
the thing, that exists,
We
that
do
you all can
have-
go and listen to.
Character playlists. We need to put Arminius on there, I guess.
Yeah.
Because
We
we
need
only
to
have Aymer,
do
Brock,
separate yours.
Tyrall. Oh, did you get rid of
No, but I can. I might have. I don't know. I don't know.
Aymer, Tyrall, Brock, and Cyrus?
Yeah.
And we will be adding Arminius on there as well. So,
Yeah.
other than that, now that you got your squeesh out, Armor Doggo,
Squeesh. Wait, give us some more squeesh.
we have
No, give us more squeesh.
we don't have anything else. We're still trying to figure out what we're doing because since we're now affiliated, we're trying to add more streams to the month to do. So this
we're
month
trying,
has been
guys.
kind of lax because of that.
Yeah, this week is finals month for me, so it's things are weird.
So we've been kind of trying to figure out
This
what
week?
we're gonna do
No, this
for
month is
extra
finals
stuff. So just bear with us until we get to next month to figure it out. That's so funny. Squeesh. But other
love
than
him so
that,
much.
I don't have anything else. If you all don't have anything else,
Nope.
Alrighty. Then we will see everyone
Squeesh.
absolutely on the
more squeesh.
absolutely on the 24th for the Q&A.
24th Q&A.
But we will also see everybody May 4th
Make boys.
For
for
session 9.
the session.
And if we decide that we're going to do anything else this month that we're not sure about yet. Which we really need to.
Probably. But that is it for today.
Bye. Actions have consequences. Don't forget that.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah, they
Sure
sure
do.
do, don't they?